How it's supposed to feel. How it's supposed to
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? Always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that stack, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Week 9 of the NECC. One of the last weeks, we're winding down towards playoffs, getting ready for the end of the season. I am Graves, joined by Hawk. We're reunited once again, back on the casting desk, and we've got some exciting matchups for you today in both the Emergence and Challengers series. But our first best of 3 of the day will be coming in the Emergent Yellow division. We got Randolph-Macon College taking on the Bryant Bulldogs, the black team. Hawk, this is a very interesting matchup here. You know, RMC's coming in 7-0, the undefeated team. But when you take a look at the lineup that Bryant's running out, I'm expecting this to be a bit of a more competitive series than the records may suggest.
Oh boy. Matchup. I mean, RMC, they're looking to go undefeated on the entire season. I do believe this is it, the last week of the season. I don't think they have any makeup games left to play. This 8th game for them, if they are able to bring home the series, they will be 8-0 and coming in as the first seed in Emergence Yellow. Yeah,
that's obviously very huge with playoff seeding, of course, in the weights. And for Bryant, you know, getting this victory over the undefeated team will show that you are a force to be reckoned with, so to speak, in this division. Even though you did end up dropping these 2 series and, you know, did lose to some of the teams that RMC did beat. I'm especially looking towards the top and the bottom sides of the map here for Bryant as players that can do really well, perform at a very adequate level, specifically CJ Santon up in the top side and Walshies down in the bottom lane. These are 2 players that are the higher ranked players and I think will be able to perform well once given the opportunity.
Absolutely. I'm definitely looking at these side lanes to really be a problem one way or another here for Bryant Bulldogs Black, where that is where they have their theoretically higher ranked and better performing players. But I will say is You know, the thing with skill gap in any competitive setting is that it'll only get you so far. Skill gap will determine which of two evenly matched teams is better. But if you are just a well-coached and a well-coordinated team, then you can play way above your weight class than what you would seem. I've seen it firsthand many a times, especially in the collegiate scene. You know, in college, some of these players just don't have time to play ranked. You know, but when you come into practice, you work hard, you practice your playbook, you get your comms clean and coordinated. You can make some of these higher ranked teams look pretty foolish when they go up against you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the coordination from Randolph-Macon is what I specifically stood out to me when I got to watch them play. Also, a player that I want to shout out is their mid laner, Snow Tiger. Was somebody who did a whole lot of really good stuff against Hood. I think even like solo carrying one of the games in that series. And so I think in the mid lane is a good spot to look at if you are Randolph-Macon, especially considering that that was one of the 2-3 lanes that we did not mention on the other side.
Absolutely. And mid lane is a lane that if you're able to get a handle on it, then you can absolutely run over the game. And, you know, we were talking about these really strong side laners for Bryant Bulldogs. However, their mid laner theoretically is just going to be evenly matched with Snow Tiger, or maybe even at a disadvantage, another gold player. So if Snow Tiger's able to get something going, maybe link up with his jungler, start making plays happen, you might be winning the side lane in isolation, but if you're getting 3-4 man party to every opportunity that you get, then all of a sudden the game looks pretty rough.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think that's when you have these rank disparities like this and supposed skill disparities. Don't want to put anybody on the spot just yet, as we haven't even got to see these two teams face off. But it's all about where you can press your advantages and where, you know, some of the other players can maybe be more of a weak side oriented player in that sense. I think a lot of times in the collegiate space, the meta isn't necessarily as, you know, rigid and standard as maybe higher levels of play, but that just means that there's more opportunity to see some spice, some exciting picks, and more different strategies that we can have here in the series.
And I do want to talk about some of those picks, as I do think we're getting underway in a draft in just a moment or two. It is a new patch. Some things have been buffed and nerfed, and there's not been a whole lot of changes made, but a big one that I want to point out, Hecarim nerfs did come through. And the champion feels pretty bad right now, if you ask me. Yeah, he's still Hecarim. He's still a crazy engage juggernaut, and is good at pretty much all stages of the game at getting fights going. So that has not changed, but your damage and burst in particular, especially on the second clear, that like to go tier on first base, doing very, very little damage. So that's one to keep your eyes on. But in general, I agree. The further down you go, especially in any sort of amateur or collegiate leagues, you know, the less the less meta matters and the more comfort is king. You know, if you're watching NECC up at the champions level, yeah, you might see some meta coming through from those schools, but as you go down the ranks, a champion that you are good at and that you are comfortable on will always be the best thing that you can possibly play, as the bans have come through. And remember, as we see these picks come out, this was pro-drafted, so this is not pick order. This is going to be where the champions are played.
Yeah, let's get into it. We've got, Randolph-Macon on your blue side, and we got Bryant on your red. Starting off, of course, with the top side of the map lock-ins. We do have the draft rules up and available, so we can, take a look at that to make sure and keep you guys updated on what the pick order was and give you a little bit more context into what was going on in the minds of these players as we go through the draft. We see this Hecarim lock-in on the blue side for Bernie Sanders. That was locked in first, so seems like comfort is, still a priority. This Hecarim is a champion that Bernie Sanders does play a lot, and so seeing it, even despite the nerfs, is maybe a bit of a surprise, but it'll be interesting to see how it performs.
Definitely, and you speak to comfort as well. The champion's been meta for so long. I'm sure Bernie Sanders has gotten a lot of reps on it all season, so it is just something that he feels good about playing and wants to bust out, and you can't fault him for it. But up against this Trundle matchup, was picked into the Hecarim. It's going to feel very good for Bowman 007, and as well as just, you've got so much tankiness on this RMC side as well. You've got the Scion, the Hecarim, the Nautilus, all going to feel really good for this Trundle to ult, and underrated interaction. The Pillar can stop the Scion ult, can stop the Nautilus hooks as well. So there's a lot of utility to come through from this Trundle pick outside of a favorable jungle 1v1.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's having that synergy is so good. Not only not only just being that matchup in a vacuum that works out, but just along with the rest of the composition, seeing Bowman on the Trundle will be interesting. Is one of the lower ranked players here, as I believe he is subbing in for their jungler that does normally play in these games here for Bryant. But I just take a look at the rest of the composition. I really think that the side of Bryant have a very interesting draft. They have this Zeri Soraka combo, which is just going to be so obnoxious to deal with in the late game. And up in the top side, you have CJ Santin up against Deathless here. Aatrox versus Sion, another matchup that really goes into the Aatrox's favor. So we were talking about the side lane priorities being big for Bryant. I think they have, the early game priority in the top side, and then they have more of the late game insurance down bottom.
I gotta be honest, I feel like if this game gets to team fights, Bryant's just gonna run it over. You've got the Soraka Zeri. Doesn't matter that Zeri keeps getting nerfed. It just doesn't matter. This champion is still crazy, especially on an AD carry that has the capabilities of Bryant's. And with the Soraka behind him, he's just going to be absolutely unkillable in a lot of these fights. Hecarim really gonna struggle to get on top of the Zeri. Most importantly, even if he does, is gonna struggle to kill the Zeri. I think a lot of your follow-up damage really has to come through from the Syndra, but if Syndra is flashing forward to kill Zeri, then who's going to kill the Veigar? Who's going to kill the Aatrox? Who's going to kill the Trundle? And again, you cannot discount this Soraka pick. And I think it's very clear what we want to see out of these drafts. RMC, one item. If you can get going in the early game, transition to one item and blow open the game, maybe an early Soul, maybe an early Baron, you might have a shot at winning this game. And I think if you're looking at team fights, though, Bryant is just going to have so much priority, as I already said, aside from the Zeri, aside from the Soraka, because you've got a very beefy front line. You've got a Veigar to deny the engage. And I don't think it matters that Aatrox is going to struggle to get in a lot of these team fights because he doesn't need to. He just needs to drain tank in the front line, kill off the Hecarim, kill off the Sion, put the Sion real far down in lane. And what you mentioned as being a favorable 1v1, feels like Bryant holds all the cards in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely so. And it has to be the early game where Randolph May can get ahead. Of course, the Hecarim nerfs might hurt a little bit in terms of the damage that will be able to be, exerted onto some of these members in the early game. But when you get to the late game on this Randolph Macon squad, there's really not a lot of consistent DPS. You have Syndra here for Snow Tiger, and down to the bottom lane, you have a Jhin as your primary damage dealers. While they can do a lot in terms of, singling out a solo target, bursting them 100 to 0, in terms of consistent DPS, maybe not as strong as somebody like the Zeri or an Aatrox that can come through on the other side for Bryant. And when you have this Soraka on the other team, if you can just survive the initial burst, it's going to be really hard for Randolph Macon to do anything in this game.
For sure. And I think if you're Randolph Macon, if you want to get that one item snowball going, if you want to get ahead as you transition to mid game, you've got to attack the bottom lane. You've got the Nautilus Jhin. This lane is potentially Armageddon if you can make it so. And I honestly want to see Randolph Macon go for some level 1 shenanigans. Early invade onto the bottom side, spot out where this Trundle's clearing, maybe even force a vertical in favor of this Hecarim just to cordon off the bottom lane. Force Soraka's flash early on. Doesn't even matter if you go for flash on this Nautilus, because she needs to be at threat of dying at every stage of this game. You can bring the Sion down at level 6 as well. There are a lot of options for you to attack, but you have to be aggressive, because again, I think if you just go full clear for full clear with this Trundle, I don't think you're going to really find any value past the one item point.
Yeah, and I think the early jungle pathing will be very interesting. Hecarim and Trundle, both champions that, do like getting out on the map relatively early. Hecarim, of course, does really hit a big power spike. Once he does hit that level 6, unlocks that Onslaught of Shadows. Whereas on the other side, Trundle can get around a little bit more efficiently earlier in the game. So either way, it'll be an interesting thing to kind of look at in terms of the pathing, because as you said, even though the scaling, technically, quote unquote, scaling jungler is on the Randolph Macon side, they're the ones who are more inclined to make these plays.
Absolutely. They got the tools. They have the tools if you're willing to make them. But this kind of composition, this kind of style is very hard to pull off. And if Randolph Macon wants to show us that they are this truly, really well-coordinated team, they picked this composition. They clearly wanted to play mid-game. They wanted to play pick. So this is definitely something, at least to me, this draft is indicating that they have comfort on this. Now it's time to prove it up against what should be an individually talented Bryant Bulldogs squad. And I'm super excited to see it. And I think the most important thing about this game as well is it is going to be a best of 3. So if your early game attack bottom lane strategy does not work, if you're not able to make it happen the way that you hope it does, well, hey, you can try something else in game number 2 and hope for the best.
Well, we're having a slight delay getting into game. We're getting ready to, get into the game, but again, it's just a slight pause on to one of the players on one of the teams as they work through some issues to get into the lobby. Just make sure that we're ever getting there though. And there we go. We're onto the Rift. There we go. Game number 1 between Randolph Macon and Bryant is underway. Remember, RMC undefeated, 7-0 through the entirety of the regular season. Going to look to try and end it off with a bang. Looking at the level 1s, just a standard 5-point. I like the little zoom out that we have here. Thank you, observers.
Yeah, very, very beautiful bird's eye view of Summoner's Rift, and I really like this move from Bryant. Look at that. Sending 4 members down to the bottom side, not opting for the standard 5-point. I talked about the potential of level 1 shenanigans with this Nautilus. They do not want to let that happen. Getting an early ward on the bottom side, so well done. And, you mentioned RMC being undefeated. If Bryant even wins 1 game this series, they will join a club that is shared between them and one other team. Remember, RMC has only dropped 1 game all season, so if they are able to pick up the 2-0, they will have a very impressive record heading into the playoffs.
And that's kind of what matters the most, scaling up for the playoffs, getting yourselves ready for the big bracket stage. And it doesn't really matter what your record in the regular season is if you can't perform once the playoffs come around. Once again, for this first game, we're looking at the side lanes for Bryant, the mid lane jungle combo for Randolph Macon. The junglers will be both starting on their blue buffs. Just
unsurprising, leash topside start for Bernie Sanders. You want to get down to that bottom side, and it also means that your bot lane doesn't have to leash, so you can set up for early plays like this. The Nautilus and the Jhin, they're snuck into the bush. They're not hitting the wave yet. We'll have to see if there's a level 1 play. I want to see flash for flash coming out. The level 1 is strong. Here they come.
Yep, Big's going to come in with the dredge line. Misses it onto a minion, unfortunately. Still will get the root onto Walshies, but a bit of an disadvantageous trade here going over to Randolph Macon. And Fred's going to be able to heal up very, very nice and dandily. Walshies is tanked out rather low, but it's not the flash for flash that we wanted to see level 1.
Definitely, and now you're in such a bad spot in this lane. You're both half HP against a Soraka. I honestly think, but when your dredge line comes back up before the level 2, right now, you've got to go. You got to try to find something to salvage this lane. Otherwise, this Jhin Knot is going to lose so much pressure. But either way, well played to Bryant. They knew what to expect. They didn't overextend towards that bush. They played behind their minions. So intelligently done by them. Walshy able to, only get rooted and not much more.
Yep, and, as Zeri already back to full, thank you, Soraka, for the healing. On the other side, the health bars are not as healthy on the side of Randolph Macon. They do have Bernie Sanders pathing down towards the bottom side, so, we can be able to maybe bail them out a little bit down in the bottom side, in the bottom lane, but for now, definitely advantage is going over to Bryant. And on the top side of the map, this is an Aatrox versus Sion. Conqueror already procced onto CJ. It's very hard for a Sion to play this lane as like a Sion player myself. I always am a bit upset when I get an Aatrox against me.
I played Sion in a normal game like last week for the first time in forever, and I was against an Aatrox, so I agree with you, Graves.
It's not fun. No, it's definitely not. Yeah,
it sucks so much. Here's the format I was talking about.
Might not be fun here for the side of Bryant though. Vernie coming in with the devastating charge. Dredge line to follow. Fred the Ninja is in a whole lot of trouble, and first blood will go over to the side of Randolph Macon. James Blade picking it up.
Beautifully done from the side of RMC. I mean, they get the shove in mid. Sintra outranges the Veigar early on. You bring Bernie Sanders down after the full clear. That's the easiest gank of your life. Fred the Ninja not opting to flash. I do think that's smart. I think he was dead regardless. And, I mean, I have to question a little bit. Bowman 007 pathing toward the top side to get nothing. You're playing around your Aatrox, sure, but I don't think he was under any threat to begin with. So I have to think that's a little bit of a mistake coming through from the jungler of Bryant Bulldogs. But a beautiful punish comes out from Randolph Macon. And if I'm being honest, even if the Trundle was on the bot side, I don't know if there was much recourse to that play.
Yeah, a lot of playmaking. Even Snow Tiger came down to the bottom side as well. Didn't end up picking up an assist, but did generate even more pressure down in the bottom lane here for RMC. And they're going to look to continue the pressure, I believe, here. Vernie Sanders back towards the bottom side.
On the top
side. Up in top lane, CJ Stanton taking down the Sion. Not necessarily the biggest surprise, I would say. But here we go. Another hook coming in on to the Soraka. Bernie Sanders looking to try and collapse again. This time, Fred will utilize the flash while she still has his as well. The healing is coming through. A lot of the sustain is still there. The dash is not utilized just yet. James Blade misses out on the deadly flourish, and now Walshies has a chance to fire back and dash forward here, but runs out of mana. No re-engage yet here for RMC, but looks like Bryant's going to survive the second gank.
This time around, Bryant is able to survive, as you say, with the use of their summoner spell. So they don't drop twice, which is pivotal, but it does mean at level 6, those will be down. And critical miss from James Blade on the Deadly Flourish. I think if that one landed, it would have forced Fred the Ninja's flash earlier or just gotten the kill either way. But despite that, you do still get the summoners. Remember, flash for flash trade is beneficial when you're the aggressive lane. So it is still good for RMC. And I like to, they are attacking bot side early like I wanted to see. It doesn't matter that that play didn't work as well as you wanted. You're still getting something. You're still forcing the Bulldogs to respect you. And we were talking about Grapes, or you were talking about early on how you want to prove down the stretch here that you are ready for playoffs. You know, you don't want to stumble and fall into playoffs like Cloud9. You want to get in looking strong. No, I'm not salty about the LCS at all.
Catching a stray right there, man. We're watching collegiate up at the top side. CJ
my bad.
going crazy here up top lane. Already popping the World Ender, and you know, Deathless not going to be very much of that as he will fall for the second time this game.
Yeah, Deathless just having a real problem up here on the top lane. That lane was unfortunately just in a terrible spot. Level 5 to level 6 as well. Got no way out as a Scion. Nicely done from CJ to take advantage of that lane. So one of the side lanes that we talked about has gotten going, and you know, Walshy is actually going to be up in farm after clearing out this wave, despite all the attention paid towards him. So a lot of credit due here to the side laners of Bryant Bulldogs, especially the bot lane, despite all the attention that has been put down. Can't get the mid. I don't think it'll result in much.
And then Horizon, Snow Tiger flashing forward here. Gonna try to get the trade, and he does onto Bullman. A 1v1 already. Can he make it a 1v2? Magic Sheep getting hit up here by the Dark Spheres. Bernie Sanders coming forward. Will flash away from the devastating charge, so no lockdown onto the Veigar, but Snow Tiger performing in the 1v1.
Snow Tiger getting it done. You said his name earlier, Grapes, and that is it. 10 CS up. Bullman 007 not respecting the Syndra burst and gets deleted. Beautifully done by the mid laner of RMC. They're picking up their second.
Yeah, really great stuff here coming out from Randolph Macon. You know, we were talking about how they need the agency in the early game, and while the score, you know, is tied up at 2-2, they do have the gold lead. They have the advantages in the areas of the map that matter here, specifically in the mid and the jungle. Of course, Deathless is not having the best time as he somehow finds the wave again pushed up against him. Might just take another bit of a good death here. That's what you want to do as a Scion in this situation. You get the wave in a good spot. You try to, you know, make some moves after that. Blade taking down the Ninja down in the bottom side as the 3v3 has opened up. Twig going to land the dredge line in onto Bullman, and he's going to have to flash away. Walshy's going to try to do something using the W empowered over the pillar. Deadly Flourish will end up connecting. James Blade down dangerously low. Twig dodging out again onto the dredge line. Now Bullman is running for the hills. Flash forward from Walshy's will pick up the solo down in the bottom lane. Will unlock that ultimate if he ends up needing it. It's a 2-for-1 down bot side. Advantage going over to Brian, I believe.
Advantage, Brian. I do believe it was 1-for-1 on the bot, but the solo kill on top, as you say. Deathless not exactly living up to his namesake. Gets taken down in the one-on-one. And then Flashless Soraka gets punished, but the Zeri able to turn it around, not even forced to expend the ult. I think he leveled up to 6 during that fight. So it is RMC still maintaining a very slight gold advantage, and I think most importantly, they do have a pressure lead as well. So I would say they're still ahead in this one, as all of the gold for Brian is basically on the top side. But remember, this is the composition that needs to get ahead. They need to snowball through the mid game into one item, and I think when you're only about 300 to 400 gold ahead, that's not as far ahead as you need to be.
Yeah, you see down as you take a look at the gold. Slight advantages in all areas of the map except for the top side, where CJ does have about a 1,000 gold lead up against Deathless. And that's just kind of the state that we're in right now. I think Bryant is not too upset about this, all things considered. You know, they have the scaling composition. They have a kill onto their Zeri. They have this Aatrox up in the top side that is doing so incredibly well. So if you just keep this, you know, bleeding at a minimum for the next couple of minutes, things will be looking good. And we're going to see them go for another play down mid. Even more gold into the heart of Magic Sheep. Bullman going to land the final blow.
Yeah, beautifully done. They're able to punish Snow Tiger trying to crash the wave with no flash. No TP on the Syndra either means that Snow Tiger is going to lose actually a lot of his lead off this play. Really nicely done. Bullman able to make his first proactive play of the game. Looking good on that. Bernie should be able to dodge out, but CJ is so strong. And, you know, I want to talk a little bit about gold allocation because, yeah, the gold's where you want it. Hold that thought. We got an all-in.
Oh, man, all the way down into the Fred's body. Has a lot of healing there with the Wish, and now while she's at full HP, fully stacked up on the ultimate, and she is raining havoc down in the bottom lane of Randolph, making dashing away from the Deadly Flourish again. Still topped off at full HP, and now Magic Sheep is coming down with the Predator. They are looking for the dive, potentially Twig dashing away from the slow, but here comes the Event Horizon. The hook right into the cage. You do not want to see it. One more auto will secure the deal. Magic Sheep picking up his first kill of the game. Now the re-engage is coming through. Vernie has the Onslaught of Shadows and will be able to take down Fred. Curtain Call opens up, and James Blade now in a killing spree. Have to be careful though, as Walshies is still full HP. Now into the Dragon Pit. It is Bullman also taking down that Mountain Drake. Snow Tiger gonna get the trade kill, likely with the Ignite. What is going on here in this game? Hawk now Walshies again chunked low, as Vernie is gonna go straight down onto him. A double kill on the Snow Tiger. And I don't even know how many people died in that fight, but it was definitely a lot.
4 for 1? Question mark? I have no idea. I know it was 4 that died on the Bryant side, and I think it was only the Nautilus traded back. Mr. Magic Sheep, honestly, just taking a little too long in the dive. You know what I'm saying? Ult him. Just press your R key. That Nautilus evaporates every time, and it's a faker ult. It doesn't matter if it's up. Not able to get away either, and Fred the Ninja getting ulted up by Vernie Sanders is huge as well. Vernie is going for the Chem Tank build, which, again, I need to stress, I think is outdated. I think on this patch, not only is Hecarim weaker, but I think most of them are going Stridebreaker now. So, very questionable, but nonetheless, he is 1-0-4 in this game. For RMC, they're up 1,500 gold, and getting this Herald will help them extend their lead as well. And I was going to say, way back before that crazy fight, gold allocation. RMC does have their gold on their carries. They've got 3 now on Syndra and 3 on James Blade. So, this Jhin and the Syndra are very strong, but I will say, if you are Brian as well, the gold is basically on the 2 people that needed gold, which is the Aatrox and the Zeri. Everybody else doesn't really need gold early on to function. So gold allocation feeling pretty good for both teams. It is RMC with a marginal gold advantage. I think this first Herald play will be huge. Mid tower is down to only 2 plays, which means Shelly will kill it with just 1 charge. I would expect that's where you put it. That way you can unlock Snow Tiger, start moving around the map and influencing side lanes even more.
Yeah, and even when you look at the death counters here for the side of Bryant, you know, the only people that have been put like significantly far behind with deaths, I would say, are Fred and Bullman, who are 2 champions. When once you do get to the late game, you really don't need a whole lot of gold. You just press your R buttons, use your abilities, use your utility, and you're off basically off to the races for the most part. And that's why I think that, yeah, getting that gold into the side laners is crucial. Seeing more trades down here bottom. Walshies still very, very ahead down in this bottom side, despite the 3 kills going over.
Look, Grapes, as a connoisseur of Unga Bunga junglers like Trundle, you get to 1 item, and then you no longer need an income for the rest of the game. So yeah. I agree with you. I don't think it matters that much that Bowman's died a couple of times.
Exactly. That's all you need. It does seem like he's going to need more than 1 item, as he, I believe, is working for that, you know, Tiamat into Divine Sunder build, unless he's going like a Ravenous first item, which I don't think any Trundle player would or should do.
Interesting.
But yeah.
No, definitely not. If you're going Ravenous first on Trundle,
you're stuck in season 6.
Question your sanity. Yeah, I mean, not only is Ravenous like not a 1v1 item anymore, it's a poke item too, and it's just bad. But let's just assume he's not going for it. It is interesting seeing the Tiamat Caulfields come through. Tiamat can be good on Trundle, speeds up your clear a lot. I do think not really the current build on Trundle, however, definitely not bad. The Caulfields though, a little bit more suspect. It does build in the Divine Sunder, however, and Divine Sunder does get a lot of value this game up against the likes of Sion and Hector.
Yep, and we'll likely see that again. We were talking about the tank shredding that the Trundle can provide. This just accentuates that just by a little bit. Bullman is rather squishy, of course, with the basically full AD build at this point, but now back to the bottom side we go, and again, it is Randolph Macon punishing the bottom lane, and specifically Fred the Ninja dying for the 4th time, and they're going to go for the re-engage here onto Wall. She's now a little bit overextended, maybe didn't expect that return gank to come through. Dredgeline once again misses, but now the curtain call is going to open up. Wall, she's going to have to dash and slash his way through this one, back in the mid lane as well. He's going to pick up in 1 kill, will end up falling to Vernie in response. Magic Sheep going down in the mid lane as well. Snow Tiger picking up another kill. Randolph Macon showing why their record is 7-0.
Oh my lord, Graves. I thought for a second there that Walshy would give us a 200-year show right there. But no damage coming through, no mythic. However, able to trade one back feels good, and it's just Fred the Ninja getting caught out again. I didn't really see what happened, but dying with both summoners up, you can't really let that happen when you're playing the Soraka. Walshies as well, I think flashing a little too late to be able to stay alive. So, bit of misplays coming out from this Bryant bot lane, and you know, we said in draft, can RMC attack the bottom lane? Can they use their prio effectively? And I think the answer is yes. They didn't even need the Herald to break mid. It's going to be the Syndra doing it on her own, so they're able to get 2 towers for the price of 1. And outside of this top lane, which hasn't really gone too terribly in the last, you know, few minutes or so, Deathless, 3 deaths early, none since. Everything is looking up here for RMC. They've gotten now to their win item spike. The only problem is they have no dragon stacking, which a lot of early game teams like dragons to be able to scale better into team fights. It sort of helps close some of that pseudo power gap. However, you know, when you are up 3,000 gold in 15 minutes, that is not an insignificant lead.
Yeah, Shutdown evaporated up at the top side as well, even with the 3 kills going over. You know, Deathless doing a good job farming up, has the Bramble plated steel caps combo that really allows him to at least survive here in this lane. And CJ really hasn't been able to push his advantage very much ever since then. Deathless doing a good job just playing that weak side, gonna get poked out like this time and time again, but as long as he can pick up that farm, get the XP, get into a tip-top shape here for some of these team fights, it's all worth it in the end.
And I will say for this dragon, I don't think Bryant wants to contest this one. You don't really have your item spikes. You don't need to contest this one. You're up 1 dragon to nothing. I think giving away 4 kills right here is exactly what you don't want. But what am I saying? It's low level.
Here we go. Scout of the week landing onto 2. Dragon is secured here by the side of Vernie, but here comes the onslaught of shadows. Big fear in onto Wall. She's trying to get away with the ultimate, but it's not enough. First kill of the fight going in onto the Zeri. Bullman gets away with the blast cone. It will be 1 trade back. Twig's gonna fall as well. Bullman has to do a lot of the work. TP coming in from CJ. Will Bryant be able to turn this fight around? Bernie Sanders at about 30% HP, but is rather fast here on the horsey. No pillar to stop him. Bullman unable to get in range, and so CJ might have just expended his TP for essentially nothing, giving Deathless a pretty free opportunity up in the top side of the map.
Definitely not the best TP coming through from CJ in his first appearance out of top lane, but it is a 2 for 2. So Bryant, they're able to get away with it. Definitely an ill-advised play, I think, walking into the choke point against the Hecarim, and Bernie Sanders does a great job punishing, but the skill button from Mr. Magic Sheep helps even up the playing field. Dragon does go over, so RMC, they get what they want, and I think most importantly, it's the free time on this top lane. Does Deathless kill this whole turret? No, he's gonna die. He might be able to get the tower, though, with his passive.
Here comes the ulti. Oh, he gets away for now. I mean,
he got hit.
It's
so
a tough question. Here comes the tower shots. I think it's enough. Oh, he's alive.
Oh,
can he channel it back? Oh no, he's gonna take the death.
Aatrox.
Or
He
not?
got hit.
Will it be an execute? It is.
Oh,
woo!
okay.
Bought enough time.
Wow.
Really nice. Really nice job.
I thought the timer hadn't expired. I mean, CJ had hit him before he ulted out, but I guess the time had run out. Snow Tiger now.
He's in a lot of trouble. There's the exhaust as well. Couldn't burst down Walshies before the Soraka ambulance came to the rescue. Another kill into the hands of the Zeri. Starting to come online just a little bit more. Snow Tiger has those 5 kills, but it's going to die again.
Yeah, Snow Tiger just can't really be up that far, not without your waves pushed out, giving over, I think, a pretty critical kill to the Zeri. But at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. It is just 1 kill. And I think this is the pivotal point in the game.
Oh.
Can RMC continue to extend their lead?
Beautiful pillar coming in. James Blade, Gale Force didn't do a whole lot to save him, but the gap close not really there on the other members here for Bryant. So Jin will be able to get out without burning that flash. For now, we just take a deep breath. It's been 22 kills in 18 minutes. We're just waiting for the next moment here. But the gold still in favor of Randolph-Macon at this point, looking to stay undefeated here in the regular season.
Definitely. I feel like Randolph-Macon, they're just resting on their laurels a little too much right now. You don't want to just sit and play on waves. You need to create a swing pressure up the top side. Push out your mid. Rotate your bot lane up. Pull your Scion up to mid. It's a free tier 1 tower. You can get that last tier 1 tower, collapsed back to Herald, then reset Dragon in 2 minutes. So I feel like you need to be doing more to press your advantage right now. You're just letting minions die top. You're not getting that last outer. And this is your team's item spike right now. You are strong. You have to go. I feel like if they just sit back until Dragon in 2 minutes, they're giving Bryant way too much time to breathe.
Oh, Jess coming through with the wish. Man, Fred nearly taking down 100-0. Snow Tiger getting a lot of pressure there. It will be enough to pick up this second Rift Herald, but we see the power of the Soraka still coming through. You can't burst down the squishiest member of the team for Bryant. How are you going to take down anybody else just yet?
Fred the Ninja just has so much healing and no healing reduction save for, well, actually, okay, there is an Executioner's and 2 Bramble Vests. 3, I'm a total liar. Snow Tiger's
there's a lot of
one.
Grievous, yeah.
Snow Tiger's
Not in that
literally
fight,
the only one.
but there is Grievous. The team.
Yeah, okay, my bad. I'm sorry, RMC. I should have looked at everybody else's inventory, but Snow Tiger going to regret not having Oblivion. Either way,
another fight here. Yeah, Bullman in a whole lot of trouble. 5 members collapsing on top of him, and James Blade now unstoppable. Rift Herald going to take down the second Herald, but that's the point-and-click CC that you want against Azeri. Walshy's going to get knocked back in to the enemy team. Deadly Flourish going to land onto Fred as well. He's going to have to flash away, but James Blade comes in with the kill. Now dominating on the Jhin. Let's see what CJ can do on the other side. Pops the World Ender, but his world will be ended potentially. Healing up a whole lot, but the shutdown gets in over onto Deathless. Getting a little bit of revenge from the laning phase. Magic Sheep, the only member of Bryant left alive, but doesn't look like he can do much to defend. Deathless gonna come forward with the roll of the Slayer, landing that decimating smash as well. Lots of damage coming out from a full take Scion, mind you. Magic Sheep cannot do anything about it. Inhibitor down in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, those base damages just doing so much, and Bryant, they try to defend the tower after their jungler was already caught out, and they get punished. RMC, just as I said they need to put their foot on the gas pedal, they do. They take the Herald, and they say, screw the top lane tier 1, we're gonna run it down mid and take a whole inhibitor. And I can't blame them for it. Baron now on the map, Dragon in 12. You can take this Dragon setup on the top side and then really start to break open this game. The gold advantage is 5,000. That is not insignificant at this point. RMC, they are rocking and rolling. We said that their only hope was to get ahead on the bottom side, to make plays in the mid game, and so far they have done that. And Bryant, it feels like they've been impatient throughout this game, taking contests that I just don't think their composition was prepared to do, when all they needed to do was just sit back and scale.
Yeah, we'll see if the scaling, will end up coming through, but right now, it is all on Randolph Macon to keep pushing the pressure. They can force these fights. They have the damage and the team fighting potential at this stage in the game. Hook gonna come in straight onto the main carry, and Walshy is down. Dragon comes through, and the Onslaught of Shadows hits onto all 4 members of the Bryant Bulldogs. Now, Bullman will end up falling. Scatter the Weak back in onto CJ. Deathless is unstoppable up in this middle of the entire backside of this fight. Mr. Magic Sheep and Fred the Ninja trying to get away, but I don't think they will be able to do so. Bernie Sanders coming in with the devastating charge. Deadly Flourish to boot, and Deathless picks up kill number 3. Only Fred is alive on the Bulldog side. They can go for Baron. They can end the game. What will they do?
A beautiful team fight from RMC. They are IM to Baron. I don't think they have the health bars to take it. Everybody is respawning. Solo laners are down for 20 seconds. CJ, though, has the teleport when he respawns. They are going to start it. It is a Jhin, remember, so the damage is low. But RMC, they're showing why they're undefeated. The coordination is just beautiful. They know exactly what they need to be doing. I think there's been only very minor inefficiencies in their macro game so far. But they have punished the Bryant Bulldogs at basically every step of the way. And all across the board, they have looked great as they pick up the Baron as well at just 22.5 minutes. That gold lead has ballooned now to nearly 8,000.
And now RMC, they're very much in the driver's seat like they have been throughout the last couple of minutes. Twig, continue to push the pressure here. Snow Tiger is so dangerous, can really pick off anybody here with Scatter of the Week, and there we go. CJ, the most fed member on the team, is already chunked down to about 40 HP. Bullman trying to disengage his top laner, but doesn't look like any advantage will be garnered over to them. Pushing onto the top side of the map is what RMC is trying to do. They do have Deathless down bottom to try and just garner pressure on multiple fronts. Top lane, inner, has not fallen just yet, but CJ will. Look at the damage. Didn't even get a chance to interact with any champion on the Randolph Macon side, and now the Onslaught of Shadows come through from Bernie as well. This tower will certainly go down, and maybe the base in just a couple minutes.
Snow Tiger just does so much damage at this point. Bernie Sanders as well, I was critical of the Chem Tank Muramana build, but if you are able to get ahead on this Hecarim, you will still do an absolutely absurd amount of damage, so... yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I suppose. Comfort, indeed, looking to be king, 5-0 and 11. That's another big stun landing while she's barely going to survive, but the inhibitor tower's under threat.
Yeah, not looking too good here for Bryant. Deathless doing whatever he wants down to the bottom side as well. He can't do anything. Yeah, I think you really just need CJ to try and go after this, but now the base might just be broken open while she's dying before the Soraka ultimate even comes through. Now a 4v4 on the top side of the map, but make it 5 here as the unstoppable onslaught comes out from Deathless. just to join the rest of his team. Deadly Flourish landing in onto Fred, but the disengage will come through. Two inhibitors down, one soon to follow down on the bottom side. Randolph Macon in complete control.
They are in complete control. I mean, they get exactly what they wanted. They get the inhibitor, and it's an easy pick onto Walshies. You just walk up with the Nautilus and press R. There's a reason why Lockdown is so good against Zarian. You know, usually I'd say, well, there's a Soraka and a low damage composition on the other side. Walshies should be able to survive this engage, but that low damage composition is fed as hell, Grapes.
Yeah.
Grapes, they got a 5-kill Horse. They have an 8-kill Syndra, a 6-kill Jhin. It doesn't matter if it is theoretically low damage because they are just so damn far ahead. 10,500 gold. Look at those numbers that just flashed up on your screen. They all got 3+ items. That feels very good.
Even Deathless is like 2k gold ahead of CJ at this point. Forget the laning phase. Doesn't even matter at this point. RMC is doing very, very, very well here in this first game. Looking to crack open the base. Bot lane is the last major structure standing that is not the Nexus or the turrets surrounding it. Magic Sheep in a whole lot of trouble. Tries to pop the event horizon, but that will not stop the Hecarim from coming through. Snow Tiger now on a rampage, and the fight has begun. A bit of a flank angle here for the side of Bryant, but they get knocked up completely by the depth charge of Twig. Then goes James Blade, a double kill onto Snow Tiger. The knockups are there, but the damage is not for the side of Bryant. The 4th kill will go into James Blade, and the 5th will likely follow. Walshies will fall. A triple kill onto Snow Tiger, and Randolph Macon is poised to take game 1 of this best of 3.
And Randolph Macon, they just smashed the fight. What a beautiful game. It's going to be a 26-minute win. The one win condition that they had, it comes true. They are proactive in the early game. They're proactive in the mid game. And Bryant Bulldogs Black, they did not get the chance for their scaling to come online. RMC up 1-0.
Big game coming out from Randolph Macon. We were, hyping up Bryant a little bit coming into this series. We were saying that the ranks were there, that they might have a bit of a skill advantage in some of their lanes, but the team play out of this Randolph Macon squad is just too good. Snow Tiger, James Blade, Bernie Sanders played incredibly in the early game, and of course Deathless up on the top side, being that weak side presence that really just allowed the entire team to come together. And it's just going to be RMC looking to make their undefeated run continue. And if game 2 goes anything like it did in game number 1, will definitely be a very good sign for them.
For sure, yeah. And I'm just so impressed by Randolph Macon. I mean, it's as I said, way back before we even started draft, a well-coached, well-coordinated team can punch above their weight class. They so beautifully executed every single play. Even though I don't necessarily think it was always the exact 100% right play, it doesn't matter because the right play is the one that you make as a team. And every single time, it looked like all 5 members of Randolph Macon knew what they wanted to do. So props to them for a beautiful game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue their momentum into the second game, or if Bryant will be forcing us to a game 3. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Champion Select for game number 2.
To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath. I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back, everybody, here for game number 2 of our first series of Week 9 of the NECC. Once again, Grapes and Hawk taking you through this matchup in this best of 3 between Randolph-Macon College and Bryant University Black. Hawk, it was a pretty dominant game coming up in game number 1 for Randolph-Macon, showing why they are the 7-0 team. Headed to game number 2, we'll see if Bryant has anything to say about it and look to try to even things up.
For sure, Randolph-Macon, they proved why they're the undefeated team. We've been saying it all stream. What an impressive game number 1. And Brian, I think, they just got to change a few things up. They looked a little disjointed in that game number 1. They picked scaling, and I think a common misconception that a lot of teams have with scaling is that, it doesn't matter how far behind we fall, we'll scale. That's not entirely true. I think a better way to think about scaling is sort of as this inevitability where you set both a doomsday scenario for the enemy team and a doomsday scenario for you, where once we hit this spike, it's doomsday for the enemy team. We can fight for anything. Or once they hit this spike, we're that far behind, we have to fight for things because otherwise we'll lose. But point being, until one of those 2 doomsday scenarios is hit, you want to play for damage mitigation. I think, Bryant, they fell a little bit short on that end. But we're underway in draft, and I'm so excited to see this game number 2.
Well, actually, Hawk, we do have something good to bring up here for game number 2. On the side of Bryant, subbing in for the jungler is Wasting.
Ooh.
One of the players that, was higher ranked, I believe, is sitting at Diamond 4 in solo queue right now alongside Walshy. So that could be a bit of a turning point here for the side of Bryant. Of course, as the bans come through, reminder that this is a, pro-drafted game, so the picks will be coming through just in position order. We'll keep you updated on anything interesting that ends up happening to the draft in terms of context.
Absolutely. And having Wasting coming back in, assuming he is the starting jungler for this roster, could be absolutely massive. Not only just from a skill perspective, but also just from a leadership and coordination perspective as well. So that will be very exciting to see. He is going to be on his cane as we see it get locked in right there. That is a champion that, if it is able to get going, can absolutely be a threat. And hey, Grapes, if 1 diamond player is not enough, why not 2?
Yeah, why not 2 is, I think, what the side of Bryant is asking themselves. Of course, down in the bot side, while she's had a solid game, but did not get to that late game stage on the Zeri, where was able to just out-duel James Blade in a lot of situations. So we'll see if they can get to a position where Walsh and Wasting can be in a good spot. as we are now headed into the second phase of bans. Again, pro draft, which means that they're banning top laners, even though they technically have locked in both Ornn and Yone. But this is an interesting matchup to take a look at here. I mean, Deathless again on a tank, supposedly in a matchup where might not be as, lane dominant, but as we saw, who's been able to play the weak side pretty well.
I will say, this is also a less forgiving matchup if you fall behind. Yone is a champion that, if he gets going, could be a real problem, and I think more so than the Aatrox, because he's not quite so reliant on his team to help set him up. But I will say, I mean, in terms of what this composition wants to do, it is a little different for RMC this time around. A lot less early mid-game, a lot more scaling, but I think considering the game that we just saw, there is nothing wrong with that. And on the other side, Bryant, again, just a lot of scaling, a lot of team fighting. So it seems like both teams, they want to throw down in the 5v5.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a differentiation from what we saw in game number 1. Of course, even though, of course, Randolph-Macon did perform well in the early game composition, they did have some of their champions potentially taken off the board and as things that they didn't want to kind of mess with now that they have. Now that they have this composition, though, again, more team fighting is the name of the game, and might be a bit of a problem for them. Of course, we were talking about how Bryant have the higher skilled players specifically. If you have to play this 5v5, you don't really have strategy as much in terms of like how you play these fights. If it's just if everyone wants to just team fight, maybe the mechanics of Bryant will be able to step out.
Absolutely. I agree. I think the two places where mechanics do shine is in those laning and in those 5v5 team fights where it doesn't matter what macro is happening, because at the end of the day, it just comes down to who fights better in the moment. So if it goes to 5v5s, I'm still holding out some hope for Bryant. But I mean, even if it gets to a team fight phase, RMC, at least to me, last game showed that they know how to set up those 5v5s in being so coordinated, and in not only being coordinated in that they all know the play, but they also know how to create those plays for themselves. And I think that's oftentimes a really big stumbling block for these teams. So, RMC, I'm still very excited to see how they play in another game. This team really impressed me last time around. To talk a little bit about, we've been talking about these high skill players of Bryant, and, last game, Walshy didn't really get to play the game.
Yeah.
At all.
No,
He just
he didn't.
Zeri into Nautilus and Hecarim, and now you're playing Ashe against Hecarim, so I still don't know if he's going to get to play the game.
Maybe a little bit more lane presence potentially here on the
Yeah.
Bryant side versus the likes of the Zeri, but you have Xayah Renata, which is a viable bot lane to lane with as well here for Randolph-Macon, and again, you have Vernie Sanders, who has shown time and time again that he is willing to go down to the bot lane and impact the map in that way. So we'll see, of course, if Walshy can, have a bit of a better performance on a champion like the Ashe. Of course, maybe it has a little bit less late game carrying in terms of the ability to team fight, in terms of just raw damage, but can also provide a lot of utility down the line.
Absolutely. And especially against a squishy champion like Renata, Ashe can do a lot in creating a lot of picks. However, there's not the best pick targets other than that. Veigar also viable, but Xayah has the Featherstorm, and then the Hecarim and Ornn often will be too tanky. And I think what I am mostly looking at, though, is you talked about this Hecarim wanting to path down towards the bottom side for Vernie Sanders. It makes a lot of sense. You've got the Ornn back up on the top side. You had the Scion last game. So everybody knows that this Hecarim is going bottom. If you're this Hecarim, you're just hoping that your top laner goes, deathless in lane and stays alive, and you can just fight bottom. And I want to just see if Bryant is going to react to that. Don't do mismatch pathing. It doesn't matter if you kill the Ornn. Even if you get this Yone head, it doesn't matter if you kill the Ornn. Fight on the bottom side, or at least protect your bottom lane. I think that is a winning formula for your squad here if you are Bryant.
Yeah, definitely is very similar, but on the other side, kind of down for the bottom lane. You want to make sure to focus down towards Walshy, allow for him and Wasting to be able to get that lead, and show their skill, of course, as some of the higher ranked members here of this Bryant team composition. On the other side, I think the game plan is rather similar for Randolph-Macon in terms of how they want to play the early game, but the agents, the sort of level of how much they have to kind of gank things maybe is not as high.
Absolutely. Definitely do not need to be as many ganks this game. And I will say as well, Ashe Nautilus is a little bit harder to gank than the Soraka that we saw last game. So there is some more safety, even though there's no mobility just the CC and damage that can come out from this duo is very high. And also your engage potential, remember, it's a Renata instead of the Nautilus for RMC. So less playmaking potential in that perspective as well.
Yeah, again, getting ready to go into game. RMC, Randolph. I keep saying RMC, like I keep thinking like Random Minion Caster, one of the other casters here on NECC. I just like keep going back to that. I remember me and DJ were casting the last game here, and between RMC and Hood, and we kept making jokes about like how like it would be like the team that he wanted to commentate and things like that. But
is
it just
RMC
keeps going
casting tonight?
He is. I think later on the
maybe.
day, but. I don't know if it's I don't think obviously Randolph Macon won't be performing, but you'll get to see some more RMC, whether it's in like this fashion or a different fashion. If you make sure to keep yourselves tuned in as the night goes on. Of course, our next best of 3 will be, I believe, Fish and Rudu covering it on the commentary desk, so you're not gonna want to miss that fun little duo.
Hey, fun fact!
Yes,
I'm subbing in for Rude Dude,
oh,
so you'll get more of
more
me.
Hawk. Hey, that's always a good thing. I would say more Hawk the better. Game number 2 between Randolph Macon and Bryant about to get underway. Just again, a couple of short minutes before we decide and are able to determine who really is in the better position headed into playoffs in the Emergence Yellow division.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe both these teams are going to playoffs. So, you know, this game, in theory, doesn't matter the most, probably just for seeding. However, it's about proving your skills going into playoffs. You don't want to stumble and fall, as we said. You want to look strong coming in. And, you know, Grapes, I got to be honest with you. I'm happy that you say that that you're happy to see more of me. I hope you're all happy about that, too, because, you know, that's what pays the bills for us casters, right? But,
yeah, the more the better, I would say. I will say that we are having a couple of technical difficulties loading into game. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with game number 2 as soon as we can get onto the Rift. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread.
And that wasn't too bad, was it, Hawk? We're back onto the Rift. We got League of Legends on our screens, and it's game number 2 between Randolph Macon and Bryant. Bryant going for a bit of a 5-stack here. They want to make sure that this series gets evened up.
You know, Grapes, I do think it was that bad. I just went 30 seconds deprived of League of Legends action. I am going to...
You know, I was trying to, you know, make it lighter. Oh no. Oh, Deathless. Deathless, run! It's not going to be deathless for long, as they say. First blood going over to Bryant. That's what you do when you got Nautilus on your team.
Yeah. You know, we talked about it happening last game. I kind of discounted the fact that that could still happen this game for the other side. And this time, Bryant, they make it happen. Really nicely done. I can't actually see who got the first blood. It was the Ashe. That feels pretty good.
Wow,
Wally going to feel very nice about that.
Picking up a longsword, 4 potions down in the bottom lane as well as compared to the 1 on James' Blade. Will be lane dominance to say the least, I believe, down to the bottom side for the Bryant Bulldogs. Going down to match up alongside his fellow friends to start down in the bottom lane. They will be pathing away from Walshies to start things off, which is maybe not exactly what you need, but of course you also have this winning matchup of topside CJ on the Yone into the Ornn will get a lot of pressure as well. So it will be both of these junglers going towards the same side of the map. We might see some early action here in the jungle.
So this is really interesting. Bernie Sanders not opting to get leashed on the top side again. Instead, going to path towards the top side, maybe thinking that putting this Yone down is actually the most impactful thing for his team. Both teams should know where their opposing junglers are starting, just based on the fact that bot lanes arrived late from a leash. But I'm really interested to see what Bernie Sanders does. I think we should keep an eye on his clear. Just knowing this player and what he was able to get done last game, I feel like he's definitely got something in mind. He's not just doing this for no reason. So we'll have to see what ends up happening.
No trades up in the top side as well. Not too much to be afraid of if you are deathless just yet. CJ Santin on the Yone. Going to be pretty dangerous later, but for now, it looks like Deathless can just, farm up and let the wave shove into him. Actually has a bit of an HP advantage at this point, so things are going pretty well. But again, junglers are pathing up towards that top side, so the lane state and where the wave is in about a minute or so is going to be very important.
Definitely. CJ should hopefully be able to crash this wave. If you're not, it will actually be very dangerous. While she seems like he took a big trade, but remember, those 4 pods, he's got 3 of them chugging away so far. As long as you don't get all in right now, you should be okay. Meanwhile, Twig looking a little worse for wear. Flashes were actually blown as well. We missed quite a scrap.
How many times have we seen the Nautilus hook a minion in this game? It was Twig in the first game. It was Fred in game number 2. I just feel like the minions have some sort of magnet on them today. It's just I know we had the April Fool's thing last week. Are they keeping it going? Nautilus will only be able to hook minions or something like that?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I feel the pain. I do this so frequently when I play hook supports. Is you're just looking at the target that you want to hook. You're looking at their champion, and you throw the hook, and you hit a minion point blank in front of you. And you're like, oh, I just look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happened a couple times so far, but it's still Fred and Walshy, of course, with that lane advantage. Those potions doing a whole lot, and there we go. Hook landed finally in onto James Blade. Doesn't have that flash, as we said, so the autos are going to hurt a whole lot. Ranger's focus has been popped. The exhaust utilized by Twig. Quick trade. 2 summoner spells for none down in the bottom lane.
And that's all of the summoner spells off of this lane now. And with Kane on the bottom side, that will be very impactful. And it's a double back clear from Bernie Sanders, but the Kane's down here. They both did it.
Bernie Sanders coming in with the Ghost. Will land a devastating charge eventually, but only on to Fred the Ninja. He was the first to fall down bottom, and now Walshy in a lot of trouble. No mana, but here comes Wasting coming forward. Big damage coming out from the W. The Renata has gotten the revive, but it's not enough to save the life of James Blade. Make it a second as Wasting comes forward with another dash. 2 kills onto the Kane to start things off.
And it's the double back clear from both junglers. A great adaptation from Wasting. He clears to the top side, but he goes back to the bottom side on the double crab route to counter a play as well from Bernie Sanders. I don't know if he knew the gank was coming necessarily, but he knew that protecting his bot lane was of the utmost importance. And although Fred the Ninja goes down, it is 2 kills picked up on the bottom side. The Kane AoE just doing so much. Beautifully done. And we talked about, if 1 diamond player is not enough, why not 2? Well, they've got to combine 3 kills between each of them.
Yeah, that's how this early game has been functioning well for the Bryant Bulldogs so far. They're looking to be in a very good spot to push this advantage forward. Of course, we're talking about how they had the scaling advantage in game number 1. Maybe not necessarily advantage, but they definitely have the scaling still in game number 2. If they can keep this up, they're in a very good spot to win some of these late game fights, especially here with Wasting on the Kane.
And not only does Wasting get a kill, but remember, on Kane, you got all those orbs, too. So, I mean, that gank just feels really, really good. I would imagine you want to go Red Kane. Not only imagine, you want to go Red Kane.
You want to go Red Kane.
So, yeah, you do want to make sure you hit the Ornn and the Hecarim a little bit later on. But remember, the orbs count towards both forms. It's just, whoever you last hit, really, it matters for, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah, or who you
as long as you get up there at some point.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. I don't play Kane.
We're casters. That's what we do. Talk about the game. And the bot side, another engage potentially, but James Blade doing a whole lot onto Fred. You'll take that trade if you're Fred the Ninja, because look at the wave state. It is pushing away from Randolph, making further and further away as we speak. I mean, James Blade, they're going to be forced to go up and try to push this out. Otherwise, this freeze is going to last a very, very long time.
And they have no vision either, so they're forced to respect the possibility of Kane coming either from the river or through the wall. They don't even have their own tri-brush warded.
Right.
Now with Bernie Sanders coming to the bottom side, he's going to want to pick up the red buff and then come down, so they'll feel a little bit of safety. But
you gotta go
Wasting
quick.
is skipping his camps. This is smart.
Here we go. Flash forward in on to Fred the Ninja. James Blade is basically accepting his doom. He'll go down. Wasting, trying to get something back onto Twig, but won't be able to do so while she's now in a killing spree.
That is such a smart gank from Wasting, though. I was just talking about how Vernie's going to come and do his red buff and then go support his bot lane. Well, Wasting, he skips his blue and immediately goes for the gank. So he's about 15 seconds sooner on the play than RMC was expecting. Really intelligent pathing from the Kane. And although he doesn't get an assist, it's still a kill created. He's going to get the dragon as well. Massive, massive play from Bryant. That's 3-kill Ashe.
2,000 gold into the hands of Bryant in terms of the lead right now. They're going to get this second dragon as well. Wasting, healing up a little bit with that E to make sure that he does not get a bit of an embarrassing execution. Will be the first Drake going down, but ultimate's traded. Deathless flashes away from the Fate Sealed arrow. Will land in onto the Ornn. What can CJ do about it? I don't think he can do a whole lot. Beautifully placed pillar to disincentivize, CJ from going forward. We thought that it was going to make a bit of an impact. It almost did, but now we just got to take a look down bottom where the action just seemingly never stops. Bernie Sanders is level 6 and land that Onslaught of Shadows. Not going to be able to fear anybody away while she's flashing away from the crowd control. Fred missing out on that Dredgeland, and I think he's pretty happy about that one.
Oh, yeah, that was a scary one right there. But Walshy, great flash, able to avoid the Onslaught of Shadows. So that's the first big gank from Bernie Sanders, or, well, the first one with the ultimate goes wide. And, I'm so sad that CJ, obviously you can't bank on the arrow hitting, and he dies if it doesn't hit. So I don't blame him for backing off. But, man, if he stuck that one and then Deathless got hit by the arrow and he got a kill, that would have been so cool. But, oh, well, this is not the world we live in.
Yeah, we're just not allowed to have any fun. Just boring League of Legends, as we see
only
right
Walshy
here.
gets that fun.
Yeah, and Walshy and I think Wasting is having a bit of fun as well here. Doesn't have enough mana here to pop the Umbral Trespass. Hook's going to land in onto Fred. Flash away from the side of Trig to keep himself alive. Now James Blade still, in a position, proccing that lethal tempo to rain some feathers into the hearts of the Bryant Bulldogs. But the XP, the gold, it is all in Bryant's favor.
And they get the flash off the Renata. That's what they wanted. Wasting has not done any of the camps, really, on his third clear. But it doesn't matter, because what he was waiting for was all of his topside camps to respawn. So now he can go top lane in full clear down towards the bottom side. Then either go for a gank and reset, full clear again. That'll be right on the Infernal Dragon spawn timer. So Wasting just syncing up his timers really, really nicely. It looks like time wasted, but it's not really. When you're trying to sync up your jungle camp clears like this, it's sort of like a mini puzzle. It's like playing you know the game Rush Hour? Did you ever play that as a kid?
Is that the one with like the cars and you have to get out of the traffic jam? Like the board game, right?
Yeah.
I played that game.
Oh yeah, that's like jungling in competitive a lot of times. Trying to sync up your camps the way that you want them so you can get to each place that you need to be at the right time. So
yeah, like you have to move this car so that car can move, so that car can move, and then you get the guy out. Man, weird. I mean, I wasn't very good at that game, which is why I guess I'm casting this game instead of playing it.
I grinded Rush Hour back in the day when I was like 7 years old.
Did you get expansion packs?
I might have, because I feel like I remember there was a railroad one too, and I played that.
Because there's you can grind a game, but if it's Rush Hour, there's only a certain number of puzzles in the book. Eventually you run out, right?
That is a good point.
Speaking of this, the car is going to go over here. Yeah, Bernie's going to path down that way, and Snow Tiger will be the ambulance that comes through it all, picking up kill number 2 for the RMC.
And the completionist gameplay in the mid lane here from RMC, they're able to complete the kill. That's right, I just referenced our conversation about Rush Hour to League of Legends twice. Now they're going to get the Herald for it. So it is still positive plays. RMC, they say, hey, bot lane is not working. What if we took our bot lane and moved them somewhere else? So, flash for Renata, she gets out of the dangerous bot lane, away from the super scary man with the hook, moves up towards mid, gets a kill, gets an objective. Nicely done. It does mean that they're going to lose plates on the bottom side, but you do what you can when you're behind. Yeah, super scary man with the hook still down here, and can still potentially look for a play onto James Blade, especially without Twig in the area. Wasting also getting spotted on this pink ward in on the tri-brush with the wave crashing forward. Might be a bit hard for James to survive. Have the point and click CC onto Fred. Also have that enchanted crystal arrow, but here you go. As you said, Hawk, the reinforcements are arriving. Snow Tiger and Bernie looking to maybe punish the overextension that Bryant may have provided. Here comes the rest of the team. They are going to be able to get James Blade out safely. And Bryant, they do the right thing here by going down to the bottom side to threaten the dive, and I got a little bit worried for James Blade staying, but he knew with both Summoners and Featherstorm, he would have been able to buy time, and the appropriate reaction from RMC was there. If they rotate their mid laner and their jungler, yeah, Snow Tiger loses a couple minions for it, but you don't lose your AD carry, and contrary to popular belief, AD carries are more important than cannon minions, so,
well, at least in this season.
Yeah, in this season. 2020, we don't talk about that, but...
We're not there. We're past that. Into a new era
Yeah.
of League of Legends, and now the bot lanes might be a little bit more useful potentially. As again, to see so much focus down on the bottom side. Both junglers know that this is the spot where game 1 was broken open, and so they are gonna try to repeat some history here. As Deathless trying to use a Searing Charge to escape, has so much armor already. CJ is barely tickling the Ornn with all the damage, but with enough autos, we'll be able to chunk him down to about half HP. But it is, again, really good job out of Deathless. Of course, dying off that level 1, but now fighting in mid lane. Here comes the fight, and Snow Tiger already instantly taken down. Final goal goes on to Ninja. Big Blade Caller, though, coming out from James Blade. He's trying to kite his way out, but Wasting is going to send him right back into the Death Realm, picking up another kill. Second of the game for the Kane, 7 for the Bryant Bulldogs, and they're going to get this Dragon as well in a very good spot. Bryant is to send us to that game number 3.
Wasting subbing in seems like it's just what the doctor ordered. It's him and Walshy making the plays. 2 kills for the Kane, 4 for the Ashe. We didn't see how that one started, but I would have to imagine it was an arrow from Walshy up the river. They get the initial pick, and then they're able to chase down the kills. You can't run from an Ashe unless you got Flash. But they didn't. They didn't have Flash, so they end up dying. And I mean, that's, I think, 3 unanswered kills on the bottom side, and the second Dragon as well getting taken. Absolutely massive play. And on the top side, you know, is what I was about to talk about, is we're sort of seeing why Yone is considered a counterpick into Ornn. You don't really beat the Ornn that hard, but you can do 2 things. 1 is manipulate the wave better, and then 2, it's basically just a free lane.
Yeah.
So you just can scale up, and then all of a sudden you have a hyper-fed Yone coming to the late game team fights, and he's able to be a split push threat as well. So it just kind of feels good. So once CJ gets involved, it should look pretty nice. And considering the bottom side of the map's been able to win so hard for him, he's not really gotten punished for it either. Magic Sheep needs to be careful.
Yep, another 2v2 open up in the mid lane. I will say, I don't think Siege's backed in a while either, so has a ton of gold in the inventory once he ends up going back. Likely has enough for that Immortal Shield at this point in the game, just due to all of the minions that he's been able to farm up. So already in a spot where he will likely be able to impact stuff around maybe this next dragon spawning. There you go, all the way back to his minions. And Deathless, you know, just trying his best. He's being a good sport. Just, you know, try to pick up some of the scraps that CJ ends up throwing his way, but that's all you need if you're the Ornn. You know, Yone is a champion that does require a little bit more income, but if Deathless can just, you know, get the levels, get some farm whenever he can, it's a good spot for him.
And, you know, speaking of Immortal Shield bows and builds, I do want to talk about James Blade on the Xayah. Actually, never mind. It's a fight.
Oh yeah, let's see if it'll do anything for him here. Walshy's in a lot of damage here. Big Ranger's focus coming out. The volley will come through. The revive onto Twig will do absolutely nothing. Blade Caller going to try to come out here, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Snow Tiger getting a kill in onto Magic Sheep, and Wasting will be able to get the return. Bernie Sanders running for the hills now, as it is now 9 kills to 3 in favor of the Bryant Bulldogs. Call the Force God issued towards the top side, but they're looking for the dive onto James Blade. Not even going to try to go for the hook there. Canceled a couple of autos, but it's not going to matter. CJ now again looking for the kill onto Deathless. Already used the Fate Sealed, so won't be able to finish the job. But tower taken down in the bot lane for Bryant. Tower soon to be maybe hit up in the top side for Bryant as well. And it's now a 5,000 gold lead opened up for the Bryant Bulldogs.
And what a different story from game 1. I think this is what we expected from the Bryant Bulldogs. In the isolated 2v2, their bot lane is just rocking and rolling. Walshy, what a great dodge on the hostile takeover, the Renato ultimate, not getting hit up by that one, able to find the slows on a Twig who had no flash, gets the kill, and then James Blade staying under tower with no ultimate gets taken down as well. Getting first tower as, to boot. 5,500 gold is the lead now at 16 minutes. I think this was even bigger than the lead that RMC had last game. And, you know, I was going to talk about James Blade on the Xayah. He has the Noon Quiver. So on the Xayah, going the crit build, I think this is a response to the Yone, the Kane, and the Nautilus all going to want to dive into you, which is what Xayah likes. Arrowlands. Big
Arrowlands on his Snow Tiger. He's not long for his world. That's the laser from downtown Magic Sheep. Getting a little bit of revenge for the kill that happened just a minute ago. getting onto the board now with kill number 11. Outer turret under fire now by the bot lane of Bryant, and they're going to be likely in a position to crack this open very, very soon.
And this Bryant team is such a scary team to try to avoid a snowball against, because you have an Ashe and a Nautilus. Like, that is a pick squad from hell right there.
Yeah.
If you are ever caught out of position, arrow comes through, depth charge comes through, you're gonna die immediately. Even Kane coming over walls, the lack of vision, the game just becomes a horror game almost. So definitely, Bryant should theoretically have an easy time snowballing this game. They're gonna at least work on the mid tower, Dragon in 55 seconds as well. So they're feeling very, very good about where they're at.
Deathlet's not in a good spot here. Searing Charge does not knock anybody up, and Bellows Breath comes through, but the final auto from CJ will finally give him a kill up in the top side. Took a little bit of help from his jungler, but the Yone is now officially unlocked.
And CJ, this time around getting fed, but should have impact in teamfights. Another great hook.
Another dive. Down comes Wasting fresh from the top side of the map. Bernie Sanders is going to try to do something with the onslaught, but unfortunately does not fear anybody once again. Snow Tiger trying to flash away from the Emblem Trespass, but he will be trespassing onto the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. Wasting with kill number 4.
And Wasting just going from top to mid. He gets the kill for his top laner, who takes the tower, then mid, while she focuses down the tower, then the kills after that. 9,018 minutes. Grapes, we are witnessing a stop. The jungle substitution has worked out for the Bryant Bulldogs in game number 2. You would have to think this is going to a game 3.
That's all it took, just one sub. One player made that much of a difference, apparently, between a 25-minute Randolph-Macon victory and a maybe sub 25-minute Bryant victory at this point. They're going to pick up this third dragon of the game. The Hextech Soul will be unlocked in the next dragon take for the Bulldogs. They're looking really good, Hawk, and I think RMC is going to have to be a little bit scared of their perfect record maybe being broken open if Bryant keep playing like this.
Definitely scared. I mean, like we said, they've only dropped one game all season. So Bryant should, in theory, be doubling their losses for the whole year. And not only that, but if you're not used to losing, this will not be a situation you're accustomed to being in. And so, you know, you do have to wonder about things like mental. And I'm sure, you know, a good team like RMC, you know, if you're able to get ground steals like that, that always helps the old mental. They should be fine, but it is just those sort of things that you have to consider when teams are so accustomed to winning. Getting put on the ropes can be a stressful experience.
Oh man, CJ in a whole lot of trouble with that, but it's not enough. Look at the damage coming out from the Yone. Down goes Snow Tiger for the 5th time this game. And now everybody on the side of Bryant is in a very good position to continue to push in and take the base of Randolph-Macon.
And with the side lanes now going awry for Bryant, that might be all she wrote. I mean, it was already a very hard game from the start, but Snow Tiger not even able to find the 1v1. Bernie Sanders going to get ulted up. Good onslaught.
I mean, yeah, like, what is there even to do? There's really not much damage, not really a win condition at this point for Randolph-Macon. We're going to try to find something here. Featherstorm does get unleashed, Wasting in maybe a bit of trouble here. Pops the Gore Drinker still has that ultimate if he needs to escape, and there it goes, all the way back to full HP. The Kane will go, and then he dives in for another. Now unstoppable on the Rost. Down goes James Blade, tower down bottom taken as well. CJ looking for another kill onto Snow Tiger potentially, and I think he will be able to get it.
Man, that's a feels bad. RMC, they're clearly looking towards game number 3. I don't blame them. Bryant, I think they're doing the same. You cannot kill this Kane. You cannot kill this Yone. Apparently you can't even kill the Ashe because Walshy has 2.5 items at 20 minutes. They're going to get an early Baron. And man, what a bounce back from the Bryant Dogs. It cannot be understated. After losing in just 26 minutes in game 1, they have punched back hard in game 2.
I mean, this is textbook League of Legends at this point. You pick a lane to focus, down to the bottom side. Walshy gets the lead with the help of Wasting. You know, top and mid played even or ahead for the most part throughout the game. Then you team fight well, you play around the map well, you pick up Baron at 20 minutes. And now the next step is to march straight down mid lane and take that Nexus. All the inhibitor towers are still up and available, but they is likely soon to be cracked open. We see Bryant pushing on all 3 sides of the map at the moment. Looking to just stack the waves up and make it a rather dire situation for Randolph-Macon to try and defend.
Rather dire. I think that is a very great way of putting it, Grapes. Rather dire is Randolph-Macon situation
Quite dire.
in this game.
Yes. I do say so.
Only 13,500 gold down. We got this, guys. We scale.
We scale. Right. That's what you were saying. I mean, technically.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like their doomsday scenario that I was talking about, you know, where we have to fight everything because we are about to lose the game. That is a long past as Fred the Ninja throwing out the dredge line at every chance he gets.
Yeah, and he has the ability to do this because it really doesn't matter. You're just so far ahead, you land a hook onto anybody, and it's going to be a kill. Almost certain. As, you know, we see Ultimate's just used up in the top side for Deathless to just get the wave under control. As CJ, again, on a split pushing journey up in the top side of the map.
On a split pushing journey, and that always feels awful when you're playing any champion, you're forced to ult to clear the wave. Maybe other than Lux. And just the amount of pressure that this Yone provides, and he doesn't even have to care about the damage. There's that hook.
James Blade taken down. Can't even use the Feather Storm for the invulnerability. Now wasting. Stuck onto the Nexus towers, but he does not care one damn bit. A double kill into the hands of Walshy as the volleys go under the fountain. He tanks one shot, will likely fall as the shield gets popped, but doesn't matter all too much as they can't even do anything to touch the Ashe. Triple kill now into the hands of Walshies. Could this be a potential penta unlocking? I don't think Randolph-Macon want to give that one over. The inhibitors will fall in the mid lane, bot lane soon to follow. The Nexus towers are soon to go down. We are likely headed to a game 3 as long as Bryant doesn't do something horribly wrong here. Here we go. Base gonna get taken open. Deathless steering charge away. The respawns are coming out just because of how short this game has been. Big Fate Sealed coming out. Deathless going down. Nexus exposed. And Bryant are gonna even us up at 1-1.
Bryant manages to strike back in game 2 as the Nexus finally falls. You know, you had to give it a little time to find the unadulterated 3-man Yone ultimate right there at the end of the game. You know, highlight reel plays always need to come through, but in all seriousness, Bryant, what an incredible game. Not only did they individually play better, but as a team, they played so much better. Like, obviously Wasting is a great jungler subbing in, but this team just looked like they had so much more direction with their starting jungler in the game as well. The double back clear early on to get to the bottom side and thwart the gank was sublime. You know that this Hecarim wants to play towards bottom side. You know that the Ornn lane just doesn't matter. So all you need to do is every single time when you recall on bot side, ensure that your Ashe and your Nautilus are safe, or in this case, you pick up 2 kills.
Yep, absolutely. Textbook League of Legends there coming out from the Bryant Bulldogs. We'll see if they can, you know, get to the next chapter in both the regular season and here in this series. We got game 3. Winner takes all. We'll get you with the action in just a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Well, welcome back, everybody. Game number 3 is about to get underway here in the Week 9 matchup of the NECC Emergence Yellow Division. The undefeated Randolph-Macon College team is having their crown contested by the Bryant Bulldogs, who took a 22-minute victory in game number 2, looking to try and get this series win here off of a really solid substitution for the Jungle side. Teams will be remaining on the same sides for game number 3 as they were for 1 and 2, so that's not going to be all too confusing. But Hawk, this has been a bit of a confusing series. We've seen 2 stomps on both sides. I mean, this is just not necessarily what anybody should be expecting.
I mean, yeah, you are right. It has been confusing in that sense, because not only have they been stomps, but they've been like really weird stomps too. Like in game 1, RMC just blasted the bottom lane with like a 4-man party that I feel like everybody saw coming too, you know? And I was sort of like, I was really concerned because Bryant didn't really do anything to respond to that in that game, you know? And then in game number 2, they make one jungle substitution, and granted a big one, but still one substitution, and all of a sudden the team looks like a completely different team. So much cleaner in their coordination and map movement. So they're able to even up the series, and what, like you said, extremely convincing game 2, because you know, like we talked about, it feels like individually Bryant does have the advantage, but as a team, RMC looked a little better, which is why they were able to so handily win in game 1. But in game 2, they did not have that advantage. So now in game 3, is it going to be the coordination of RMC, or is it going to be the individual prowess of Bryant that carries them over the finish line.
We will see. We will see for sure. We'll see what ends up going down here in this game number 3. Starting off with the bans again. Reminder, draft lulled, so we will be going in pick order. We have seen these 2 champions, the Vladimir and the LeBlanc, I think the Ari as well, taken away in all 3 games. So don't want to get, too comfortable here in the mid lane for either of these players, as we're really seeing a lot of heavy mid lane priority here in this draft so far, Hawk.
Definitely. The Ari Prio does make sense, I think, for Bryant to always be banning out, and the LeBlanc as well, because RMC is clearly a squad that has shown that they want to play through mid lane, and they want to play an early to mid game style. So if you want to take out the 2 best early skirmishing mid laners, well, LeBlanc and Ari. So definitely makes a lot of sense to ban those out. We have seen extremely high Veigar Prio this series from both teams. And I don't care. The jungle matchup is crazy.
What?
Okay.
Go. Yeah.
So,
Speak.
Vi honestly makes no sense to me. I have no idea where this was locked in. It was locked in R4. So it had been both mid laners and both bot lanes had been locked in. And then it's a Vi blind pick
The weak
from
fear the shadows.
from wasting. I'm not really sure what the angle is here. Maybe it's it was Jhin Syndra. Spoiler alert, it's a Jhin coming through for ADC. So I wonder if the thought process is, well, in game, just like in game number 1, it's sort of a low damage comp that wants to play early. So, if you can just delete one of the 2 carries, all of a sudden there's not really much left in the tank on the other side. And then the Rammus is a response to the Vi. However, Vi does have Armor Shred, and you're playing Rammus into a Veigar. So not sold on this one either, Grapes, if I'm being honest with you.
Can I say that this is like the most Randolph-Macon draft that you can get? I feel like you just have like the Jhin Nautilus bot lane, you have really heavy engage on Bernie Sanders, and then you have soul laners that can kind of sort of function on their own. I mean, this is kind of what their bread and butter is, and we'll see. It worked in game 1, didn't really work in game number 2, and now we'll see if game number 3 holds any truths.
It isn't a tank on the top side for Deathless, which I think is worth mentioning. We saw the Ornn, we saw the Scion, now it's the Gnar, and you're into the counterpick Camille, traditionally considered a counterpick. Not so much early on, but once Camille gets a Trinity Force or a Sunder or whatever she wants to go for, you're pretty much doomed in the side lane. So it's going to be up to Deathless to not let this Camille get going, I think, because looking at your side lane potential for Randolph-Macon, you got nothing for the Camille if she gets going. So definitely going to need to keep that down with how much engage and pick potential they have on the bottom side once again. I don't think that'll be too much of a problem. And I think this draft really is reminiscent of game number 1. Super hardcore pick potential on the bottom side for Randolph-Macon. They want to generate plays. Bryant, they want to absorb pressure, let this Jinx and Veigar start to scale up.
I will say, as a play-by-play caster, I'm very excited to cast this game because you have 2 teams that just really want to go in super ham on each other. Their only option is forward, unless you count like a Veigar cage as a sort of peel. Like every single one of these champions just wants to be engaged into each other.
The only person kiting back is this Jinx. The only person in this entire game.
And so it's very, very exciting to see because we're going to get some very explosive 5v5 team fights. We did mention how, if in the last game, if they do come down to 5v5, we do favor Bryant, and we saw how that eventually worked to their success. But I feel like we haven't had a situation so far this series where we've had both teams at a very even game state headed into team fighting. So not really sure where the gauntlet lies in this situation. I will say that I do think that like Brian's champions kind of operate better in terms of like a pure 5v5. I think the more DPS is there in a team fight with the champions like the Jinx and the Veigar as your backline carries, as opposed to maybe Syndra Jhin, who like to burst 100-0 down, as we said in game number 1. But as we mentioned that in game number 1 as being an advantage for Bryant, but RMC was the team that took that game.
It is interesting, to your point about Brian's champions being better in the team fight, because I do agree. I think they are, because they have just more damage and utility across the board, as you say. I do think Randolph-Macon's composition is in some ways more synergistic, where they're just full-on pick. You find one person, you make them die, and you go vroom with Rammus. Like, it kind of plays itself. Mm-hmm. But I do agree with you, though. I feel like in terms of, like, team fight prowess, that is what Brian's composition does. This is a 4-1 comp, like, straight out of the books, except for the Vi. So, yeah, I do think, if it gets to that late game 5v5, but like you said, as we've seen so far this series, the like 8-minute team fight for the first dragon has decided the game both times.
Yeah.
So I do not expect that to change, by the way, at all. Like, I fully think that'll be the same. And to Randolph Macon's credit, they have drafted a composition that wants to fight that fight. That level 6 is terrifying. So if you're able to find that angle, I think this is the comp. You just need to path intelligently, because I think last game we saw wasting was the X factor. His really intelligent jungle pathing tipped the game in Bryant Scales. You cannot let that happen again if you're Randolph Macon.
Yeah, and speaking of jungle pathing, I think, again, I would not be surprised if bot lane is once more the focus. These are two bot lanes that can really get snowbally and have really high engaged supports down there. And you have two junglers that really prioritize ganking and pre-6 and going for big plays. I'm ready to take a look down to the bot lane. Maybe if you just stick the directed camera just purely down there.
Honestly, probably a safe bet. I will say, you can go top lane this game. It's not a tank matchup anymore, especially Bryant to get this Camille going. Because I said how Randolph Macon does not have an answer for Camille later on. But if we're going with the theory that like 8-minute dragon team fight is going to win the game, then you don't do that. Like, it doesn't matter if that's theoretically a win condition for you. I think you play to the way this series has been going, which is bottom lane. So I'm ready for fireworks. I'm ready for mid laners roaming, junglers dying, supports flashing in. I don't know. We're going to see action.
We will see every single one of those things. I'm going to guarantee that. There's just a lot of
minions getting hooked.
I mean, again, Nautilus again. I mean, Leona can go through the minions, which maybe is a benefit for these players. We'll see.
True. Wait, Fred has like the technology. He can't hook a minion with this champion.
Yeah, exactly. So he won't, have that debuff, I guess. We'll see. We'll see if it ends up making a difference. We're out of the Rift. Game number 3, Randolph Macon and Bryant. Winner take all in this best of 3 series. RMC looking to end their season undefeated, and Bryant looking to show that they can, fight up with the big dogs.
No items for Deathless off the bat is worth keeping in mind. We'll have to see if he remembers to back. And I'm going to say, this could be a little bit of the pressure getting to you. You are 1-1 in this series. This is the game that matters. And although this series as a whole doesn't matter the most, going into lane with no items on Gnar could be a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, that would not be a good thing. I think actually we're about at the point where you will be missing XP if you end up going for a reset. So Deathless might be a bit of trouble to start things off. That's a pretty big error if you are Randolph Macon, and it's a pretty avoidable one, I guess. Oh, okay, there we go.
I think it was a spec bug. Yeah, okay, we got trolled. It's fine. Both bot lanes, though.
This is what we wanted to see. Here we go. Bot lane 2v2 before the minions even get there. Fred taking the worst end of that trade. About 200 HP expended on either side. So not, the most explosive just yet, but maybe a sign of things to come down the line.
And jungler starting topside, but it's wasting not getting the leech. I wonder if he's going to go unleash Red Raptor's Crop level 3 gank before the Rammus arrives, because Vernie almost certainly going to full clear here. But no, he's skipping camps too. Okay, indecision. But both junglers pathing towards the bottom side unsurprisingly. And no, it's wasting actually skipping Raptors.
You can do Red Blue Gromp here, because I think that Vi prioritizes the single target damage with just the way that the W works at the moment. So
it does.
Yeah.
It does make sense in that aspect, but part of what makes Red Raptor's Gromp really good is you don't leave camps up for your opponent, so you can't get counter invaded. And it also means if the gank angle's not there, your get back clear is better. But either way, yeah, I mean, it's the same result. You're getting to bot side at 3 minutes, which is what you want.
If anything, it just shows how committed maybe Bryant is for a bit of a cheese plate down to the bottom side.
That is a good point.
Loop back around if you want, if you are wasting, but I think that a bot lane level 3 would certainly be what the doctor ordered for both of these squads. A bot lane 2v2 turning into a 3v2. We do see Vernie still clearing away that red buff, so we'll be a little bit until he's able to get back onto the map.
Yeah, and then they see the ward get put down, so Wasting immediately has to pass back up towards his wolves. And see, this is where it gets a little awkward. If you had already taken Raptors, then you can just clear out your wolves and your Gromp, and your blue buff after the fact, then go for Crab. So, a little bit of an inefficiency, but not the end of the world. I think the most important thing is it means that Vernie Sanders is probably going to get bot Crab, which is a win, considering both teams want to play around bot.
Yeah, they'll trade back up. Not going to be the worst thing. It is a camp advantage into the hands of Wasting at this point, as Vernie literally just did red blue Gromp and now headed straight into the crap.
Okay, never mind.
Look, yeah, even if you did invade, not going to be able to find much. All things considered, Wasting is going to path up will gain a sort of tempo advantage, but as you said, Hawk, the bot lane pressure still will turn into the hands of Randolph Macon for the moment.
I do think it's funny. We talked about how Vi favors the single target camps. You know who doesn't is Rammus. And guess what?
He
Three
did,
camps Bernie Sanders cleared.
Logic sometimes defies other things here.
Good flash.
Good flash away from Deathless. First gank actually towards the top side. As you said, you can play around this lane. It's a very volatile matchup between the Camille and the Gnar. Would say that CJ does have the upper hand, especially if things just kind of go at a neutral state. Getting the Summoner spell, very, very good start.
I gotta say, though, that was a super non-committal gank from Wasting. He walked in, queued, and got the flash, and now Gnar insta-dies at level 6. It does mean that, you know, in order to punish that, again, you're leaving your bot lane potentially vulnerable. Magic Sheep has the cage. Yeah, you can't Rammus gank a Veigar, but, I mean, this top lane just all of a sudden got so insanely volatile. And look at this, CJ bullying the Gnar off the wave as well. Just not letting Deathless play.
Wait, he's dead? He's dead! First
him.
blood in the hands of CJ. Man, we said level 6 he was dead? He's dead level 5. He's level 4.
Like, that was so unexpected. I talked through that play just thinking like, oh, he's trading, he's bullying him off the wave. No, he's gonna kill, and now mid lane forced to flash. These lanes just became so volatile, and all of a sudden now, Bryant, the world is your oyster. You can go anywhere and make it happen. That is massive plays from the solo lanes.
Man.
Wasting as well, getting involved.
Bad to worse here for the Randolph Macon Yellow Jackets. Of course, now Wasting can go any lane that he so desires. Can go top lane where there's no flash, mid lane where there's no flash, or bot lane where a gank is unfolding right here. While she forced to flash away, but Bernie's going to follow with that Summoner spell. Exhaust coming through, so a decent amount of slows, but Twig can't get onto the Jinx just yet. Fred is so tanky with the Eclipse pop. And now Wasting has arrived for the fight. Take a look at Magic Sheep now making his way down to the bottom side off of the roam. Wasting does have the gap closer. Let's see who he targets. It will be Twig. No flash, no life. Another kill into the hands of Bryant in just a little bit. While she's going to tie her in the last shots with another rocket securing the blow.
And it's another huge counter gank from Wasting on the bottom side. This time it comes later off of second clear. Beautifully done. And honestly, credit to Bernie Sanders, flashes over the Leona to find the taunt knockup on the Walshy, but there was no damage follow-up. Walshy was just able to walk it out. Same with Fred the Ninja, not even having to expend the flash. Twig having flashed in, there's just no way out, and it's the same story as last game. You get the counter gank for the kills, and you get the dragon. Huge plays, Wasting both games off of first base, coming bot lane, and making massive things happen.
That's just, I guess, why Bryant decided to sub Wasting it. Just so good at making these plays, you know, whether it's the Vi, whether it's the Kayn. Seems like he can seemingly do no wrong here. Now 2-0 is the lead here for the Bryant Bulldogs. On top. Here comes the Hextech Ultimatum in onto Deathless. Doesn't take enough damage to go down just yet as the Rage is ticking. Movement speed generated. Deathless will be able to survive for now, but it is again Bryant continuing the pressure in the side lane. CJ has the wave pushing in the right spot, has denied even more gold away from Deathless, and the top side will just continue to open up more and more.
And, you know, you don't get the kill, but it's an ultimate expended basically to force Deathless out of lane. Deathless cannot step up if you have hookshot until he goes mega. Otherwise, he's dead. So it just gives you so much pressure if you're CJ. And you saw him pull the wave there. That means next wave is going to start stacking in his favor. You stack up this massive crash, put it under enemy turret, then you base with a bunch of gold, come back to lane feeling great. You can catch the wave, then it's pushing into you. This flashless Gnar going to be forced to overextend again. It's just this like vicious cycle of you just expend your cooldowns to let the lane do what you want it to. Really well played the CJ. And Deathless intelligently going to call his jungler up just to aid him a little bit as the wave pushes in. But again, it's not about now the kill for CJ. It's just about pushing in the wave and crashing it, because look at that. It's already double stacked. It'll be triple stacked by the time it arrives.
Oh, the smite to get the level 6, and now Snow Tiger's in a whole lot of trouble. Here comes the ultimate, but the damage is actually enough. The Primordial Burst will secure the 1-for-1. Really smart play from Wasting, but he flew just a little bit too close to the sun.
Wasting able to get in. The smite for level 6 was cool, but again, it's just Syndrome Burst, level 6. So often, junglers just don't respect how much can come through. You know, you're making the proactive play, but it's one shot in the process, so credit to Snow Tiger for trading that one back. No teleport, again, taking the Ignite in the matchup means that he will miss out some. It's ultimately just a trade of skill buttons and a trade of kills.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, good stuff from Brian, but Snow Tiger, again, getting that trade is pretty essential. We talked about how, Randolph Macon really liked to play through their mid laner. He's been target banned time and time again in all 3 games. Getting his hands back onto the Syndra, champion he's very comfortable on, securing that solo kill up about 5 CS. Looking like he's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting to get RMC back into this game.
This is an interesting path from Wasting. He's leaving his red buff up to get the bottom side faster here. I wonder if he was suspecting a potential gank from Vernie after red. Either way, nothing ends up coming through. He's just going to secure Scuttle Crab. That's what he wants. He's just going to protect his bottom side because Dragon's spawning in 2 minutes. If you can control River here, you can recall, get back down to the bottom side after full clearing by the time Dragon spawns, and you'll know if RMC has set up a contest. So, again, just intelligent pathing, even if it seems a little bit inefficient. Again, those rush hour cars, he moved the purple car in front of the exit. That way he could get the red car to move forward 1 space.
I remember there was one car that was like way bigger than the other ones, and that was always like the pain, the one that was really a big pain, and because you couldn't move it, like you couldn't like shift it around in the right ways. That seems
like
to be that seems to be Walshy's right now. As you have a significant CS lead, but let's see if they can end up collapsing onto him. The ultimate comes through, Dredgeline connects, and down goes the big red truck. Walshy's goes down, and Fred is forced to run for the hills.
And there's the gank that you need. Wasting was protecting his team from the gank, but not well enough. You just can't avoid that as a flashless Jinx. Wave was pushing over. Hey, Nautilus with okay, that's a dead Syndra in the mid. But yeah, you can't get away from Aramis without flash on Jinx. And then in the mid, you can't get away from a Vi with ultimate. So Trent's 1 for 1. Herald though is the target.
It looks like it will be rather easily picked up with Vernie down to the bottom side. Wave pushing forward for CJ as well. We'll get a little nice influx of gold into the hands of somebody on the Bryant Bulldog side. Would probably, I don't know, where would you put this, Herald Hawk? Let's posit this question. There are 3 lanes, all have 5 plates. Where does Shelly go?
I think there's a couple things you could do. Either, I think you save it and drop it top, because I think you want the gold on the Camille the most, and you've already got Shove on bot and mid because of the double stack away from Mr. Magic Sheep, and then Jinx bottom.
Oh man, Magic Sheep in a lot of trouble there as the Unleashed Power shut down into the hands of Snow Tiger, and now Wasting trying to fight this 1v2. Not going to be a good numbers advantage for him. Getting away just fine, but the kill goes over. RMC fighting back in this game.
Okay, so now it's interesting because Mr. Magic Sheep is going to have to TP back in to recontrol the wave. So now what you can do is around Dragon, you spawn the Herald either mid or bot, whichever lane your team wants to play on.
The Dragon's spawning
and then you
right
just,
now,
it gives you free prio and lets you threaten for plates. But
let's see what ends up happening because Dragon is up and already Randolph Macon are positioning around the objective. Not entirely sure. Looks like they might be going for a dive bot. Flash is up, so is the ulti onto Vernie Sanders, and Fred the Ninja is not very healthy. There he goes. James Blade picking up the final kill. Vernie is low, but so is Walshy's. Curtain call will open up, but watch the side of Wasting. Landing in that assaulted battery, not just yet, but the rocket will take down Twig. Here comes the recess. Here comes Magic Sheep with the Predator down.
Still has the ulti.
CJ does have the TP, not going to use it yet. Ultimate going to come through onto James. Flashing in is James Blade. He will buy enough space to take the kill down. Magic Sheep gets the trade back onto Snow Tiger, but it is just a good trade for RMC overall.
RMC, they're able to make it happen. Wasting goes in with the ulti, but the force shot from James puts him in the grave. CJ going to try to reestablish dominance on the top side. Only about a 7 CS lead for this Camille, but as you say, Randolph Macon, they come out ahead because they make the proactive play. The bottom lane from Bryant, they don't have their flashes. You have to commit resources to protect them or they will just die on repeat, and the target selection from Randolph Macon has just been too damn good.
Oh!
They're always going for the flashless member regardless of who is most important. They just know whichever one we can kill is the one that we want. So, beautifully done. Dragon does not go over due to the trade back. And Herald will be summoned here in mid after all. They get that wave cryo.
Still have those plates. Vernie looking for another power ball. Gonna land it in with the taunt onto Mr. Magic Sheep, and he's taking a lot of damage. No ultimate available onto the Veigar just yet. Here comes Twig, making it a 3v2, but Vernie is so low. You can't go any further after that one. Herald will get those plates. Not sure if Magic Sheep was in proximity to get the extra gold, but here comes the cage as well. Snow Tiger is down, and they will stun up the Nautilus as well. Not enough damage to take down that guy, but it is 1 kill alongside that Herald in the mid lane.
And they're going to get the Dragon as well. So Bryant Bulldogs, they come off the reset and they immediately punch back. This time, Mr. Magic Sheep barely avoids getting one shot. Snow Tiger wasn't quite able to throw down the ultimate in time. I don't believe he quite had the damage because he had no spheres stacked up, and that ends up being pivotal. So they trade back the kill, almost get Verdi Sanders as well, but now it's 2-0 in Dragons. Soul stacking is a real win condition. Twig is in the threat.
Zenith Blade misses out, so Twig will be alive at the tower. Likely will not. First turret of the game going in the hands of the Bryant Bulldogs. Mid lane cracked open. That means that the map has been opened up on the Bulldog side.
And it is this mid lane, which is so huge because this Predator Veigar then, every time he pushes out the wave, he all of a sudden has a full minute. Instead of just 30 seconds, he has a full minute where he can go to any lane that he wants with Predator and be obnoxious, including his own.
Here we go. There's the Assault and Battery. Boom!
Gone.
Goes the Primordial Burst. Bursting down Snow Tiger, sending him back into the death realm for 30 more seconds, making him think about why he let Veigar through in this draft again.
You know, I had questioned, I think it was just you, Grapes, I had questioned before we came back on stream for this game 3, why are teams prioritizing Veigar so much? Well, when you have such free gank setup like Vi, you literally just press R on the Syndra and she dies every time. I mean, it's the most uninteractive gank combo ever. And yeah, it was a mistake from Snow Tiger to be up that far, but I mean, geez, how do you outplay that?
What can you even do?
Just don't.
It's just, it's so hard. It's so hard to try to escape. That's why you pick Vi for these 100-0 lockdown combos with some of your side laners. Veigar, Magic Sheep, doing very, very well. I think it's one of the strongest performances that he's had this series so far, sitting at 4-1, having the Predator is going to be so impactful come some of these later game team fights. Try to burst down anybody here, but the action in the mid lane does not stop. Here comes the Rammus. Popping the stopwatch is Mr. Magic Sheep, does not have the flash to get away, and it will likely just be the Veigar falling unless Wasting has something to say about it. Scatter the Weak does dodge. No ultimate used from Snow Tiger because he does not have it, and now Wasting can do whatever he wants onto the back line. Rocket dodging away, but it doesn't matter too much for the Bryant Bulldogs. They get the kill back.
Oh, poor Snow Tiger. He didn't have the ultimate to finish off Mr. Magic Sheep, so he just walks free to stopwatch to buy time. Was great in Grapes. You talked about this Vi, and I want to give Wasting, again, a lot of credit. It's not quite the flashy carry performance that we saw last game, but just so consistently been at the right places.
We're going to see more of it right here.
Although I think he's, hung out his bot lane a little bit. He's paying it back now.
Does have the ulti as well. Magic Sheep coming down. Here comes the Solar Flare. Only landing the slow, but it's not going to matter too much. There comes the Assault and Battery, and the outplay button coming out from Mr. Magic Sheep. Twig, the last member standing under the turret, but won't be for long. Wasting will be able to survive under the tower as well. It is 2-0 on the successful dive for Bryant.
And I was worried a little bit for Mr. Magic Sheep walking up. That was definitely in 4 shot range right there, but doesn't matter because you can press R on Jhin and
Didn't
he
even press
goes
R. He still
dead.
has the ulti. He just like W or something too. Just
Oh my god, wait, you're right.
Just Veigar things.
I saw Vi ult, and then I saw Jhin disappear, and I just assumed
me
Veigar
too.
had to do a full combo him. But no, I guess.
yeah, I had no idea. That's really weird.
But that's just the power of a 5-2.
I like how.
Excuse me, 5-1 and 2.
I like how all this action has happened, and meanwhile, just like top lane, they're just farming back and forth, like literally like nothing. No sort of TPs to try and to help the teammates. No sort of like fancy outplays. No ultimates burned. No fancy team fights. It's literally just farming simulator up top.
It ain't much, but it's honest work. CJ is going to get all in potentially. Stun goes wide, though. That's huge.
Here comes the mini coming soon. Snow Tiger is here to try and turn this fight around. Rocket comes through, barely sweeping through the goalpost of those 2 players. And now the taunt comes through. I cast her Cursed Hawk. I cast her Cursed. The action is up top lane now. Ultimate coming out from Bernie Sanders. Wasting, still alive, and now Magic Sheep is in a little bit of trouble. Gonna get locked up by that deadly flourish. Solar Flare locking down just the Nautilus. Auto attack comes through. The W misses. Magic Sheep is still alive, and now Walshies is able to go in untouched. Gets the first reset in onto the Rammus, and the action does not stop. 1 kill, make it 2 onto the side of the Jinx, and down goes Snow Tiger as well. A shutdown onto the hands of Magic Sheep, but all too little is the effort from Randolph, making the ace secured for Bryant. They're going to get the Herald, they're going to get the push, and they are going to get themselves a 7,000 gold lead.
Farming simulator no more. Bring them all up to the top side, says Brian, and they clean up the ace. In what was, I think, a relatively close game, it is most certainly not anymore. Bryant, they were ahead before, but now they are cruising 7,500 gold is the lead. It's so hard now if you're Randolph-Macon. They tried to make early plays. They got kills on the bottom side, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, again, this is kind of the composition that RMC have provided. You can try to burst down somebody, but I mean they got Mr. Magic Sheep.
They got him, yeah.
Yeah, but it cost them their entire team. And now this third dragon is under fire. They're going to have to do something about this one. They don't want to lose soul point this early on. As she coming in with the teleport. It's going to be a 50-50, and it's secured by wasting. And now the fight's finally been unlocked. They will land the Deadly Flourish in onto Walshies, but he still has the resets and is still looking to free fire onto the back line of Randolph-Macon College. Assault and Battery in onto the Gnar. Deathless will not go down just yet, but it will certainly after the final W comes through from Mr. Magic Sheep. That's another double kill for the side of CJ. Finally arriving to a team fight. And Bryant is headed straight down mid lane to try and finish this game.
Graves, that could be it. I mean, death timer's still 20 seconds. You have a Jinx who's going to reset on these towers. Herald as well. We might have a Dancing Shelly. It's 19 minutes into game number 3.
Twig has respawned. 5 seconds on James Blade. What can RMC do? They land the stun in onto the Nautilus, and Twig is down. Now it's just James Blade in the 1v5. Look at the death timers. 5 seconds on everybody else on the Yellow Jackets. But Bryant is pushing forward. They have the Death Ball. They have the Rift Herald. Can RMC do anything about it? They get the Jinx. Here's the turnaround fight. They stun up the Leona, take him down. There goes the Vi. CJ looking to try to end the game. Picks the kill onto James Blade. But the Nexus will live to see another day, my friend. Bernie Sanders trying to stall out the rest of the team. Mr. Magic Sheep and Fred, the only two left alive. That's the outplay button taking down Bernie. And it looks like Ryan will be able to escape with about a 3 for 2, but they get almost the entirety of the Randolph-Macon base.
Oh, I'm so heartbroken that it's not a Dancing Shelly. And man, it was really funny watching Walshy auto-attack Rammus once and then just die immediately. That was really something. But either way, Bryant, they go a little too deep, but it doesn't matter. They get all the Nexus turrets. They give over a couple shutdowns, but I don't think it'll change the outcome of this game. A beautiful fight leads to them breaking the base. And after getting stomped in game number 1, they come back in game numbers 2 and 3 and stomp even harder.
Baron now on the table. Death timers have everyone's kind of respawn. Got their item power spike. Now a death cap on Mr. Magic Sheep. Got the Death's Dance on wasting. You have the now an extra Blast Whisper in the hands of Walshies as well. So these Bryant players are certainly very, very strong. And they're going to look to continue to press their advantages, whether it be at Baron or in these side lanes. We'll see what happens. Bernie going to get caught out maybe here by wasting. He does so much damage. Forget the extra armor that you can get. Here comes the ulti. There goes the zap. And Walshies with kill number 5.
And I've got to say, it is part of the reason I questioned the Rammus into the Vi, because Vi does get armor shred on her W. You know, you're talking about the way that works. And so you are able to take down some of those targets. A Jin died somewhere on the Rift.
And kill number 10. Oh!
Oh, he got
Woo! Shut down onto Twig. Not going to matter too much. I think he's dead. Yep, there he goes. Another kill actually onto Walshies. He ends up falling. Maybe going a little bit too aggressive here. We see maybe Bryant limit testing just a little bit because they know the game is so much in their control. 10,000 gold in their favor. They're looking to push down some of these side lanes, break open the rest of the base. But maybe getting a little bit too frisky with it at times.
Bryant realized it was 7 o'clock, and they were like, hey, what if we delayed the second series? Dying a little bit, but...
Sorry, Fish, you're going to have to wait your turn. I'm still here.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm inevitable.
They heard I was casting again. They're like, oh, we don't want any of that.
Fred is in trouble, potentially. I don't know. Wait, why is Leona just there by herself? Let's see, here comes the ulti.
Split
Bernie
push Leona?
picking up the kill. Yeah, split push Leona. Not very successful. We'll see if the Vi and the 1v2 can do any difference. No Tiger landing scout of the week, but really just takes no damage. And here comes CG as well. They're going to try to turn this fight into 2v3. There comes that immense amount of damage. CJ picking up the first kill onto Snow Tiger, and they heal so much after all of that is said and done. Double kill now onto CJ, and Mr. Magic Sheep has returned from the Death Chamber to finish the job. There comes the Q. Twig will go down again. James Blade and Deathless, the only remaining survivors. Might not be that for long. Here comes Walshies as well. Landing the zap. Look at how much damage that one ability does. That is a rank 5 Jinx W flashing away. Deadly Flourish connects, but here comes the hook shot. CJ coming in. They want the Nexus to go down right here, right now. No! Walking into the fountain, CJ goes. But it's not going to matter all too much. There comes the final resets. There goes the last ace, and there goes the Nexus. 23 minutes into this game. What is that, 46 kills? Right. going to eventually take this series 2-1.
2 kills per minute, I think, is a pretty damn good way to end the series. You know, may have been 3 games, but it did not feel close at all. Bryant, they managed to take it. And I think, Grapes, my biggest takeaway from that final fight, other than the fact that Bryant was insanely strong, was that after that really sick Ash arrow that we saw in game number 2 from the Ash, Bryant's AD carry like missed every Jinx Rocket and Ash arrow cross map after that, and it was really sad.
It's all right. You got the win at the end of the day. It's just
they're
like
bad,
you know those like victory flares that you like shoot into the air after you win, like kind of like out not to like
Oh yeah,
to
yeah,
win.
yeah, yeah.
Not like to do any damage, but just like the fireworks shows that you
Right.
can kind of get. That's what he was doing there, and it
I
worked.
think he was playing Firecracker Jinx, if I'm not mistaken. So
Hey, there you go. Living up to the name there, and a really good series coming out from the Bryant Bulldogs, of course. Subbing in their jungler in wasting in that game 2 and just taking RMC to town. They will fall to 7-1, and now Bryant at 6-2, looking to be in a very good spot here for the playoffs.
for sure. If you're talking about not limping into playoffs, and Bryant is certainly not going to be doing that. They take down the undefeated team, as we say. Not only are the only the second school to take 1 game, they're the first to take 2 off of Randolph-Macon. And Randolph-Macon, not your best showing, of course, but you can't feel too bad. Still going in at 7-1, still going to be seeded higher anyway. And these teams will both, I'm sure, be facing off against each other later.
Well, we'll see how that ends up going as we go down the line. That's going to do it for our first series, Hawk. It was a pleasure to cover this alongside you. We're going to take a short break. We got our next series of the day in the Emergence Yellow Division as well. Queen's Tricolor taking on Hood College. Fish is going to be taking my spot. We'll see you back in a little bit.
quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
Welcome back into the NECC here with League of Legends. Final week of the regular season. Fish joined by Hawk, who just cast that insane first game. We're still in the same division. It's the Emergence Yellow Division, Hawk. There were some potential implications based off our first game, but with Bryant winning, we lose some of the drama. It'll be Queens Tricolor taking on Hood College. Queens pretty locked in. I don't think they can go up based off that Bryant win. Maybe can go down. Hood College basically locked in that last playoff spot. Really can't go up or down either way, but these teams want to have that momentum going into the playoffs. You never want to go in the playoffs, Hawk, coming off of a loss.
Absolutely. You do not want to stumble in. It was the same story as last game. Queens University going to want to prove themselves in this game. Of course, as you mentioned, I don't think they can move above Bryant considering that Bryant win because they lost to Bryant. In fact, Bryant is the only team that Queens has lost to outside of a forfeit, and that forfeit, of course, was to the undefeated Randolph-Macon. Meanwhile, Hood College, they're one of the teams that beat Bryant, but they're just sitting at 4-4, so the record's not quite as impressive.
Hey, anytime you can beat a top team, that means you have the potential to make plays happen. Queens cannot just sit there saying, we're feeling good, we're going to move on to we're going to move on with a win. As I said, probably locked into 3 seed, as you mentioned, Hawk. I think with Bryant winning, that killed any sort of sense that Queen can go up. Hood College, the same. They're basically locked in as well, but we're getting ready to hop in to this Emergence Yellow game. Before we do, let's take a look at the roster, starting with Queens Tricolor, our team. 5-2 right now, 3rd place overall in the standings. Again, probably can't move up, and there's a player to watch in particular, Hawk, and it is Snicky. Absolutely a dominating force on that mid lane. Yasuo and Yone are his bread and butter. I would expect both to be taken away from him because I'm sure he will put on a clinic on how to play those champions if one of them gets through the ban phase.
Definitely. There's always the people that play only Yasuo and Yone, and there's a reason why. I mean, those are champions that if you get really good at them, you can play them in basically any situation and take over games. So I would imagine that would put some strain on the draft phase in particular. But looking at the other side, we do have the Hood College lineup as well. In the top lane, actually, I'm not sure if this is in order, but we got Bubbles, It's Your Uncle, Slink, Slaminate, and Rainbow Madden.
And speaking of, we're talking about the players. It's going to be that mid lane that's going to be the interesting one to watch. Hood College has a lot of players who I think can flex around, so I'll be very curious to see what they want to prioritize. And I would assume a very safe mid lane is going to be in play here because you can neutralize Yone and Yasuo. They're very all-in champions. And again, we talked about this is a Hood College roster that beat Bryant. It just beat Randolph-Macon. It was the undefeated team. So upsets are possible, Hawk, here. I think the draft has just wrapped up, so we're just waiting to see what the results are on the screen. But this Hood College is a team that that has a chance to maybe pull off a bit of a mini upset, feel good going into the playoffs. I do believe they are locked into that 6th seed, so they will be the lowest seed heading into the playoffs. Potentially a rematch against Queens Tricolor, depending how everything sorts out. So maybe there's that little bit of gamesmanship where you don't want to give away your secret strategy. Again, I don't know quite how all the tiebreakers work out. So something to keep in the back of your mind if you are Hood College or Queens Tricolor. You might have to see this team in the playoffs, and that might put a change in your plans if this goes to a game 3 and you have a really good strategy, but you don't want to blow it too early.
For sure. I definitely think that could be a possibility. You know, week 8 or week 9 is often a time where you don't want to pull out all your crazy stuff. You just want to say, hey, can we play our normal game plan and still win? And how can we refine that? So that way you're going into playoffs, you're playing your A game the way you like it to be played. And then you can save all the crazy counter picks and the dark technology for the games that really matter when your back is against the wall. But we're underway into draft here for game number 1 between Queens and Hood.
Yeah, I think the things you're looking out for right here, if you're a Hood College fan or you watch Queens Tricolor play, it's that Yasuo, it's that Yone. Yasuo does get taken away. I think Yone probably, Hawk, overall, a little bit of the stronger champion of the two. He has a lot more mobility in his kit. The ability to go back with the E just makes him a lot less oppressive like Yasuo, but he has so much more mobility. I'm going to be very shocked if Hood College lets that go through. That, to me, is ultimate confidence if you get a strong Yone player get his Yone, and right now this is the band that's really the tell-all here if they take it away.
Absolutely. And you would think they'd have to take it away, and if not, I want to see if Snicky is going to first pick the Yone as it's not taken away. Are you just going to say, hey, you didn't beta my champion, and I will play it against you no matter what the matchup is? Now, of course, I imagine, yeah, this was pro-drafted, so it is actually the Yone that was first picked. However, we do see the Tom Kench and the Ornn locked in for both the top laners. So we got some big beefy boys on the top side. Tom Kench, not really been super meta in the top lane since the nerfs. It is still pretty hard to dislodge up there on the top side, and it's sort of a safe bridge pick for a lot of teams. However, it won't quite have the same utility as this Ornn moving forward.
I like the Tom Kench of the fact that your strategy, I think, for Queen's Tricolor could be, let's just have Snicky take over this game. If there's a champion that can help you out, the Tom Kench can follow the Yonin. You have that Devour, depending on what AD carry they're going to end up locking in. Maybe you're just basically trying to surround Snicky with as many things as possible. I'm with you there. They did actually pick the Tom Kench before the Ornn. The Ornn was the R5 pick for Hood College, so maybe just a comfort pick as well there for Jiffy Jake in the top lane. Just something like, hey, play a tank. Maybe he despises Ornn, so he's like, look, I'll lock in Tom Kench. Because you're very rarely going to lose lane as Tom Kench, Hawk. You're right, we haven't seen him too much, but it's really hard to just continuously feed in the top lane, especially against an Ornn. I assume these two guys are just going to farm damage done against each other and probably never even get close to dying for the first 10-15 minutes of the game.
Definitely, and if you're looking for a top laner that isn't going to be a free stat stick for Trundle to steal later on, then Tom Kench is also a good one. You're not usually getting quite as tanky as something like that Ornn or like a Scion up there on the top side, and synergizes really well with this composition too. You know, we've got the Lee Sin, Yone, and Vayne here, so lots of short range champions, lots of short range DPS. So if you're able to find that Devour, it could definitely provide a lot of utility moving forward. But I do want to mention, you know, we've been talking all about this Yone for Snicky. It's the comfort pick has come through. The gauntlet has been thrown in the mid lane, but Rainbow Madness, I almost wonder if this is a little bit of a limit test. Hey, can I play my Lissandra into this, make it a non-interactive lane, shut down the Yone, and actually create a pressure point for my team? My one concern is that it puts a lot of your damage potential on this Jinx. However, you know, if Jinx gets going and you have the Lissandra utility later on, Ornn and Trundle backing her up as well, this is a scary front-to-back teamfight composition for Hood.
That's what it feels like. I would agree with you, Hawk, in terms of the limit testing. And again, a chance that you might see this team in playoffs. Having to give up 2 of your first 3 bans, Yasuo and Yone, does not feel great, especially when you have to take things off the Zeri off the board. They also banned Thresh instead. Maybe that's the one where you could argue you take Yone away. So this feels like a, hey, can you stand up to Snicky's Yone on the Lissandra? And I think it has a lot of tools to do that. Once you hit 6, you're going to have a lot harder time dying. You can't be died with the turret as often with the Lissandra ult. So I do like that, but as you said, a lot of pressure on the Jinx. So the bot lane for Queens, we were talking about off-meta with Top Kench, Vayne, Rel. Not something we've seen a whole lot of. It's been a lot of Jinx, a lot of Zeri. I know Aphelios is in there as well. Caitlyn's seen some pick at the higher levels. So interesting to see that they're giving up a ton of range in that bot lane and going to Leona. Vayne is going to have to be so safe. If you get level 2 on that Hood College bot lane first, there's a chance for guaranteed first blood. And I'm not saying it's the best way to shut down a Yone, but denying that 100 gold first blood and giving it to your Jinx is a great way to start the game if you're Hood College, because eventually Jinx will potentially have the damage to burn down Yone before Sneaky can get in range.
For sure. And it is interesting to me that this Vayne and Rel were picked into the Jinx Leona. It was R1-2 Jinx Leona from Hood College. So they knew the matchup. They could pick anything they wanted. Then they go Rel Vayne. I feel like Jinx kind of just counters this lane. If you're going to go for like a level 1 cheese, flash in with the dismounted W. Like you get the remount, find the flip. You could potentially get a lot of damage down or even a kill. So maybe that's the angle that they're going for. But I feel like Jinx just has the ability to stop a lot of what this bot lane wants to do. And with champions like Nautilus being up, I definitely think this is a suspect Rel pick. I'm not sold on it at all. But maybe they're saying we need some more AoE CC, considering that you have Lee Sin, Yone, Tahm Kench, and Vayne, who are all very single target focused.
The other thing that's interesting is Bubbles, the support player for Hood College, plays a lot of Rel. It's actually their second most played champion, so they might have a very good understanding. So that, again, raises the question of, you knew it was Leona already locked in. What did you go with the Rel Vayne? I'm very curious to see here as well. In the jungle matchup, I want to see maybe a bit more support around the map. I think Snicky is not going to need many ganks. Lee Sin might kind of just do a drive-by, see if he can pop a flash from Leona, see if he can scare her out. But I want to see the jungler for Queen's Tricolor support the rest of the map. Probably not top lane, though you can be a little bit annoying towards that Ornn, but try and get your bot lane ahead. If Vayne can get ahead of that Jinx, I think the comp for Queen's Tricolor comes together a lot more, because if Jinx is way ahead of Vayne, Vayne's just going to get poked down in fights, not going to be able to get in range. So I want to see that Lee Sin help out the bot side for Queen's Tricolor. Leave your carry lane alone. He should be able to dominate that matchup in the mid lane. And I think it's also sort of limit testing. Can Sneaky do it by himself and not need help? That activates your jungler to do so many other things across the map.
I would be impressed if Snicky managed to dominate the lane 1v1 against Lissandra as Yone. You know, I definitely know he plays this champion, but it is still a favorable lane matchup for Lissandra. So I'd actually expect some attention to be paid mid by this Lee Sin. But what I will say is that it's definitely the bottom side as a whole will be the name of the game. You do not ever need to go top side against this Tahm Kench Ornn matchup. No. Top lane, like, does not matter in the early game. They are going to scale up and be annoying. Tahm Kench will win the matchup. Ornn will be a big late game tank. That's how that's going to go. There's no sense in trying to change. You go to the bottom side, you fight for early dragons, and I'm just looking at the early skirmishes. I think more than anything, it's not about killing the Lissandra. It's about unlocking this Yone to find roams, because otherwise, Yone is going to get perma-pushed under tower, and that makes it so much more difficult to contest neutrals, contest river vision. If you lose river vision as a Lee Sin, you can take so many fewer fights, which feels pretty bad when you're playing the Blind Monk.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the Trundle, the fact that Tahm Kench kind of negates a lot of what Trundle wants to do, and you look, it's only that Rel that Trundle's going to be able to target down. I will say the one thing you pointed out as well, Ornn going to help out his team in the late game as well once you just get those Ornn items unlocked as well, so that's something else that I think Queen's Tricolor has to take advantage. This really feels like a very interesting matchup. I think, again, all eyes on Sneaky, but it sounds like we're about ready to hop into game number 1. Queen's Tricolor here taking on Hood College. Both these teams in the playoffs, both of them pretty locked in. Maybe if some crazy stuff happens elsewhere, Queen's Tricolor potentially could drop down. Maybe Hood College could move up, but both these teams are locked in the playoffs, Hawk. They're playing for pride. They're playing to potentially show the other team they're better than them, because this could be a playoff matchup here in a couple of weeks. So we'll hop into game 1, and it looks like so far everybody just going to play nice and cautious here. They don't want to do anything too crazy.
Bragging rights on the line indeed. Seems like Queen's Tricolor trying to scout out maybe a potential invade. Would not have expected to see one come through from a Leona. Not exactly the best invading level 1 support, but I do think the level 1 is very important. In particular, where is Derek going to start? And then where what's going to happen level 1 in the bottom lane? Who's going to get prio? Because if Bubbles and Slammin can get level 2 first, I think this lane gets really hard for the Vayne and the Rel. But if you're able to find an aggressive early fight with this Rel, I'm looking at the remount flash level 1. Trade some summoners could be dangerous.
I would totally expect Queen's Tricolor has to play around this level 2, as you mentioned. If Bubbles, in particular, can hit level 2, you get that Zeta, Blade Shield, Daybreak combo onto the Vayne, not bringing Cleanse on the Vayne, a very interesting choice, especially going into a Leona, into a Lissandra. Very interesting that they want to bring the heal for that extra mobility and that extra safety if they do get dived on. We do get the jungler starting on opposite sides of the map, and I think hugely favors Derek if bad, because It's Your Uncle's going to end up top side with his red buff, and as we pointed out, Hawk, you shouldn't be near that top lane if you're a jungler, because no one is going to go down. So I like the fact that Derek is going to be by this bot lane, potentially if they get dove early on to make a regain here, maybe get some summoners back on the board. But we will have to see here as the early game transpires without too much action so far early on.
I think it's really interesting. Burning Dimson has not dismounted bot lane, so it's not going to be an early level 1 cheese. It's just going to be going farm for farm here between the Jinx and the Vayne. It does seem to be going fine so far, but I feel like there was room for level 1 aggression. But, you know, again, looking at this mid lane, Snicky has the Ignite. So, clearly a lot of confidence on this Yone. Not only is Snicky feeling like he can trade in this lane, but he feels like he can get a kill in the one-on-one, which is definitely bold. I mean, Lissandra is a champion that specializes at neutralizing so many of these aggressive matchups, so you've got to find value out of this Ignite, and just to speak to that cleanse as well, or excuse me, the lack thereof, I do think that is just straight up a mistake. I feel like you have to have the cleanse here if you're the Vayne, but we'll see if Giablaka is able to avoid some of that CC that's meant to come through.
The Ignite feels like the call-out to the call-out, right? Like, oh, we're going to leave your Yone up because we think we can handle it. It's like, okay, if you think you're going to leave my Yone up, I'm just going to bring Ignite, and I'm going to attempt to dumpster all over you. It feels like kind of calling out Rainbow Madness on that challenge. Early damage came out. I thought it was a great job. We did get the peek down bot lane. Giablaka and Burning Dimsum pushed them all the way back to that turret, so by the time Bubbles hit level 2, there was no chance for the engage. They were already 2. They have a half a level advantage so in this bot side for Queen's Tricolor, and this is exactly what you want to do against the Leona. She has to go in. Leona is a champion that has to engage, and when Leona's behind, loses all of her value up.
And Derek is Bad's going to be on the bottom side here for the bounce of the wave as well, with It's Your Uncle on top. So junglers in a mismatch clear, it does mean priority on the bot side entirely belongs to Queen's Tricolor. Let's see if they try to play for the bounce, and yes, they will. Giablaka not hitting the wave, I think, is paramount. They want these minions just maybe slowly start pushing back. They do know there's a ward. They pinged the vision is here ping, and they will back away. So nothing is going to come down. It's Your Uncle just going to poke his head in, but no camps available. Does mean both junglers just going to retreat back into their bottom side.
Junglers. Nothing too crazy. Derek is bad. Did have Smite for the River Scuttle, so he wasn't able to break that shield on the Lee Sin, so it took him a little bit longer. Now he's actually going to rotate over towards his red buff. So he delayed his red buff, wanted to make sure he got that River Scuttle. Now he can potentially look to maybe go through down a lane gank for the side of Queen's Tricolor. You've got Dragon here in 30 seconds, so want to make sure that pressure is there. But around the map, you look, everything's pretty even. CS scores really not too much different. A little bit ahead for Slink if he does get the knock-up onto Jiffy Jake. This Tom Kent should stay alive, taking a bit of damage, but nothing too much to worry about for a Tom Kent. He'll be nice and healthy. Has the teleport if anything goes too crazy wrong. When you see It's Your Uncle hanging around Rainbow Madness, Snicky has to be careful. Unfortunately, Trundle gonna get that Trundle pillar up in time. Snicky still has the flash. He's gonna turn around on Rainbow Madness. Dash in. Now dashes out, has the flash, to flash it on top of Rainbow Madness. There's the Ignite you were talking about, Hawk, but it's not gonna be enough. All the minions don't help out. Rainbow Madness barely survives.
Wow, Snicky with the flash in. I admire that confidence, but he's not able to find it, and coming up empty early on is pivotal. With the time it takes to go for that gank, it does mean that it will be Dragon traded back, so it's not the end of the world for Queen's Tricolor. And both these junglers taking so long on their first full clears, 5.5 minutes before the first reset comes through from this Lee Sin. The Trundle's still out on the map, and I have to say, this low tempo coming through from Derek is not really what you want to see on the Lee. Getting outganked by a Trundle is kind of less than ideal in this matchup a lot of the time. So something to keep our eyes on as the game progresses. But at the end of the day, I'm taking that first blood in the mid lane any day of the week.
And that first blood's so telling because we know exactly how Snicky is probably going to approach the rest of the game. It was never find a way to retreat. I mean, the pillar was on cooldown. There was really no way else for them to get in range. He just flashed over that wall unless Rainbow Madness wanted to go chasing, and then it's more of a 1v1 between you and Snicky. The fact Snicky flashed back in, I think, is very telling of what he's going to want to do the rest of the game. He still does manage to level up before Rainbow Madness. Do that reset Rainbow Madness had to take Snicky is 13 CS ahead, 13 CS ahead of him. So that first blood, not as impactful. The kill did end up going to It's Your Uncle as well. So I think Snicky still going to have a bit of an advantage in that lane. And Rainbow Madness has to be very careful because Just because you have a 1v2 does not mean you're safe. Snicky is clearly going to try and turn this around on you any chance he gets.
It's definitely not doomed in the lane at all for Snicky. In fact, as you say, he's marginally ahead due to the Lissandra only getting an assist and missing a lot of farm on the reset. So, yeah, not the end of the world whatsoever, but that injection of 600 gold definitely feels good. I think what it'll really come down to is, again, river priority. Is Hood College going to be able to use now this flashless and vulnerable Viego against a level 6 Lissandra to get priority over the river and then transition that into favorable plays moving forward? Or is Queen's Tricolor just going to start stacking dragons, no more kills are going to come through, and you don't really get anything? I think that's the question we really have to answer, because theoretically, the first blood, it feels good, but you need to generate control out of that.
I want to see Derek is bad roam mid below that frozen tomb before Ignite comes off for Snicky, which it's going to come off before that happens. But force that Leandra's defensive to be blown, and then you can allow Snicky to get in. We do see an engage here, Jiffy Jake and Slink slamming back and forth. Meanwhile, Rainbow Madness did rotate down bot side. You see the question mark ping come out. They do know he's there for Queen's Tricolor as this Tom Kench finally starts to get ahead in this matchup. I want to say with that ping, I have to assume they know Rainbow Madness is there. Slamming is also out of mana, which means there's limited rockets that can come out from this Jinx. So I think this gank is basically just going to be more wasted time. And for all that First Blood did, Rainbow Madness just keeps getting further and further behind. Slink is going to flash call. The Forge God will be called in. It is not going to matter. The Ornhorn can't even be re-engaged as Derek is bad finally gets a kill on the top side of the map.
What do you do when the opposing team's committing resources at the bottom side? You punch on the top. Derek is bad, manages to find the kill. And although it's only a kill onto a Lee Sin and against an Ornn, it is still gold coming through. And considering that Hood College wasn't really able to get too much off of their play, you've just won now on this reset. You get to go back as the Lee Sin, maybe even take a Herald on the backside, which would be a tremendous advantage, and bring your gold elsewhere, because that's what it's about. You get gold on this Lee Sin, and then it's about how you spread it to the rest of your team.
Hood College saw Lee Sin in the top lane. They saw Jiffy Jake walk down toward the Herald pit from the tower. Didn't even try and contest. You have the Lissandra who has everything online with the flash coming up soon. Snicky still does not have that flash. The lack of challenge there from Hood College, a bit concerning. And that First Blood has basically been neutralized. Again, the kill went over to It's Your Uncle, so it's just an assist for Rainbow Madness in the mid lane, and it was almost a 20 CS difference. It finally closes here a little bit because Snicky ended up having to back. But I expect here, if your Derek is bad, and based off how this game is looking, I expect a total mid-Herald jam right here. Try and get your Yone extra plates. There is no player that it's better to have gold on this team right now, and it's easier to just throw Herald down mid because I think Snicky can win a 1v1 than this Yone. So I want to see Derek is bad. Look there, drop the Herald, get this Yone some plates, and continue this Yone's complete snowball of this game. Tied with Vayne right now for the most CS in the game, though Vayne is about to walk right into a death rush. You see It's Your Uncle's hanging around that bot side, but they don't want to commit yet, Hawk.
No, they don't. They know they can't with the flash and heal still being available unless he face checks a bush.
Oh, Burning Dim, somebody is going to face check that quick. Solar Flare onto the other target. Perfect play by Bubbles. Exhaust going to go out, but a nice condemn into the wall. Here comes Yone. Is he going to make it in time? The answer is yes. Derek is bad as here as well, but it might not even matter. Super Mega Death Rocket won't find anything. Vayne picks up the first kill. Here is Yone, flash forced out by Slam8. Yone will follow through a double kill for Vayne in the bot lane, and that goes horribly wrong for Hood College.
Horribly wrong is right. I mean, Burning Sun Dim, credit where credit's due. A beautiful Rel ultimate. The Magnet Storm in the middle denies all of the damage onto the flashless Chiyoblaka. Kill will be going down on the top side, so they're able to get one back. But, I mean, what an incredible Magnet Storm. It denied everything in the time that Chiyoblaka was CC'd. He's able to kite it out, trade back the kill on the Leona, and then they're chasing it down. The Herald on the bottom side as well to take plates. You're getting gold onto both of your carries. You're gonna get the dragon most likely as well, although you do have to be careful about that one. And Hood College, you just overextended. They had total control of the bottom river. That was still the one thing that came out of the First Blood that was still intact. Your prio in mid and your prio in bot meant that you had all of the wards in the river. You just need to do the dragon. You extended past your area of control into the bottom lane. That's somewhere where Queen's Tricolor, can see you, they can contest you, they can fight you, and they can beat you, and that's exactly what happened.
And Queen's Tricolor, or Hood College, did everything right, Hawk, too. You saw they didn't get distracted by burning dim sum. They didn't solar flare the rel. It was a fantastic solar flare by Bubbles onto the Vayne. The problem is no one was in range.
Just a better Magna Storm.
Yeah, that is completely fair. And Chewbacca, as you said, played it perfectly. And so it's a great play there. As you said, both your carries gets a ton of plates. I think a total of 4 plates go down on that bot side of the map. And both Yone and Vayne were there for all of them. This is worst case scenario if you're Hood College. The Yone's getting ahead even though he's not getting kills. And the Vayne is getting super far ahead of your Jinx, who is really your only answer to that Yone. As you pointed out in the draft, Jiffy Jake did finally go down, but this is way too much support for an Ornn versus a Tom Kench. This Ornn will not carry late game against Vayne Yone.
And the worst part about that play is that Chewbacca is the one that got both the kills. So, not only do you give over 2 kills on the bottom side where you should have had control, but they both went to the Vayne. And great interrupt on the top side. Jiffy Jake is in trouble.
Jiffy Jake gonna have to try and walk away once again. We'll get that gray shield. It will immediately be broken. He will flash. First turret is gonna go down. A great dragon rage into Slam and 8. You are dead. It's another kill for Vayne. Bubbles should be able to walk away from this Lee Sin, but re-engages with the Zenith Blade. Not the decision you wanted to make. Lysandra with the Frozen Tomb won't be towered though, but that is now a 4-0 Vayne at 12 minutes.
Bubbles deciding she does not want to live anymore on the bottom side. Zenith Blades in, but a beautiful kick from Derek. Why zone them when you can get the kills as well? Now Rainbow Man is pathing into 3. Let's make it 5 for the Vayne.
Dude, they were there. What? You gonna take the Gromp? Is the 90 gold worth another kill to the Vayne? I'm not sure. Snicky's also gonna get 2 plates, maybe even a 3rd solo plate in the mid potentially here in the next 40 seconds. There it is, bad. Looking to jump onto Slam and 8, of course. Does not have the Dragon Rage, but Jinx should know that as they just suffered that fate. That should be another plate here for Snicky in the next 30 seconds, unless Bubbles and Slam and 8 can hold that down. That was a huge play on the bot side, not only for the triple kill for Vayne, but that's 320, basically a kill for Snicky in the mid lane off of turret plays.
And again, while it was an amazing play from Queen's Tricolor on the bottom side, they get the plates, they get the tower, they get the kills. I think it's a huge mistake from It's Your Uncle to be topside here. We talked about how little this top lane matters, and yeah, you can get a kill. Actually, they didn't. They didn't even get a kill, so never mind. But you've got a potential to get a kill on the top side, right? Flashless Tom Kench, you had a nice interrupt with the pillar, cool. But you have to defend this bottom side. That is where the play is, and it just makes it so easy for this Lee Sin to walk in. You're going mismatched against a Lee Sin when your Jinx has no flash. That is like the dinner bell for any Lee Sin player ever. Credit to Derek for taking advantage, but you have got to pass better if you are It's Your Uncle.
And now, because Queen's Tricolor has been stacking dragons so early on, they're going to have an Infernal Dragon up here in 90 seconds. And I really don't know how Hood College can test this outside of maybe getting a lucky pick onto Derek, or maybe Snicky getting too far forward and too aggressive. But this should be sole point here at about 16 minutes for Queen's Tricolor when it's an Infernal Dragon, and your Vayne's 5-0. Hood College could not have found a worse script to this game number 1 right now. This is going to be a 3-second Rift Herald. I don't even think there's a chance for a contest here from It's Your Uncle. Slink is going to rotate down. Does have to call the Forge God. He is going to call it in there, but get disrupted with a fantastic Magna Storm teleport coming in for Rainbow Madness. It's not even going to matter. We'll flash forward. Great triple knock up there, but there is the CC from Snicky. It's a double kill for Jiffy Jake. You can pick at that one a little bit, but it's not going to matter. Another kill for the Vayne. It's Rift Herald as well. Potentially looking for a couple more. Slink does go over the wall. A disaster sort of desperation play for Hood College there at the 15.5-minute mark.
Hood College, it feels like they go for the go next engage already. I mean, and this is sort of the problem with their composition, I think, coming in is your team is all utility, no damage. Who on this comp is supposed to kill people? Your 0-3 Jinx is just that. 0-3, no Mythic online. You're never going to have the damage follow-up there. So although there were some nice CCs coming through, you got a 3-man Brute from the Lysandra, followed up by a 3-man knockup from the Ornn on the Searing Charge. There was no damage whatsoever to come through, and Queen's Tricolor was never at risk of losing that fight.
Now you're going to get a 24-minute Infernal Soul for Queen's Tricolor for this 6-0 Vayne. I mean, Snicky doesn't even have a 21-minute Infernal Soul. Snicky doesn't even have a Mythic yet, and he's still absolutely popping off. The Fate Seals from the back line absolutely rips Slam and 8 apart. As you point out, I'm looking across this team, and for Hood College, I say, who's going to win you this game? Because no one has any damage yet.
That is the question, because it feels like you're not going to have that damage. Not until your Jinx gets 3 items, but Slam and 8 is so far away. If we could, observers, please toggle the gold. I want to see the absolute disparity between Chiblaka and Slam and 8. It's 3,200 gold. That is absurd. How far ahead this Vayne is, and not only that, look at how far behind the Jinx is. She has the least gold in the game outside of her own support. Even Burning Dimsun has about the same amount of gold.
You see, the only person with gold on the Hood College team is Slink. A great devoured there by Jiffy Jake, basically canceling out that Call of the Forge God. Here comes It's Your Uncle rotating up. We've seen this story before, Hawk. We'll see if they're able to get up the kill. They don't know, however, that Snicky is there, looking to pick one up. Fate sealed onto the Ord. That is a dead top laner. It's Your Uncle forced the flash away, gonna get knocked up in the air. Magnus are gonna pop as well. Solar Flare will mean nothing. Even Jiffy Jake joining in on the killing spree. 3-1 and 3 on the Tom Kench. Top tower is going to fall, and Hood College once again just gets caught throwing too many resources top side of the map.
At this point, you can't really do anything. You're down 8,000 gold at 18 minutes. It is nearly insurmountable. Another tower will drop. Chiblaka probably wins the 1-on-2 at this point in the game. He's got Ginsu's and Shield Bow at 18 minutes. Vayne's at her items at 18 minutes. I mean, that is just horrifying if you are Hood College. And at this point, I think you're thinking about game number 2. And biggest thing is, you were able to get bottom side river control, but you weren't able to play around it. They found nothing out of the priority that they got with that first blood. And it was exactly that scenario that I talked about. It was either Hood College would be able to convert objectives in bad fights for Queens on the bottom side and make that first blood worth it, or Queens Tricolor, they would just keep stacking dragons and playing their game. Turns out it was the latter. Kick flash.
Slam and 8 is dead here. Who will get the kill is basically the only question now. The Ignite not going to be enough. Chiblaka, Derek is bad. We'll go chasing the tumble auto attack. We'll get the Vayne in range for a 7-0. Now, there is only 2 mythics on the board for Hood College at 19 minutes. That has how just stomped into the turf they have been. And in 2 minutes, it's about to get a whole lot worse if they survive that long, as the mid inhibitor turn is already under siege. Over the wall, plus the Magnus Storm there from Burning Dim Sum. Can Chiblaka get into the fight? Does get dived on. This is a scary moment here. The Shubo will proc. It's Your Uncle chasing down the Vayne. Tumble away, does go down the heel. Saves their life on the other side of the fight, though. It's 2 kills picked up for Queen's Tricolor. Hood College, though, is going to get a nice knock up there. Derek is bad, is over the wall, has to be careful. Slinky is going to jump in there. Can he find a way onto Slam and 8? Chiblaka's back in the fight as well. The Jinx is excited. Barely misses the long-range rocket. The Vayne picks up 1 more. Can Chiblaka stay alive? That's a huge shutdown. Can Slam and 8 find 1 more on to Burning Dim Sum, potentially? Get excited and start kiting. Unfortunately, the answer will be no, but that's the best fight we've seen from Hood College so far.
The best fight from Hood College is in their own base at a mere 20 minutes in the game. But that's just how it goes when you're 10,000 gold down. Slam and 8 does pick up 2. Both shutdowns, one of them being the massive shutdown that was on Chiblaka. So, it's something. You've got a mythic on your Jinx now. Hallelujah. 20 minutes in, we've got it. We've got the item. You're still a 1-item Jinx, though. It's still probably not going to be enough because Chiblaka is well on his way to 3. And despite Queen's Tricolor diving maybe a little too deep, they've got an Infernal Soul to pick up in 40 seconds. I think they are going to be just fine in game number 1.
This is probably the beginning of the end for Hood College. It helps that Slam and A got that kill. At least going to have a mythic item for this Infernal fight, but as you said, a one item Jinx in 21 minutes isn't all that scary. Rainbow Madness does have the teleport, so they will be able to join this fight because, again, with the objective bounties up, maybe you get a good smite steal here from It's Your Uncle. Things can happen that can get you back in this game, but it has to be a well-executed fight. I will say, they did a great job tunneling down Chewbacca, barely survived the Trundle running at them, had to pop that heal that we were so critical of to keep themselves alive, and now they zone out of college, and they're going to start on the Infernal Dragon here, looking to pick up Soul.
Worth noting that there's no inhibitor tower choke point to funnel Vayne into anymore. We'll see the fight though.
Flare does this. Dragon going to be picked up there by the Lee Sin. Leona will be the first one to fall as Bubbles will go down. It's Your Uncle. Tried to zone off the team, but the second time did not work out as well. One person left alive. It is Rainbow Madness. I don't think it's going to matter if they stay alive or not. They'll try and get to the blast cone, but they'll get condemned into the wall. It's a quad kill for Chewbacca, and that is probably game here in game number 1, Hawk. Queen's Tricolor holding serve as the 3 seed in the Emergence Yellow Division, and they're going to pick up a game number 1 here win as soon as the minion wave gets in range.
Well, Fish, I was critical of the Vayne Rel, and I have eaten my words. A combined 13, 1, and 20 for the bot lane of Queen's Tricolor. What an insanely dominant performance from that duo. The Nexus will almost certainly fall in due time. I don't think the respawns will matter. And I think the only question after this game is who the hell stole Chewbacca's Penta, because that was a stop.
Absolutely destruction here. You can even pad the KDs a little bit here in the final week of the regular season. Make yourself look nice and strong heading into playoffs. And Double barely hanging on. The Nexus does finally go down once all the shenanigans come to an end. One extra kill added on both sides as Jiffy Jake hopped up on top of that fountain. But a win for Queen's Tricolor nonetheless. And again, probably the biggest question, as you pointed out, Hawk, who ended up stealing Chewbacca's pentakill? It was in the middle of the fight, so they didn't know it was going to be a pentakill. That could be the defense. But now you
Doesn't matter. It's still reported.
Now you go forward in the next game, and I mean, Yon wasn't a problem. He was a problem, but he wasn't as big a problem as I personally thought he was going to be. But what happens if you ban Vayne? I mean, there's a lot of questions for the side of Hood College that aren't easily answered in the draft.
Yeah, Yon, I still think was a problem, as you said. Definitely not the problem. The problem was the fact that you had a Lee Sin and a Vayne that were able to get going on the bottom side of the map.
Yep.
That was the biggest problem. I look at the play where Vayne got a double kill. It was Hood extending past their river line of control. Vayne picks up a double kill. That was the play where things really started going south, but the Yon was definitely still a problem, though, because, you know, we talked about how Lissandra's a champion that can generally neutralize those kind of lanes. Well, but Lissandra didn't really get anything done, and she was down 20 CS up against the Yone in a matchup that she theoretically should win. So I still think that was not the answer. They clearly did not really have the tools in the kit to deal with the Yone, at least not this game. So we'll see about next game. Or maybe it'll just join the ban list. Yeah,
there's a lot of questions. Again, you ban it, does that mean Zeri gets through? Vayne, they did what they did on Vayne. Put him on a Zeri, put him on a real AD carry, could be even scarier. We've got questions, though. We're going to have an answer coming back. Can Queen's Tricolor go 2-0, end the regular season strong with the winner? Can Hood College battle their way back? Both teams are in the playoffs, but they want to end strong. We'll see game 2 here right on the NECC right after this.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome back into the NECC. It's been an emerging yellow day so far. We had the top two teams of the group facing off with the Brown and Black Bulldogs picking up a win. Now we've got the third team, the Queens Tricolor, taking on the sixth place team, Hood College. Both these teams in the playoffs, looking for that last win to feel better about themselves. Fish and Hawk here calling all the action. And Hawk, it was a dominant win for Queens Tricolor in game one on the back of their Vayne and their Yone to a lesser extent. I think all the questions really heading into this game number two are how Hood College are going to handle those two players in particular. Will the Yone get banned? Do you even consider potentially a Vayne ban? But again, she's not even a top tier AD carry. You ban her, you potentially put you block on something even better. So it's a very difficult decision for Hood College going into game two.
See, that was the kind of game that was so one-sided that, like, the problem can never be traced to draft solely. You can't say, hey, that was a draft game, because you just lost in like 23 minutes. Like, there was something that went wrong, and whether or not it's a fundamental problem with your team or just a mistake that you made, that is what you really need to figure out. And I think the mistake was just Hood College completely neglected to play where they had control. They never did it once, and I think that is a little hard to fix over the course of one game or one time between games. However, it is an easily identifiable problem and at least a starting point. So I do want to see if they can sort of clean that up going into this game. What I will say is, if we're talking about draft, you got to ban the Yone. It was too much of a problem. You tried playing the Lissandra matchup. You tried playing the non-interactive lane. It didn't work. Yone still beat you in lane. What are you going to do? Go back to the Lissandra and still go down 20 CS? I don't think that'll happen. I think that was a prepared counter pick. It didn't work. Now it's time to ban the champion.
Yeah, and again, you look at Sneaky as a player. It's a ton of Yasuo and solo queue. It's a ton of Yone, and then it's just nothing. I mean, it's Victor at like a 27% win rate. I think there's also questions of, if you take Sneaky off of those two champions who have very similar kits, what can he do? And I think that'll be the one thing I want to watch out for. And as you're pointing out, I think the biggest fundamental issue for me, and there were a lot of them for Hood College, you have to have a lot of them to lose in 22 minutes, are It's Your Uncle ganked the most for an Ornn versus a Tom Kench. Nowhere else on the map but for an Ornn as we hop into the game 2 draft. Just like game number 1, pro draft is finished, so they will be drafted in pro draft or in top to bottom order. We'll fill you in on the relevant picks as such, but the Vayne ban is not a good sign for me, Hawk, that Hood College learned their lesson.
I do want to give It's Your Uncle a little credit. He was bot side for a lot, and like I said, didn't really play in control. Did try the bot side thing, didn't work, and once bot side started turbo losing, that's when he went top. Still, I think it was a mistake, but either way, what I do want to get into with some of this draft theory a little bit is, you know, you might not think that Yone is good if you're Hood College, and maybe that's why you haven't banned it. But if you're against a guy like Snicky, who is a 2-trick, he plays Yone and Yasuo, some of the assumption that you might want to make is this guy might just suck at any other champion, you know? Like, he might not be that good at anything else. So you just put him on something else, even if it's a better champion, quote unquote. Maybe Snicky performs a lot worse on that. Maybe not, and so, you know, it's moot. But that is sort of part of the draft theory that goes into playing against 1 and 2 tricks. And now you have picked Orianna into Yone. You blind pick Blue 1, spoiler alert, a Caitlyn, a non-contested pick in this series, something that probably you could have gotten on Blue 2. You know that Queens is going to take the Yone R1 because, of course, they took a Blue 1 last game. Why not pick your mid laner Blue 1 so you don't have to show too much of your draft? And also, why would you then counterpick the Yone with Orianna, a losing lane for the Orianna? I am perplexed by Hood College's first half of their draft.
And the interesting thing to me, Hawk, is you mentioned the draft theory, and they ended up applying that draft theory to Chewbacca in the bot lane. Vayne is not a very strong champion right now. There are a ton of champions that outpace him. Honestly, the fact that Jinx got through this draft and didn't get picked, I think is very, very interesting. But they decided to say, well, that Vayne was really strong. We'll ban it on Vayne. We'll let them play anything else. They end up going with the Lucian. Why not do the same thing with Snicky in the mid lane? I'll never understand. I do like some of the picks for the side of Hood College. They did swap over to that blue side. I think the Malphite will give them a little bit more contention, because I thought something that Jiffy Jake did very well that we couldn't even talk about because Chewbacca and Snicky were killing everyone, is he devoured almost every single call of the Forge God. There never was a return of the Ornhorn for that knockup. Malphite, you just go in. You don't have to worry about being devoured. If you get devoured, then you can Unstoppable Force in. So there's a bit more crowd control now. You do have the Glacial Prism on the Sejuani, though I don't like really downgrading from the Trundle Sejuani. You're going to have so much less mobility. And you brought it up, Hawk, in game one. Took him over 6 minutes for It's Your Uncle to get that first jungle clear. There's some good things in this draft, but as you pointed out, the big question mark is that mid lane. That could go south in a hurry, and it could just be Snicky's turn to go 12-1, just like Chewbacca did in game number 1.
Yeah, and I do want to point to some of the positives in Hood College's draft, namely the bottom lane. Caitlyn, Seraphine on the bottom side up against this Thresh Lucian. If you're able to avoid what is a very scary level 1-2 all-in potential, this could very quickly be an insanely powerful lane for Hood College. You've got to not die early, but if you can avoid that play and avoid some of the Volibear ganks that are certain to come through from the strong early game champion, start hitting away at that tower, and really transition into late game fights, not only will you have a high DPS and high range AD carry that outranges everybody on Queen's Tricolor side, but you've got a Seraphine to keep everybody alive. Also, as you mentioned, the Malphite pick, I think this is a great Malphite angle. Full AD comp for the most part, and lots of immobility as well, or at least short range dashes that aren't really adept at getting away from the Malphite. So I do think it's a good Malphite angle. I do think it's a good Sejuani angle. I think it's a good Seraphine angle. It's just the Orianna into the Yone, I think, is really terrifying, because not only did you counterpick yourself in lane, you're up against a Volibear, and Orianna is so easy to prey on if you're Volibear. You get her flash level 4, and you go back level 6 at 8 minutes, and she dies every time. So, you know, maybe if It's Your Uncle is able to counter some of those plays or something, there are options. However, it's definitely going to be easier said than done, and the last thing I want to say as well, when it comes to early game drafting, is no one to stack Sejuani's Frost. So she will be kind of on her own in the gank unless she goes top lane. But again, I don't think that would be the best option.
Hood College does a really great job, I think, in this draft, too, of drafting on paper, right? Because the Orianna pick makes sense in the bubble of Malphite's going to hit a 3-man ult, right? Guaranteed to hit a 3-man ult. He's going to be the ball delivery system, the BDS you need. So we ult onto Snicky, then we shockwave onto Snicky, then he's low health, shield low pops. Then I don't really know what you Glacial Prism, I guess, and then you kill the Yone. It looks simple on paper, and that, I think, is where the Orianna pick probably came from, to the best of my knowledge, as you said. And I will say, there's a chance Orianna doesn't even have Flash when Volibear comes by level 4 if Snicky plays as aggressive as he did in game number 1.
That's also a great point.
But on paper, it looks great, right? Like, you have this sick Wombo combo. I don't know if it's ever actually going to happen, especially trying to pin down a Yone. It's going to be so hard to find a way to Unstoppable Force, into Shockwave, into Glacial Prism, all onto Snicky. You know, by the way, Chewbacca could just be on the other side, gunning you down on the Lucian.
And the Wombo combo potential being there does add an extra layer of threat for this Hood composition. My last fear that I do have is it was sort of the same as last game, where their composition is very high utility, but very low damage.
Yeah.
Caitlyn, Orianna, and Seraphine even can do a lot of damage later on in the game, but if they fall behind even a little bit, like, you've got nothing. Orianna, generally considered a utility mid laner, obviously can do a lot with her AoE, but not necessarily a hyper carry. Caitlyn, likewise, picked for her early game, not her late game, even though she can do a lot later on. And then Seraphine is a support. So you do sort of run into that same problem of, like, there's still a Tahm Kench, a Thresh, and a Volibear that you have to get through. And while Yone and Lucian are super short range, and you can kill them, Volibear and Tahm Kench can get going in these fights. Now, late game, it will not be an issue, but I'm talking one item. You do, I think, have a bit of a damage trough for this Hood College composition, and I could see that being where this very strong one-item comp of Queens starts to come online. But again, I'm looking at the early game, level 4 gank towards mid, level 3 gank towards the bottom lane. I'm expecting a top-to-bot clear from both junglers, just like last game, but maybe a little bit faster on the resets this time around to keep those camps cycling.
Sounds like game 2 is almost upon us. Queens Tricolor looking to move to 6-2. Can't get higher than the 3 seed, however, unfortunately, with Bryant winning in our first game of the night. But they'd love to go off the sweep into the playoffs and potentially set up a rematch against Hood College, depending on how the seeding goes, because Hood College in that 6 seed right now potentially could move up if they find a way back in this series. But that could be a long ways away from now as we hop in to game number 2. Queens Tricolor looking for the sweep. Hood College looking to force us to a game number 3. We'll see if either team wants to get aggressive early on. Based on this early composition, I think Queens Tricolor wants to move in as 5 and slam an 8. Is not going to have the vision required to get out of there on a Caitlyn very quickly. Won't have any support either. Here they come around the corner. When the flash will be blown from slam an 8, it's too late. Death sentence lands. That is first blood, and Shublaka picking it up is probably the worst thing that could happen for you as well.
That is the worst thing that can happen, because not only do you give up first blood, but you lose your flash as well. And we talked about the scary level 1, level 2 of this Lucian Threshold. Now you're coming to lane with an extra longsword with the refillable pot as well. You're not going to be able to force this Lucian out as easily, and the damage threshold is going to be even higher for this Lucian Thresh, and you can't even get away. So bad start for Hood College, and a beautiful, beautiful play from Queens Tricolor, recognizing that, hey, let's make an early play because we've got the means. Hood College, the level 1, not really much going for it.
And usually it's not the winning team or the stronger team, at least based off what we saw of game number 1, that makes those kinds of plays, Hawk, because they could go very, very wrong. So I think it's a phenomenal play by Queens Tricolor. Kind of a basic catching slam and 8 off guard, and Hood's College off guard. They did not expect that late invade. And you talked about this early, scary now level 2 for Queens Tricolor, for which you block it and burning dim sum in that bot lane. That is now even more activated thanks to the first blood, thanks to the assist. So Bubbles and Slam and 8 have to play even more scared. They did a great job, even though they were the aggressive lane last time on the Jinx Leona, not giving away early kills. This time it's going to be a much tougher ask for them to stay alive, especially that Slam and 8 does not have flash already, and we just hit the 2-minute mark of the game.
A Caitlyn not being allowed to step into the wave is so hard to play. I mean, that's what Caitlyn wants to do. She wants to contest waves the whole game with her range. But I will say, I don't think there was ever really much risk to the side of Queens 4 going for that level 1, which is, I think, why that was such a great play. Very low risk and very high reward due to the aforementioned poorness of Hood College's level 1. But junglers actually on a mismatch clear. A match clear. It's your uncle and Derek both pathing towards the top side. It seems that Queens Tricolor is just content to let their bot lane play in isolation, but I'm very surprised to see that It's Your Uncle is not going to try to intervene on that side.
Had the most success top lane. Maybe he's hoping to get this mouth fight ahead. Maybe make some scary plays happen. But I'm with you. I would have expected, especially, I guess maybe after the first blood came through and with the early game advantage, I can see why It's Your Uncle's like, look, I'm just going to go bot to top. I don't want to get involved, because that's where game 1, Hawk, really fell apart, is that about level 5-ish, level 6 bot lane gank. It was a 3v2 in favor of Hood College. Queens Tricolor ends up getting a double kill onto Blanca on the Vayne. Derek is bad is going to steal away this top river scuttle from It's Your Uncle and company. Will get spotted out though, so there will be no gank though.
It's hard because up against this Volibear, you're always going to lose on a match clear, because Volibear can always just do more than you. So I wonder if the thought process from It's Your Uncle, and he sort of had the same thought process as you, is like, well, the Volibear is going to path bot, so he's just going to get stuff bot anyway. What if I try pathing top and get something else? Because that's what mismatch clearing is about. When you're pathing opposite sides as your opposing jungler, it's about trading up, right? Whereas when you're pathing the same direction, it's about who can contest for more. And in the contest, the Volibear will always win. Stronger early game jungler. But there's 2 problems with that line of thought, I think. Is 1, if the Volibear paths bot, you can just dive the flashless Caitlyn. You 3-wave crash on the bottom side, and instead of taking a cheater recall like the Lucian did to get the call, you just dive the Cait. 2, if the Volibear paths top like this, you lose the match clear once again. You get out contested, and it just feels bad. Slink now under threat.
Slink does have the flash, should be able to get away here. He will, doesn't even have to build a flash. Meanwhile, It's Your Uncle ends up heading bot lane. There was a nice hex flash there by burning dim sum, but he did miss the death sentence onto both Slam and 8 and Bubbles. And maybe for good reason, as Derek is bad, still hanging around here. Slink gonna take a bit of damage, but the longer Derek is bad hangs around, that does allow It's Your Uncle to slowly get some of that jungle momentum back, set up around that Cloud Drake bottom side of the map if he wants to at least get some vision down for the side of Hood College. But early on, Queen's Tricolor still pushing their advantage from that level 1 kill.
And see, this is one of those moments where if you were in a mismatch clear pathing towards bot side, you could try to contest this crash from Queen's Tricolor a little bit better. If you are Hood College, you know, sneak into one of the bushes, attack before the wave gets stacked up as big as it did. But instead, it's your uncle being down here after the reset, so the wave's already too big, and then he's pathing away. So now you're gone. You're not going to be bot lane at all. So it's just part of the reason why I feel like this top side start from It's Your Uncle kind of just put you in a lose-lose situation regardless of what happens. But either way, this is the game that we are playing here and now. It is that bot to top clear from It's Your Uncle. It is a 1,000 gold advantage for Queen's Tricolor, and it is Chablaka once again with a kill.
He does hit level 6 before Rainbow Madness. Is going to have that Fate Unbound. The Fate Sealed goes off. Not quite able to land it. Your Uncle going to dash over the wall. I've seen this story before, Hawk. Will Snicky flash in once again to look for a kill is the question. He's going to flash. There's the Ignite onto It's Your Uncle. I think Snicky potentially goes down. Does end up getting the shield. And where have I seen that play before? That's right, game number 1. This time it's not for First Blood, but a very similar outcome for Snicky going down in the 1v2 despite trying to be the aggressor and pick up a kill.
Oh, that time I thought Snicky really had it because he had the lethal tempo fully stacked, and he out DPS's It's Your Uncle even at that low of HP, but It's Your Uncle wisely flashes out, and then Snicky was caught in the minions. So Rainbow Madness could sit behind it, then flash him with the Sombrero ultimate to finish the kill. It's clean. They get the first blood, and this time, critically, it's Rainbow Madness that picks up the kill. Remember, last time it was It's Your Uncle, and it sort of doomed the lane. So now, Rainbow Madness still down in farm, but getting that extra kill gold could be what you need. Now, it's a Boots tier back, so the Orianna is still pretty weak, but either way, it is better gold allocation this time around.
College bot lane has done a great job holding on ever since that death to Slaminate to start the game. We'll see if Snicky this time, because of it, as you said, the kill gives Rainbow Madness not only the gold, but the level lead as well. He was behind in levels last time. Now he does hit level 7 first. We'll keep an eye on that mid lane. Meanwhile, Derek is bad. Has roamed down. No vision. Potentially a lantern in for this volley bear. He'll end up channeling the back as Bubbles and Slaminate don't seem too interested in going in. On the wave is shoving. Up. Nice flash play as well. Slammin will flash. Death Sentence barely misses the flash gun though. From Derek is bad. Slammin forced the 90 caliber net away, but he can't make it out of Chablaka's range. Everything they can do to get away, but Slaminate will go down for a second time.
Queen's Tricolor forces so hard on the bottom side, and they're still able to find the kill because the jungler was top. They knew that It's Your Uncle wouldn't be on that side of the map, so they can go as deep as they want. The summoners don't even matter. 3 flashes blown, but you get another kill for the Lucian. You got what you came for, and not only that, but you deny the double stack wave under tower. All of a sudden, you were talking about this Hood College bot lane had done a good job of weathering the storm, and immediately the storm comes right back and takes him down.
Thankfully, though, for Hood College, they are going to be able to...
You can't even walk up.
Rift Herald, they do get Death Sentence again. Here's the slam off the top row. Slammin will go down. Chablaka didn't even get in range for that. Now Bubbles will try and run away under the turret. Probably will go down as well. Nice turret tanking there from Burning Dim Sum.
Guys.
He'll die, though. I mean, I guess... irrelevant there. You'll trade a kill onto your AD carry for a kill onto your support. I wanted to see It's Your Uncle pull the trigger on the Rift Herald. I think he finally did do that. He does pick up the Rift Herald line, so at least you get something on the top side of the map for losing your bot lane.
But bot lane is just absolutely over. Lucian just got like 4 waves that Caitlyn didn't even get XP for. Level 6 to level 5, 75 CS to 44. Absolutely doomed here on the bottom side of the map. And again, it all goes back to that bot to top jungle pathing from It's Your Uncle. There's just no support. He has to trade up on the top side, but you can't trade up into a Tom Kench. Yeah, you get the Herald, great job. But against the Volley Bear, if you're in a mismatch clear against Volley Bear, he will dive your laner any day of the week post 6. And that is exactly what happened. Beautifully done from Queen's Tricolor. And once again, bot lane is Armageddon in their favor. And you're solo summoning Herald mid for a couple of plates at 9 minutes.
Trying to maybe find Snicky here. Burning Dim Sum's going to rotate up. Yeah, nope. No sharing of the plate gold, and It's Your Uncle on the Sejuani. Not the character you want to give 320 gold to and nobody else.
I mean, I guess it makes sense because you don't have Prio anywhere else except for top, and getting gold on Malphite doesn't really matter. You know, you would love to summon Herald for this Caitlyn, but she's never going to get the bot tower because she's so far behind. She's getting perma push now. And mid, the Orianna in the losing matchup against the Yone can't push either. So I guess it makes sense you take it then. But I mean, I don't know. It's just like you just got Herald for 320 gold on your Sejuani when your bot lane died twice each. So it's a very difficult situation for for Hood. But Queens, I mean, credit to them. Their early games have looked really, really good. They've had a plan and they've stuck to it, and it's worked out for them very nicely.
Your uncle now looks
Shublaka,
like
though.
Shublaka's gonna go in. Can he find the lantern? Yes, he can. Box is going to go up. It'll slow down the Sejuani. Culling will come out. No one's blocking for your uncle. The exhaust come out. Glacial Prison will get a great stun. The dash forward. It's a kill. Why did you turn around? The lantern is down if Shublaka wants to get in range. Burning Dim Sum will pick up the kill. And Hood College forces incredibly hard on an out of position Lucian, but find nothing for it.
And it's just too little too late. It doesn't matter if you gank now. The Lucian had 3 kills and a Gale Force. You're never going to win that fight. The only shot of that winning is if you CC the Lucian before he gets to the Lantern. Because you can chain CC the Glacial Prison into the Encore, into the root from Seraphine, and try to one-shot him. That's the kill in mid that I was talking about. Finally coming through. Derek is bad goes there this time around. But, I mean, the execution from Hood College was frankly poor on the bottom side, and they pay so dearly. And credit again, Queen's Tricolor, their bot lane has not only absorbed pressure, but they have thrived under it and found kill after kill after kill 2 games in a row.
Yeah, as soon as the Encore missed from Bubbles trying to catch Shublaka out from the Lantern, you just had to turn around. You even had a great Glacial Prison to disengage. You landed a full stun on the Lucian, but didn't get anything out of it. The Dragon stack...
Walked back. He walked back and died.
I don't know. I mean, it was just... Once the Encore missed, it should have been a full disengage. But the Dragon stacking here for Queen's Tricolor, the Dragons are different. That's about the only thing that feels different from game number 1. The scoreline looks similar. 2 Dragons in 12 minutes. It'll be an Ocean Dragon in 22 minutes, or an Ocean Soul in 22 minutes potentially for Queen's Tricolor, which makes Shublaka and Sticky even harder to kill on their respective carries. And Ocean might even be worse than Infernal. They don't need more damage. They just need more survivability because they play so aggressive. And that's what Queen's Tricolor is going to get here in the next 10 minutes. Because I don't see any reason how they won't get both Dragons.
When we talked in draft about low damage, high utility composition, Ocean Soul is very good into those sorts of comps. Derek Bad has no ultimate here.
He does have the flash. He is going to get ulted. He will go down. They hand the kill over to Rainbow Madness. So a minor win in the jungle for Hood College.
Good trade back.
Picking off the aggression, but Burning Dim Sum is coming in, and Rainbow Madness potentially could have gone down had that Thresh decided to full engage with the flash. Want to try and punish the Yone there, who will dash forward, but instead they'll just disengage across the map. Rainbow Madness has got to be careful. He's not winning this lane anymore. But he just had a huge shockwave onto Yone, barely gets it below half health. Think he can simply walk over to the jungle camp and start to heal up a bit.
It's a good pick. Okay, double kill on the bottom side. We missed it, but it's going to be tower going over. It's a good pick from Hood College. Derek is bad, goes in when his support's on a reset, just a little too deep, and gets taken down. So you got to kill for Rainbow Madness. That's nice. But at this point, that's really all you can hope for is more of those, because look at this mid lane. Sticky is continuously lifestealing off the Raptors, going in, trading with Rainbow Madness, pushing the wave, rinse and repeat, and all you can do as Ori is really sit here and try to wave clear. But if you get low enough, in either health or mana, currently the mana department seems to be what's struggling. That's when Sticky can look for a potential all-in. And bottom lane, the tower has been taken now as well. You can rotate back. The Herald spawning in less than a minute. That should be where you go after this reset. If you are Queen's Tricolor, you can summon that mid, get that tower, reset for Dragon. Just rinse and repeat. The flow of the game absolutely in their favor. Or just get a kill mid, barely missing out.
Can they get in range? They cannot, unfortunately. We did get the gold flash there from the spectators. It was a 3,500 gold lead in the bot lane for Shublaka over Slammin' 8. This Caitlyn, really Slammin' 8 has not had a good series at all for Hood College. Has been continuously bottom or lower side of the team in terms of gold. And anytime your AD carry is that far behind the enemy AD carry, you're never going to have yourself a very successful game.
Observers, can we get that gold toggle again? I want to do our ADC gold comparison now. Oh, he's already 4,000 ahead at 14, 15 minutes. Double his gold. That is honestly a bigger lead than I thought there would be. That is unreal. And again, you were talking about lowest gold. Again, lowest gold in the game outside of his own support, getting out golded income by burning Dim Sum again.
By 1,000. By 1,000 the enemy
This time it's not
support.
close. Last time it was close. This time it's not.
Lucky Slam at 8 does pass Slink for gold. If you do get a shockwave here on Sticky, can engage though with the Fate Seal. This is not an easy win for Rainbow Madness. Everything's on cooldown for Oriana. Sticky picks up the easy kill there, and that's what we expected to see in that lane. Now we're just going to get a simple attempt to kill this tower on the top side, and with the second Rift Herald, it should be quite easy for the side of Queen's Tricolor to pick that up.
Derek doing the patented ult for damage. I like it. That's the technology on the top side. But it's probably not going to matter because they are very far ahead. 8,000 gold, 7,000 at 15 minutes. Nearly 500 gold per minute is a lot, Fish.
Yeah. and again, this is like the same thing as game one, right, Hawk? You look at the side of Hood College and you're like, okay, we're in the mid game. Who can get us back in the game? And you just kind of stare blankly at the scoreboard until... I don't know, if you look at it cross-eyed, maybe it looks a little bit better, because it just looks awful.
You back in the game. Chablaka can get you back in the game by sprinting it a couple times. That's basically it.
Like 7 times, maybe, and you're back in the game. As long as he sprints it and Slam and 8 gets that huge shutdown. But, again, it's the same thing you brought up in game number 1, Hawk. It's utility and utility for Hood College, and maybe Slam and 8 can do damage, but the Caitlyn is 0-4-1. Still not a single mythic item in the game for the side of Hood College. Slam and 8 nearly gets burst down by Chublaka. If that tower wasn't there, the Lucian could follow. Dragon is basically Queen's Tricolor to take at any moment, unless It's Your Uncle has an insane Glacial Prism from the Raptor camp, but he is unfortunately standing on a ward and ruining all the fun as Queen's Tricolor and their fantastic vision.
Ruining all the fun, indeed. Ball goes in. That's a Hex Flash from Burning Dim Sum. I like the attempt. Dragon's available. I think they want to get this mid tower before the Dragon if they camp. They're trying to pull the wave. Chablaka, you really want to be. You do need to be careful of that Oriana ball. Flash and heal available for the Lucian. It seems like Derek is bad, and Jiffy Jake will just be able to duo that one out. Now, look for the fight in the choke point. Hood College, they're grouped up.
The ball
catches in.
Slink, see if he can find an unstoppable force onto Chublaka. He's going to use it to cancel the pulling. Here comes Slink, no box will go down, and just as you said, Hawk, there's not a single point of damage being dealt to Queen's Tricolor. They're healthier when they start than they ended the fight when they started it. Bubbles and Slammin' trying to run away. One more attack's going to kill Bubbles. Blast Cone over the wall. Chublaka not able to find anything. Bubbles will just die to this tower dive from the Lucian, potentially, as the headshot does come out. Nothing gonna find, and this will be the Dragon. They'll have to slow down their Ocean Soul by a few minutes, but they still picked up a double kill and really didn't take any damage.
Slinky's head was in the right spot. He said, I'm gonna ult the Lucian. Unfortunately, there was literally no follow-up for that play, but what more can you do in that fight? And he was already in too deep anyway to escape. 2 kills go over, Dragon goes over, and Snicky with the really nice unadulterated 2-man Yone ultimate on the backside means that they get 1 more kill than they bargained for. Chablaka even getting at the mid tower, he so desperately wanted before that fight even started. Soul now could come online at 23 odd minutes. And the gold lead actually has decreased a little bit. It's not 9,000, it's 8.5. Still a lot, but, you know.
They're getting back into it.
Small wins. Yeah.
They're not out of it yet. Worst case is that Stinky did all of that, and I would assume just for fun without his Immortal Shield Bow. He did not have that in that fight. Now he has it. Finally, the first 3 mythic items do come online for Hood College. But again, we're looking at an 80 carry, and last time Slammin' had to get 2 shutdowns, including a 700 gold shutdown to find a mythic item. I don't think they're going to get a shutdown this time. I'm curious how long this Caitlyn will take to find her first mythic item and get Hood College's damage online, as Slinky is going to get found out here, is forced to use the unstoppable, forced to get away. Burning Dim Sum with a great death sentence into the Fate Seal. Teleport is being channeled by multiple members. Jeffy J and Rainbow Madness are coming in. The Shockwave is online, but with no unstoppable force, how do you get the ball onto the back line? Becomes the question here for the side of Hood College as Jeffy J can jump in. There's the calling from Chublaka. Somebody find a away on that Lucian. Sticky
Found
picks
the
up the
Ori.
first one. Great Glacial Prism gets one stun, but it's not going to matter. It is just rampaging all across the board. The tower, the biggest source of damage for Hood College right now, but it's just a clean ace for Queen's Tricolor.
Oh my, I was actually a little optimistic for Hood College right there, just because Bubbles had a pretty good encore to disengage the initial fight towards Slinky, but then they walked past their tower and the Tom Kench goes in, and from that point on it was all shoot hook. Burning Dim Sum found a hook onto the Orianna at some point in that fight. Didn't really see how that one happened, but either way, nicely done to be able to take out really the only real threat on the other side, and I say that in air quotes. But Inhibitor goes down at 20 minutes. Does mean that the Caitlyn and Ori will have supers to farm for the next 5. However, I don't think that will be enough.
Yeah, because now this is a Baron that, I mean, Queen's Tricolor can pick up at any point. The Ocean Soul is going to join us here in about 2.5 minutes, and that's Queen's Tricolors to pick up as well. Now your lack of damage is just going to be exponentially worse because they're going to get the healing from the Ocean Soul as well.
You're not going to be able to kill anyone if you go to Hood College.
You have to steal this Ocean Soul. I mean, it really is what it comes down to if you want to have a chance in this game.
You got to do a lot of things to have a chance in this game, but that is step 1. I do agree with you, Fish. But yeah, steal a Ocean Soul, steal a Baron, steal a Shutdown. I don't know. But you know, as much of a stomp as I think this game in the series has been, I do want to shout out Queen's Tricolor for this series. They've looked extremely dominant, played 2 very, very good games, and if you're looking to feel strong going into playoffs, that's how you want to do it. You want to have a big showing in your last week going in. Again, I made the joke earlier, you don't want to look like Cloud9 going into playoffs, you want to look like Team Liquid, and so far, Queen's Tricolor looks like Team Liquid.
And it's a great show of mental from Queen's Tricolor. Of course, you covered the top 2 teams in this Emergence Yellows division in our first cast of the day, Hawk. And there is a chance if Bryant loses potentially, Queen's Tricolor could have moved into that 2 seed, looked at a bye potentially. They don't get that as Bryant picks up the win. Slinky's going to get caught in the back. So Queen's Tricolor had nothing to play for except pride in this game. They're locked into the 3 seed, and they have shown they are going to be a force to be reckoned with as Slinky will just flash away. And that is a good sign of a very strong mental team saying, look, we got nothing to play for. We're still going to absolutely destroy you. And
Oh,
Slinky, you have the 4-man ult if you want to take it, and I would not blame you. Glacial Prison is going to go down. This is just a dead Yoni. There's the Fate Unsealed. Let's get a huge shield from the Immortal
way,
Shield
bro.
Bowl.
Okay, yeah.
Can't find anything, and the shutdown going to It's Your Uncle. Probably the worst case scenario, as Queen Tricolor will simply trade their mid laner for a Baron.
See, Fish, they call that one the Hoonie Baron. You have one of your solo laners int, and then the other 4, they do the Baron. Yeah, of course, I'm giving Sticky too much credit. He was fully cut out there, but I'm going to pretend that was the Hoonie Baron, and it worked just as planned. He is down for the dragon. That is
just
something.
that part he didn't quite think about. I don't think you
Yeah.
want your 4th teammate, your 5th teammate to be down for the dragon. And with the ignite that he's bringing to lane, he does not have a way back in. So if you're Hood College, you have to go now. Unfortunately, Slink is back farming super minions, probably the worst person in. As the box goes down, it's a full-on 4v4. Coling will come out. Bubbles being ripped apart. Nice 2-man
Slinky
encore.
behind, Slinky
Gonna
behind.
land
This could
on
be
the
big.
back. Here comes Slinky. Does he have the excess damage though? Chewbacca is so far ahead.
Never mind.
He's gonna get out of range of the Malphite. There's a huge chance for the ult. He does get the 3-man knockup, but there's no
That's
AP. Give him the Penta. There it is. This time he doesn't get it stolen, and they'll get the dragon for good measure. 22-4. I think the same scoreline we had in game number 1, and Queen's Tricolor is just gonna wrap this one up.
Chewbacca finally gets his due. He gets the Penta he was owed last game. And man, I thought Slinky might have had an angle with the Malphite, but he just didn't get there in time. Took too long. Everyone else was dead. And ends up ulting for nothing. And Queen's Tricolor, they're gonna back instead of ending the game. Feel like they could have ended, but it doesn't matter because they know they've got the Baron, they've got the Ocean Soul. They are now immortal here with their Immortal Shield Bow on the Yone. That's a good joke, and they should be able to just walk it in and finish this one out.
If the health bars can go above 100%, Queen's Tricolor would heal in their next fight with Hood College. There's just simply no damage. And I will say, you pointed it out, Slinky had a great teleport, but I don't know if Chewbacca realized that or just wants to be aggressive on the Yone, but he Gale Force Flash to a point where there was no way the Malphite was getting in range of the Lucian in time, which I thought was a fantastic play. Queen's Tricolor will simply siege down the mid lane. They already have one Nexus turret down. Snicky's hanging out on the backside if Hood College decides to go chasing here, but you have no reason to leave your own base when you can't even defend from the Baron empowered cannon minion.
And that cannon minion will take down the inhibitor. Jiffy Jake once again doing the dive into the base. The inhibitor will drop. There's the Malphite ult.
There it is. There's the Glacial Prison. They drew it perfectly. There's the Shockwave as well. But Chewbacca is still full life on the backside. Now going to pick down It's Your Uncle. There's nothing left for Hood College. There just simply is not enough damage on the map. The Immortal Shield, though, made him immortal, and now he gets the heal from the Ocean Soul. It will be GG, and Queen's Tricolor will win this series 2-0 in dominant fashion, and they will go to playoffs feeling really good if this ends up being their first round matchup.
Feeling really good is an understatement. You gotta be feeling great after that win. My lord, Queen's Tricolor, I think they win the game in the whole match in under an hour's worth of game time. It was only an hour and a half, or even less than that broadcast time. Absolute stomp coming through. They are looking strong. They may beat the 3 seed, but, you know, based on the series that we saw earlier from the top 2, this looks like a team that is most certainly in contention for the title.
Yeah, I think that's the top 3 in the Emergence Yellow is going to be very interesting. And the thing for Hood College that you have to remember, even though they did just get slapped around here by Queen's Tricolor, depending on how the playoffs go, Hood College did beat Bryant just a few weeks ago in the regular season. This is clearly a team that has some potential. Don't know if it was just a different matchup. Maybe Slam at 8 had a very, long day. Maybe had a test today. Not sure what happened because that bot lane was over before this series even started. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this. I think Queen's Tricolor not getting the bye will be very interesting if they get Hood College again. I think that Hood College needs to ban away the Yone. You cannot let Snicky exist on that champion. I'm not saying this series would have been different, but I think it would have made mid lane a lot more even had it been Yasuo, Yone, Zire ban instead of Yasuo, Zire, and someone else ban.
For sure. And if you are Hood College going into playoffs, I do think you can look at the series and get some easily identifiable things to work on. Not just for against Queen's College, but in general. Brush up a little bit of your draft theory for whoever's doing draft for this squad. I just think the game 2 draft, a little suspect. First pick Caitlyn. Did not love it, but most importantly, I think the early game 3-wave theories were just not quite there. They didn't have that plan like Queen's Tricolor did, and that was what was really, really big in the series. Queen's Tricolor, they had a plan, and they executed on it both games. Hood College, they had an idea, it seemed like, of what they wanted to do, but there was no, on this wave, I'm doing this. On that wave, I'm doing this. This is where we're all going to be on the map. There wasn't quite that minute level of detail in their game plan, and it was exploited by what is a really strong team.
Yeah, fantastic job. I think it's going to be a great 3-horse race to watch on the Emergence Yellow when we get to playoffs. Queen's Tricolor, Randolph Macon, and Bryant Bulldogs Black. That'll be a ton of fun. But we still have more games ahead of us. Again, it's the last week of the regular season. Some teams trying to make moves. Some teams, just like Queen's Tricolor, want to end the regular season on a stomp. Hawk, it was fantastic to have you alongside me. Up next, we'll take a bit of a break. Then we'll have the Illinois State Junior Varsity team taking on North Alabama in the Emergence Navy Division coming up to you at the top of the hour. I'll catch you back there with Rome here, so stay tuned for more League of Legends action here in the NECC.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do, that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome
Come
back.
on. What's the worst that could
Week
happen?
9. I'm Rome DMV, joined alongside Fish for this one. And I mean, we've got University of Ottawa Grey currently up 1-0 on the Carthage Firebirds. I mean, Fish, how are we feeling so far about this series?
This is going to be a very explosive series. There's a lot of implications, Rome, that we can talk to once this draft gets done. This is an Ottawa Grey team that I actually saw last week. And keep your eyes on Xiao M in the bot lane. Picked up a pentakill in their game last week. Him and Fantasies are a crazy strong mid-80 carry combo. Mr. Frosty, expect him to probably play tanks in this matchup. More of that tanky top laner. He takes the beating. But we will see here. We get through the draft phase. Everything pretty standard, but we just, again, this pro draft's already done, so this was not a first pick Darius, but I love to see the dunk master himself in the top lane for Clyde on the side of Carthage Firebirds.
Oh, I mean, big time. I mean, listen, anytime that there's going to be a Darius in the top lane, things can either go very, very good for you or, things can, not so great for you. It's just going to be all about the skill level of this player up there. So, I mean, I'm really going to be curious as to, if this Darius is going to be snowballing, if this Jarvan is going to be trying to, make sure that that's not going to be possible. It's going to be very, very interesting.
I like the Skarner pick is kind of interesting. I feel like when you have a Darius, you usually want to have an aggressive jungler with it. The Skarner requires a lot of setup around the map, making sure you control those power points, those crystals around Dragon, around the Baron pit, around wherever you want to fight. Makes it a little bit more obvious when you want to fight. The Azir Victor matchup also going to be a very interesting one. I'm curious where the AD carries will go as well. We got the Jinx ban, pretty standard. Seen a lot of Vayne popularity. Saw it played in the last match we just saw on stream. The Ezreal take it away as well, but that means the Zeri is on the table as well as the Jhin. I think this credit goes over to Zhao M in terms of just popularity. Zeri has basically been pick ban, I feel like, every game roam since she has been released. I'm curious what plan Carthage Firestorm have to handle the strongest AD carry and those popular AD carry in the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the composition though coming out of the Firebirds. I mean, if you think about it, they've got 4 different ways to bring you back, whether it's the Azir ult, the Thresh hook, Skarner pulling you back, or Darius hook. Either way, I mean, if you get caught by one of them, you're pretty much there's going to be a CC chain for sure. So, I mean, it's going to be very, very interesting, if University of Ottawa is going to be able to, dodge and evade these wild engagements that are going to be coming out. Because, I mean, with a comp like this, they're going to be able to lock you down for sure if they're able to even somewhat start that CC chain.
Yeah, I want to see maybe the Jarvan has the Cataclysm to shut all that down. We do have the rosters again. We are joining this in progress. We'll start with Carthage Firestorm, I believe, here, the team who lost game number 1, trying to turn things around. They are right now, I believe, sitting at 5-2 in the standings here in this division in the Challengers Yellow. Good for 4th place. They're in the playoffs realm. They're looking to get more. If they beat Ottawa Gray, we'd actually have a 3-way tie for 2nd with them, Ottawa Gray, Mount Union, and Carthage Firebird. So it could get all sorts of crazy. This is a very, very stacked lineup, I think.
Oh, big time. I mean, that's a very spicy situation. That means that the Firebirds are coming in with even more want to win this one. I mean, this is more than just a regular match. I mean, as you stated, this can tie them up and they'll win the tiebreaker. So they'll be ahead of them in the rankings, as you stated. And I mean, with 3 freshmen on this roster, I'm looking at it. I mean, that's going to be great because this squad is going to be able to come back next year, even just keep on building on the success that they have this year. And anytime that you know that you can come back the next year with the same squad and same roster, I mean, that's just going to bode even better for your whole mentality.
Speaking of roster, we can take a look at Ottawa Gray as well. This team sitting very happy, 6-1 right now, 2nd place. They can't get to 1st place, but if they win, they do hold on to that last bye. And looking at the years, this is a more experienced roster. You've got a grad student, you've got 3 juniors, just the 1 freshman. So this is a team that's more experienced. While the freshman team Rome has the potential, I like the experience of a junior, a second or a upperclassman roster, 3 juniors, a grad student. They're going to be able to handle pressure situations, I feel like.
Oh, for sure. Cool, calm, and collected. That's exactly what this team in University of Ottawa Gray is going to be. And, I mean, they're 6-1, currently up 1-0 in this series right here, right now. I mean, with the composition that they picked, I mean, we talked a lot about the Carthage composition, but, I mean, coming out, I mean, the Zeri can definitely get some things going if she starts to come online, gets that 2-item spike. I mean, I'm looking there. They got the Renata as well. I mean, the Victor. I really want to see how the Renata and the Victor are going to be able to synergize in the mid game.
And the one thing, and I would assume it works this way, I apologize, I haven't seen too many Renatas in my solo queue games. I'm curious if the bailout will cancel the Darius ultimate reset, because of course the bailout returns you to full HP, and then you slowly burn down when you take fatal damage. I'm curious if that's going to be a way to just shut down that Noxious Guillotine at any point to not get a reset, because we know when Darius gets a reset on the Noxious Guillotine roam, he can pop off. I'm going to be very curious how the interaction works. Maybe when you die from the bail, he gets the reset. I'm not quite sure. I'm really curious to see how that works, because that could mean Renata just a pure Darius counter in a sense that it doesn't allow him to get reset after reset after reset.
That could be very true. Very true indeed. I mean, I don't know. Renata from my solo queue games have been pretty squishy, so if a Darius gets his hand on a Renata, I don't really know exactly how long Renata is going to be able to stay alive. I mean, that health bar might go all the way to 0 before she even has a chance. But, I mean, listen, I don't know. That's the thing, is that we really don't know. We just got to wait and find out, because who knows? Maybe this squad in University of Ottawa knows something that we don't. Maybe this Renata pick is something that they got up their sleeve and they're ready to show us here today. So, I mean, hey, listen, I'm excited for it either way.
Yeah, it should be an exciting game. Again, game 2 of the series. Ottawa Gray already leads 1-0. We did not get a chance to see that one. But there are a lot of implications. It's final week of the regular season, Rob, as you mentioned, week number 9. Some teams have buys. Some teams still playing for their playoff lives. Both these teams squarely in the playoffs, but the top 2 seeds, I do believe, get a bye, which is where Ottawa Gray is, and Carthage Firestorm 1-2B, because as you said, you get the 3-way tiebreaker. The Firestorms would have it over Ottawa Gray. Then Mount Union has to get involved. They're on a bye. There's a lot of eyes watching this game besides just these 2 teams and their friends and family. There are huge implications, because I'll be honest, getting a bye in the playoffs is so nice. You get a free scouting week on your opponent. It just makes everything so much easier, as long as you don't pull a New York Giants and you go party down in the Bahamas.
Oh, man, big time, man. Oh, and let's go ahead and hop into the match, though, because, I mean, listen, this one right here is going to be absolutely insane. As you stated, I mean, Ottawa, they're definitely going to be trying to get into championship form, if you will, with the playoffs right around the corner. I mean, anytime that you're sitting here with a record like this, currently 6-1, looking to take that second seed overall, get that bye, as you stated, sit back, get that popcorn for the first week, just relax, as you said, scout. You're definitely going to want to come out and get a 2-0 in this week to show that you can put a team like the Carthage Firebirds down.
And a 2-0 another playoff team. That feels really good as well, because this, again, potential playoff matchup you have to worry about with the Carthage Firebirds. So we hop in to game number 2. Both teams going to stack the bot side of the map and be Ottawa Gray challenging. I don't think the Firebirds, though, have vision. Who's going to lead the charge? They come around the corner. Can they find anybody? Mr. Frosty looking for someone. Raymond the GOAT has to be careful. The Flay will miss. And a lot of hubbub, but nothing really ends up happening.
Yeah, kind of surprising, too, because a lot of times when you see, that many players that early in that tight of a section, I mean, usually players like to fight till the end. They say, you know what, I'm either getting out of this or you're not. One of the two. It's as simple as that. But it's nice to see these teams, respect each other, both get out and do a nice little reset.
And unfortunately, Ottawa Gray didn't really have a great engage onto that level 1. Maybe something, spooky with the Volibear if you get a stun, but again, everybody resets. You get the little bit of bonus gold for the side of Ottawa Gray, and it looks like it will be a bottom side start for both junglers. The Crystal Spire is going to be picked up across the map by Ottawa Gray. Mr. Frosty might even go pick this one up by Blue Buff. Very cheeky here, because now it's going to give away that Skarner's pathing if he decides to pick it up. But of course, he wants to gain that armor, that movement speed, and that attack speed. So I like this play by Mr. Frosty, being a bit cheeky, exploiting the Skarner's kit against him.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Ooh, man, yeah, this is spicy right here. Jarvan's going to be going in. Dragon not able to get out, and that's going to be first blood going over to the Zeri. What an incredible play.
That's a fantastic job. The level 2 Jarvan, you get the flag and drag onto Dragon, and you get his flash as well. You got the heal from Raymond the GOAT. I think you could not have asked for a better start. They didn't get the level 1 invade, but they got so much more. This lane should now easily tread in their favor with the limited amount of CC that the Renata and the Zeri are going to have. I think they needed that early kill. Of course, this is the matchup I want to watch. You've got 2 dunkers up in the top lane with the Stormbringer and the Noctis Guillotine. I just hope they both hit 6 and ult each other at the exact same time.
Oh, I mean, let's be honest. Usually that's what happens in that matchup. They both get 6 and they're both like, oh, I'm better than you. As simple as that. That's the mindset you got to have sometimes as a top laner. But, I mean, hey, Mr. Frosty doing a great job so far in this one. Going to be pushing in this. Ooh, but that CS is not pretty, because that means Darius is going to be well ahead after this one. So, I mean, whew. Definitely a kind of a rough start for the Volibear up top.
Yeah, tried to push it into Darius, forced Clyde to be able to farm under tower, but the players in the Champions Yellow Division more than skilled enough to be able to make that happen. So, would not be shocked maybe if Okyler 1 wants to rotate up. Arthropod down on his blue buff there. Should have a good idea since he did pick up that Crystal Spire that he is there. And Clyde gets towered up. We didn't quite see it. Mr. Frosty will end up going down. I think, unfortunately, just beat his jungler to the gank by a little bit here, but Kyler1 can win this because Flash is on cooldown. There's the flag and drag. There's the knockup. One more auto attack, has to dodge the spin. Now Arthropod coming in. This is no longer an easy kill. Teleport being channeled by Mr. Frosty. This will quickly be a 2-on-2, and Clyde does not have the health advantage. Another flag and drag is going to land. Kyler1 picks up the kill, and now it's Arthropod. Does still have the flash, has got to be careful. There it is to get away. That is not how you drew it up if you're the Carthage Firebirds.
Yeah, whatsoever, but I will say this, is that Kyler being a problem on the Rift right now. I mean, has an assist from bot lane, was able to get a kill up top. I mean, honestly, this is just great jungling coming out of Kyler right now. I mean, now, this is what I'm talking about. Able to go in on Blitz, does get the stun as well. Flash comes out, but not able to flash far enough. And that's going to be another kill going over to University of Ottawa Gray. They are looking in playoff form early in this game.
Yes, this team I watched last week in Ottawa Gray, though, Kyler1 did not play in that game in the jungle, and this is just a different team from what I saw last week. I'm going to be honest with him. We're only 4 minutes in. He has made a play in every single lane. This team looks so much scarier than I thought they were going to be. They struggled last week with the Queens Boo-Hoos, who are in last place in this division. Kyler1 on the J4. This man, I'm just going to assume he carried game one. We didn't get to see game one. I'm going to assume he went 55-0, and he dominated everyone, because that's what I'm seeing right now in this game.
I mean, why not? I mean, right now, definitely showing out for sure for his squad. And, I mean, hopefully he can keep this one going. You know, the drag is going to be up. It looks like he is going to be backing, not going for that. You know, go ahead and get your items. And, I mean, that's exactly what he's going to do. And, I mean, the way that he's stacked right now with the sweeper, I wouldn't really be all that surprised if he ends up rotating around and doing early Drake. But, I mean, at the end of the day, definitely going to be University of Ottawa Gray out to a solid advantage.
Well, so the one thing is you pointed out the CS in the top lane for Mr. Frosty, not the greatest. And really across the map, it's still even despite all the plays that Kyler1 has been making, which is a shout out to the Carthage Firebirds, kind of neutralizing what should be you get a gank, you end up pulling ahead in CS, but it's even across the board. It's just a wave lead for Zhao M in the bot lane, but I think Raymond the Goat has a wave crashing into him. So I assume, as you pointed out, though, Rome, I expect Kyler1 to go down. Try and get that dragon before this Skarner gets online. If you can get to that Crystal Spire as well, the Skarner's going to lose so much power around that objective, so should be his to take whenever he wants it.
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, looks like it is going to be now. No, just warding it. Might be coming back for it. Oh, nope, Jarvan's still not going to go for it. But that is another kill up top. And this is a problem now. This is a legitimate problem. I mean, now you've got the dragon, which is going to be an ocean dragon, so that's going to help volley so much on the top lane against that Darius. And yeah, this one is starting to snowball. I don't like using that word this early, but unless this Skarner can get this kill on the volley up top right now, I mean, this one's probably going to start to snowball out, and you can see Skarner did use that ult. Yeah, Skarner was able to pick out volley. Okay, so that at least was able to happen. Get that trade out. Whew, that was a big sigh of relief right there for this Firebird squad.
Unfortunately, the Firebirds are going to lose a plate on the bottom side of the map. That's a full plate solo going over to Zhao M, who's really started to push that advantage on the bottom side of the map. Now a 15 CS lead over Raymond the Goat, who did have to go for the back. And now here comes Arthropod, but he's not going to have that impale. The Emperor's Divide, Dynasty, going to flash over. Chaos Storm will be used. Kyler1 in pursuit. Does not have the Cataclysm, though. Has kind of fallen behind Arthropod now by 2 levels, but a little bit too gank happy. And so that's going to make it so there's no counter engage for the side of Ottawa Gray.
Yeah, definitely a sticky situation for sure. I mean, right now things are starting to even out. I mean, you look at the mid lane, dead even in CS at 60 apiece. Zeri in the bot lane, definitely starting to get ahead of this Jhin though. And I mean, we already said that Zeri can start to come online. This can be a major. Look at Kyler. Look at Kyler. Yep, it's not warded. Go ahead. You can walk in. Oh, but there is the Skarner there as well. We might be getting some 3-on-3 action. Oh, Kyler got in. Here we go.
This might be impale for Arthropod, though.
might be the biggest bait in the world. I mean, are they going to be able to take out Arthropod? Yes, that is going to be the kill yet again. Kyler is a problem being able to land the hook, but that's not going to mean much. The curtain call comes out, and Kyler's going to stand there, eat those like Cheerios, and say, you know what? This game is mine 100%.
That play works, Rome, if they wait. Ooh, we have a fight up here. Never mind. Mr. Frosty, he's going to be on the end, but he ends up getting the heal. That play works in the bot lane if they wait for Arthropod's ult. I don't know why. They didn't need to engage without his ult. The Impale wins in that fight. Skarner doesn't do any damage if you bring him in without his Impale. I think that was just a bit aggressive for the Firebirds.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't know that Kyler was there. I mean, it was just a 3v2 situation for them, so they weren't sitting here thinking that they needed it, but they had no idea, waiting in the wings. Kyler, problem on the map. Currently, 4 out of 5 kill participation aside from 1 solo kill up top, and oh my goodness, this is a problem. Frosty going in on Clyde. Is Arthropod going to be able to save him? Yes, wow, Arthropod coming up huge. And I want to see if Arthropod's going to try and turn this into an early riff.
Problem is, the moment that Kyler 1 gets down there, if you're Skarner, you just have to run away, tail between your legs, or your wheels, I guess I should say, with that skin. He's done a great job countering. I will say, Mr. Frosty's been very aggressive in his top lane. There's no reason he should be tower diving a Darius, especially when you don't know where the jungler is. Rift Herald's up, so you have to assume Arthropod is around there. Felt like a little bit of an overcommittal, because, you know, Darius is going to do Darius things whether or not he has kills. He's usually going to pick up 1 damage item, build a bit tanky. The Noxus Guillotine does true damage. You see Arthropod, he's going to look for a bit of an invade, but I don't think you want any of that smoke from the Jarvan.
Yeah, whatsoever. I mean, right now, listen, this Jarvan, literally the biggest problem on the map currently out of all of the 10 players on the Oh, man. Oh, I say that, but a beautiful Zero going to be coming out. Another stun, completely locking up Feisty. Almost able to take out Blitz, but getting out with his life. I mean, Arthropod starting to answer back. 3-1 on the Skarner. This is really jungle versus jungle, and it might come down to that.
Arthropod did get forced to blow the Impale there to keep Blitz alive. So that is, I don't want to say a win for Ottawa Gray, but a nice trade there. And now we get our Rift Herald 10.5 minutes in. Should be uncontested here as we do see Kyler 1 back in the bot lane. Looks like he is going to go for that flag. Dragon, keep our eyes down there. Raymond the Goat dropping low. He will be taken out by Zhao M. So they'll trade Rift Herald for a kill. Not a bad trade overall, especially when Uziri picks up her second of the game and should get another plate here. We'll see if they want the tower dive or not, Rome. Yep, here comes Kyler 1. They want it.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Kyler's going to be like, okay, I can use another one. Oh, perfect. Almost perfect. They're almost perfect, but hey, listen, still going to be able to get the kill regardless. I mean, that's Zeri going to be 3-1 coming back to lane against an 0-1 Jhin with a 25 CS lead. I mean, right now, the bot diff might be a little bit too much to handle for this squad of things. Oh, man. I was going to say that, but I mean, right now, Arthropod really making all the plays for this Firebird squad, and I believe Frosty should be able to get out of this one unscathed.
Tails up in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was about to say. Okay, Frosty's good to go.
And he trades it for a dragon. It's a good play by Frosty. You pull the dragon, you pull the jungler up. Kyler 1 quickly calls on it. Get a cloud dragon, which is huge if Arthropod can pick that up. There's not many junglers besides Ekram who love Cloud Soul more than Skarner. You give him more movement speed when he uses Impale to pull you back to the rest of his team. This is a huge soul that eventually Ottawa Gray is going to have to make sure they deny from the side of the Firebird.
Big time, and I mean, right now, this is really an ego check between these 2 players up top. Oh, Darius is going in for it. Clyde is going to be able to get it. I mean, great solo kill coming out. That's now a solo kill each up in the top lane. So are things starting to turn around a little bit? Who knows?
Problem is, can Darius get to a fed Zeri? That's going to be the problem, because he pointed it out. Now we get Kyler 1. He's going to engage onto Arthropod here. He's got Fantasy right behind him. There's the nice Impale. Cataclysm as well. Curtain call. Got to be careful. Hill second shot. Misses Emperor Divide. Kyler 1 able to heal up. Blitzcrank will pick up the kill, actually. Hostile takeover won't matter much. Nice turnaround.
That's literally what I was talking about, is this squad has so many stuns. Like, you saw them go in, and it was just constant stun. They couldn't even move, couldn't even do anything. Every time you tried to use an ability, stun, knock up, stun, knock up. Somebody was was sticking them some way. So, I mean, that's the one point that I'm looking at with the Firebirds roster that they have over the University of Ottawa is that they just have way more CC. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if it comes down to these team fight situations, if the Carthage Firebirds engage correctly, I really don't see a reason that they should be losing head-up team fights as long as the game is somewhat even.
Turret plating will fall soon.
I'm curious how the Firebirds, Carthage will play their CC that you're mentioning, Rome, because they have a lot of it. And they can kill either the Victor or the Zeri, but they probably can't really kill both. You probably have to impale Emperor's Divide onto one of the two. And so if Zhao M, for example, is able to play that backline and then go in once everything gets blown on his Victor, then that Zeri becomes a bit scarier. So they are going to have to manage that CC and make sure they don't just blow their load on one character and then have to deal with the other Fed carry in Zhao M as they do get the Rift Herald down. I don't think they ended up getting plates. It was just very close. Probably closer than it should have been.
Yeah, and I mean, the Rift is going to be able to get some good damage onto this mid tower, but, I mean, at this point in the game, that's not really a whole lot to talk about. I mean, it didn't even get plates for it. That's the even worse part is that the Rift hit right after, so, I mean, that's just rough timing for sure coming out.
And then that loses the whole excitement. That loses, to me, in my opinion, Rome, the whole point of the first Rift Herald, right? You have the first Rift Herald into plates to get your solo laner gold. So now that Rift Herald was basically wasted. You traded, I believe, a kill on the bottom side of the map for that Rift Herald. So now Ottawa Grey's even more happy about that. 2 minutes from potentially Cloud Soul as well for Ottawa Grey, though I think that will be more of a fight than they probably expected as the Firebirds have hung around. I think all eyes are on Zhao M. 135 CS. He's got a huge lead over his lane opponent. 3-1-1. Has the Triforce already finished on that Zeri. He is going to be a problem, and there's not many ways for the Firebirds to get to him outside of a Flash Impale combo from Arthropod.
I want to see how big of a buy Jarvan has right now. I feel like he has not bought in forever. Like, I feel like I've just been watching him walk around the map. It's like, here we go. Let's find out right now. Let's see. He's thinking. What you gonna get? That's it? That can't be it. They can't. Okay, he's going tanky. Okay, I respect it. Getting some armor. Not mad at it. What do you think he's going right here?
Is that maybe a... It's probably either, I'd have to say, a Death Dance or a very, very early GA is my thoughts. He wants to be tanky, but I think he still realizes because Fantasy's not far, actually behind on the Victor, I think he wants some damage with that tankiness. I'm thinking Death Dance is my call.
Is that built into Death Dance now?
If not, it's probably...
It might be Dead Man's Plate.
I hope he doesn't go that tanky this early. I think he needs to have more damage than that.
I mean, I think he's starting to realize how much lockup this team and the Firebirds have. He kind of needs to go tanky, in my opinion. Like, yeah, the damage is good, but, I mean, he's going to need to go through these fights for a while. I mean, I'm not mad. I think that the tanky, yeah, like, you even see, he's got the Merc Treads to fight all this CC. Like, that's just the smart play, period. And, I mean... I wouldn't be surprised if up in the top lane, Frosty gets Merc Treads as well, honestly.
Oh, the interesting thing, speaking of top lane, Clyde ends up going with the Hole Breaker roam. I would have thought this Darius would have won a team fight, as we are going to get a team fight here. It will be a 4v4. There is no teleport for Frosty quite yet. Great combo there onto Fantasy. That's the CC you're talking about. Raymond the Goat flashing away as well. Gets the curtain call out. That is that's how you play Skarner Thresh right there.
Yep, precisely. And that's what you can't let happen if you're University of Ottawa. You just can't let the CC chain come through when you're not... Are they going to fight this 4v5? No way they're going to actually engage. Frosty's actually baiting it. Like, I feel like Frosty's baiting them to come. I think they want this drag. I think they're still going to fight it. I think they might actually risk it for the biscuit. 4v5.
There's no jungler! What is Arthropod doing?
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, Kyler getting locked down. So low in HP. 5v5 situation now. Is Kyler going to be able to go in? No. It is going to be the Firebirds that do collect the dragon, and they are going to be getting out, so nobody going to be dropping. Whew. That was tense.
I was scared that Arthropod was going to get caught there, leaving his team at Dragon. And it is something that's going to be interesting. Clyde did a great job roaming down with the Darius, usually forced to bring flash goes because of the lack of mobility. He's not going to be able to join fights like Mr. Frosty is, so he did a great job pre-roaming down. I assume that's why he ended up going Hullbreaker, it's because he knows he can't be as mobile. But I'm curious how often Darius will be in that fight and how much pushing a Darius can do. Not really thought of as a traditional split pusher. He does walk into Dark Utopia, though. It's a 1v4. I don't think he realizes this. Arthropod's coming down. Darius looking for the reset, not able to find it. There's another Impale, this time onto Xiao M. He is able to cleanse it, and now the damage begins. There's the Cataclysm into the Emperor's Divide, but the CC's great. Where's the damage? Xiao M over the wall.
Yeah.
And it's 4 for 1. Actually, an ace. For 1 on the side of Ottawa Gray.
Okay, listen, Arthropod, when he wasn't able to fully get Zhao M there, that was where they lost immediately. Like, immediately they should have ran away. They do not have enough damage. They needed to lock down one of these players, and that Zeri was just able to go to absolute town. And, I mean, now this Zeri is going to have a full-out Runin. The next back, oh, man. Is this going to hit again? That's going to hit mid as well? Don't let it hit.
That's a triple charge.
Don't let it hit. Oh, and it hit. Okay. Yeah, that was worth. University of Ottawa great. It took a huge lead. Good. Yeah, 6K lead now for this squad. That was great. Wow.
That was also a great play by Xiao M. As you mentioned, didn't get enough Impale distance, and immediately after the Impale, Xiao M cleanses the Skarner stun and flashes back to safety. And if you don't have Lantern Impale, you're just not going to be able to get Zeri into your team. I will say Clyde kind of started that whole downfall. I don't know why he was face-checking 1v4 on a Rift Herald that just went down. And he has Hullbreaker roam, but I haven't seen him push top lane once. I mean, his turret's, I think, at full health. Like, why would you go Hullbreaker if you're not going to split push?
Yeah, I mean, he was team fighting last time, started it off, and ended up paying for it with his life. And now Clyde going to be trying to take out Frosty. Might be able to make something happen here.
There isn't any. No.
No. Okay. I was about to say might be, but no. No, Arthropod was tanky enough, so. Oh, yeah, Arthropod's got that Thornmail started at least. Got the Bramble Vest, so, I mean, definitely a good start. But 2-0-9 for the Jarvan, 6-1-3 for the Zeri, 0-0-9 for the Renata. That is recipe for a win. It doesn't matter what the game's looking like. If that's the situation, you're probably going to win. Even though it's 12-10, in my opinion, Ottawa is way ahead of Carthage right now.
And I feel like the kills don't tell the whole story, because it's almost a 6K gold lead too, Roman. Usually you don't see that for a 2-kill discrepancy, but it's 3 towers to 0. Clyde, even with this Hullbreaker, doesn't manage to find anything. He has 6 deaths on Mr. Frosty, and the gold is almost dead even in the top lane. It's 100 gold difference between these two players, despite all the extra times Mr. Frosty has had a gray screen. And you see here, there's 4 people in the mid lane, including Darius. He either needs to back and sell that Hullbreaker and reconsider what he's doing, or he needs to plant his feet in a lane and just push forward.
Yeah, I mean, definitely unfortunate, because, I mean, you don't want to be in a situation, you don't want to be that guy. You know, you don't want to be that guy that wasted 1,000, whatever it is, on the Hullbreaker just to sell it. But, I mean, as you stated, might be about that time. Does have about a 25 CS lead currently in the top lane, so, I mean, going to be feeling good in that aspect, but, I mean, unless you're going to be really going for this solo stomp Darius in the side lane that's going to constantly be pushing, getting these towers, I mean, as you stated, it's just not going to be worth it. So, let's see if he's going to go for a dive right now. That might not be the brightest option, and he's going to opt to not do that. A little bit of an invade going to be coming in for Kyler yet again. And, I mean, Kyler setting up this dragon. They want to get on Soul Point. I don't blame him.
And this is where Clyde has to make a decision. As you said, Soul Point, Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Mr. Frosty, he'll have teleport. He can join that fight. Clyde's pre-roaming down. No, you can't do that if you have a Hullbreaker. He better sell this Hullbreaker on this back. Because he is just, you know, it's basically like a dead item in his inventory at this point. He did cancel his back at least. He's got to push while it's a 5v4 at Dragon. That's what Clyde has to do, or he's got to stop the teleport with the apprehend here. He cannot just allow Mr. Frosty to go to that fight and get nothing of value from it.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. I mean, there's really no other way around it. And I mean, now it's going to be a 4v4 down here at the Dragon. I'm looking at this fight. It's really going to come down to the Zeri. Oh my God, the Zeri backed Look at this. Black Cleaver as well on the Zeri. This Zeri's about to shred them all. Oh, that's one. Let's rack him up. Let's just rack him up. Come on, Zeri. Zhao Im going in, getting the double kill, making a triple. Come on. Let's have one more down. Can we get one more? Maybe one more. The flash is going to be coming out. Raymond the GOAT, and looking like anything but a GOAT right now, because, I mean, that double kill from Zeri is big, because it's only going to get worse from here.
And look who's down. Oh, look who didn't even get the top tower. It's Clyde. He back to join the fight. He's going to walk into this Baron pit. It's a 1v3. They did see him. You see at least the pings come out. They have an idea he's there. And he ends up just walking away from the Baron. They don't even challenge this. The Dragon's going to get soloed down by Mr. Frost, the other side of the map. Both objectives look like they're going to be in the hands of Ottawa Gray. There is going to be a challenge. Dragon side, I believe, Rome. But it's dead too soon.
Yeah, and, you know, this is the thing. You get the Rip, or you get the Baron, you get the Dragon. Now you got Frosty trying to make a miracle happen, 1v4. That's not going to be the play, but, I mean, still, they are far ahead and away ahead of this roster right now. I mean, what is this, an 8K lead right now that they're sitting on?
Yep.
Like, woof, this is starting to get out of hand, and, I mean, right now, the Firebirds, I don't even know what to do, because now for the next 5 minutes, you can't do anything but stall. That's literally, there's nothing to fight for. So, you don't even have a tower yet if you're the Firebirds. Like,
yeah.
Oh.
Objective bounties are on all 3 tier 1 towers, Rome. That never happens.
Yeah.
That never happens. Clyde, I think, is going to try and get pushed up here now. It's a great jump over by Arthropod. Dark Utopia is actually the one who gets caught out. Nice flat stun on the flash here. Should be a dead Renata, I believe, but Zhao M can easily turn this fight. Does get impaled. Has to be careful. The Emperor's Divide's going to land as well. 1 kill picked up for the Zeri, but the CC is just too much. There's still a win condition here for the Firebirds. They are able to pick up a turret. Cataclysm comes down. Arthropod is simply dead in the water. That is a dead bug. Now can Clyde and Raymond the GOAT get away is the question. Chaos Storm comes down. 1 picked up. Dragon and Dusk, I would have not hooked them. You just got them closer to you.
Yeah.
As soon as the EQ combo's up, this is a dead Thresh as well. And Ottawa Gray has free roam of the map, off the Ace, off the quad, to push with Baron.
And you were right. It ended up being a Death's Dance, but still no idea what he's going to be doing with that armor piece. But hey, look, at the end of the day, you were right. The way is the Death's Dance. Kyler had a ton of sustain right there in that fight. Was just able to tank forever. 2-0-15 on the Jarvan. An absolute flawless game right now coming out from this jungler, and now they should be able to get this inhib. No, they're going to back off respectfully, and I understand that.
Yeah, they have a tier 2 bot lane they can take. Unfortunately, Mr. Frosty does not have Baron, so he won't be able to easily get this tier 2 top lane. If they wanted to, could probably brawl over this inhibitor with Baron, but I like the safe play here from Ottawa Gray, making sure they don't throw this game away. Nice smite steal for Arthropod. After a fast start, he's slowed down quite a bit, and I mean, it feels like, Rome, every play has to be Impale into Thresh Lantern, or it's a lost fight.
Oh yeah, precisely, and this is a situation when you're down this in a situation like this, you really just got to go for map control, farming what you can, getting your items ready for this next fight, because it's going to be in 2 minutes at this Dragon. You want to be able to clear out your jungle, but I mean, man, the Dark Utopia doing a great job of putting these deep wards in and getting all this vision. I mean, this squad in Ottawa, they are looking clean. They are looking much better than 6-1 right now. They are looking very, very good in this game.
Yeah, they are basically putting on a clinic on how to finish the regular season. Again, nothing to play for with a win. A loss could have got dicey for that 2 seed potentially with the Firebirds. And there's a chance, I mean, in the next minute and a half, depending on how many kills potentially Zhao M can pick up, depending on how much CS he gets up, that could be an upgraded Tiamat as well. And that's the last thing the Firebirds want, is in a fight for soul, you're going up against 4 items area. And that's exactly what's going to happen here, as Kyler 1's looking for a Cataclysm.
He's going to be going in, and that's going to be a dead Darius. And oh man, Kyler locking everybody else up, was able to get 2. They're going to meet their maker, and this is going to be University of Ottawa Gray. They're going to be able to finish this one out. He should be able to, as I mean, Kyler going in is able to get the flash out of Blitzkrieg, but they are going to be going away to safety. No, I say that, Kyler, with a little bit of a fake out, he's able to go back in. I mean, great stuff. They're going to get this inhib. they're, I mean, they could really stay, honestly, with this wave and fight if they really wanted to. Plenty of time, but they're going to go ahead and play the game safe, get this soul, and set up for it. I don't blame them. Good stuff.
Yeah, this is a clinic on how to win, Room. I'm gonna be honest. There's so many times where, as you said, they could have stayed, probably fought, probably won, but what happens if all of a sudden Fantasy dies, and that's 700 gold that goes over to the enemy team. And what if Raymond or Blitzkrieg picks that up? I love the fact that they're like, look, we get mid inhibitor, we'll get our tier 2 bot tower, we'll back, we'll set up for Soul. That is now a Titanic Hydra finished for the Zeri. That is 4 items Zeri at 28 minutes, and you're fighting over Soul and potentially game if you're the Firebirds. And the Hullbreaker's still in the inventory for Clyde, and the team has 1 tower in 29 minutes combined.
Yeah, that's just not a recipe for success. Let's see if Clyde can make use of the Hullbreaker right now. If you can't win this 1v1, there is no point in going Hullbreaker. And yeah, he already realized he was going to lose it. That is unfortunate to say the least. And University of Ottawa Gray, they're going to be feeling amazing right now. They are playing absolutely flawless. 2-0 and 18 right now. Oh my goodness, 20 out of 22 kills with the kill participation coming out of Kyler. If that's not a perfect game, like, I don't know what is.
League will still find a way to give him like an S-. You know, there's something that he didn't do quite right. But yeah, this has been fantastic. Clyde's not in this fight. Mr. Frosty can teleport down and potentially look to end it. Look out for Raymond the Goat. He's hovering around mid. He's still farming. Let's say 5-on-3. Clyde has to start either channeling the back or walk back to the base, and there might not be much base left when he gets there. Bot inhibitors down, but much like we've seen all game, Rome, Ottawa Gray just says, we want to play safe. We don't want to throw the massive 12K gold lead we have. They're going to reset, and they're going to head top. They want to win this game in a stomp, not anything else.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, why not? I mean, if this is going to be the final game of your season, why not end it with perfection? And not just perfection, but also a little bit of a mental game, you know? Because guess what? If they got to face the Firebirds in the playoffs, I mean, the Firebirds are going to understand what they did to them. And if they make this a slow, painful death, I mean, this is going to be boding so well for this Ottawa squad. And now they've got that ever so cherished Baron. And what do you think? They're going to walk it down mid, or they're going to split it up and do it slowly?
I think they're going to play this game. They're going to play this game to the book, bro. They're going to go top 5. They're going to get the top inhibitor. They're going to have triple inhibitors slamming into a Carthage Firebird's base. They'll probably take it back with the Baron empowered recalls to pick up a reset. This feels like Ottawa Gray is just like, we are going to make sure everything on the map is gone by the time we win this game. I think they should just 5-stack mid and win it, but it does feel like this is like sending a message more than anything else.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, that's, you know, they're 5-manning top. This is unnecessary, if you will. They could do this mid, you know, with the supers, but no. They're going to say, you know what, we got the Baron, we're good to go. Even if we 5-man fight without the Baron powered minions, I mean, listen, either way they'd win the fight. And now, I mean, at this point, it's just about when the squad wants to go in. They already got the flash out. Frosty going to be going in, is going to be able to stun up the Goat. That's going to be Thresh going down quickly. This squad is getting absolutely decimated in the base of the Firebirds. This Ottawa Gray roster is absolutely on a tear. The Zeri's got a triple kill, looking for more. Doesn't matter. They're going to be finishing off this game with double the amount of kills, 26-13. They get a couple more each on the side, but I mean, at the end of the day, University of Ottawa Gray coming out with 2-0 series win.
And Ottawa put on a clinic. Remember, at one point, Rome, it was 12-10.
Yeah.
In terms of kills, Ottawa Gray went on a 15-2 kill run. I know usually for basketball, we absolutely wild to get that many wins, that many kills in a row. To wrap up your season, Ottawa Gray will lock in the 2nd seed. The Birds are going to be locked in to that 4th seed. The Firebirds will pick lost, but they get to stay in the playoffs, which is good for them.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, today they're still going to be in it, so they're still going to be having opportunity. So, you know, just got to wait and find out, see exactly what this squad is going to be doing in the playoffs. But I mean, still a dominating performance coming out of this University of Ottawa Gray roster. So, you know, the sky's the limit for them. You know, they're going to be having that bye for the playoffs, feeling oh so good. But I mean, Fish, do you got any final thoughts on the night?
Kyler 1 makes this an entirely different team. Like I said, I saw Ottawa Gray last week with their backup jungler, and they were still a very strong squad. Zhao and Facey in the mid are awesome. Kyler 1 makes this an entirely different squad room. This is a great team come playoffs. What was the final score? Like 3-0-22 on the jar? Mind-blowing to me. That's crazy going to playoffs.
Yeah, just an absolutely incredible for sure. So, I mean, listen, we'll be right back. We got one more on the night, I believe, for you all. Tuned, and we'll be right back with even NECC League of Legends action.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean, and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short, so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
And welcome everyone. After that elongated break, we do apologize for that one, but of course we are here ready to go for the final series of the regular season here for the NECC 2022 Spring Split. Very excited to bring it to you and be able to close out the evening for you all. My name is Orbital, with me is RMC, random minion caster, the best minion to ever leave the rift and find their way to it, analyst and casting desk. RMC, how you doing today?
Doing good. Any day I'm not on the Rift, Orbital, is a good day. At least not on the Rift, fighting on it, but casting it instead. And you mentioned it's our last series of the entire regular season here, Orbital. And to close it all out, we're in the Challengers Cyan division with the two top teams of this division, St. Ambrose University, as well as University of California, Davis Gold team here. And EAUCT Gold right now, top of the table, 7-0, but they did have a rescheduled game. Team Ambrose 7-1 at second place here, so there is a chance still for the top of the table to change tonight.
And it's only going to change by one spot, but that one spot could be all the difference. Again, next week we will be starting those playoffs, and that will happen very quickly. Keep eyes on that. If you are interested in how the playoffs will be run, keep in mind, check out the Twitter at NECC Games, I believe is what you're looking at. And they will have all the updates for all the games, not just League of Legends. It'll be Valorant, it'll be Rocket League, it'll be Overwatch, it'll be every single major game that they have. It is a little bit different than the regular split, so please keep that in mind. If you have a favorite team that you want to watch, make sure to tune in at the appropriate times. That is very, very important. But that's not what we're here for today. We are here for, as you said, the very last series here. And of course, it is going to be a banger of a matchup. St. Ambrose, I got to see them last week. They were very, very powerful. Coming up against ED, though, it's going to be another great challenge. As we can take a look here, it will be Prey in the top side, I believe. Schoonerverse in the jungle. Shinigami Yagi in the mid lane. Shitoge Kirasaki at the ADC role, or I believe Balloon Pants will actually be taking in that role. And then Shitoge will be at the support, or maybe it flips around. We'll have to keep track of that throughout the entire series.
Yeah, generally it is Shitoge Kurosaki as the AD carry, Balloon Pants as the support here. And for St. Ambrose, this is an interesting team with some legacy here in terms of having been around for a while. They've got sort of a two-captain system. Their current captain is actually Balloon Pants in their support role, but they also have a co-captain in Prey in that top side of the map. So I'm kind of curious to see how the communications work in this team here, who they actually ultimately decide to play towards. I do feel like, generally speaking, they play towards mid and AD carry a little bit more, but Prey has certainly popped off on his own and is actually the highest rank on this team at D3.
I mean, it's the freshman, it's the one that you got to work with, and the new star, hopefully, heading up that roster. So that'll be very, very fun. On the other side, as we were talking about, is EAUC Gold, as the blue squad is currently sitting in at third. We'll take a look at the ones gunning for first. In the top side, it will be Sir Darklin, as you can see it at the very, very bottom. It'll be Guess Me Baby at the jungle role, Broxa at the mid lane, Super Monkey at ADC, and then, of course, Sir Jimmy OP Snipe You at the support role. Not in the order here, but again, it will be rounding out the roster.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before here, Orbital, this team is dominating currently the Challenger Cyan division, and last split as well. They finished their regular season undefeated, but they struggled in the playoffs. So this split, you know, they're still coming in real strong here, and they want to finish the season strong without dropping a single game. And this team generally just has really strong lanes to play through. They can carry from every single role. Braxa in the mid lane, I believe, was once the number 4 Nico in the world here across all the different servers. And Super Monkey, their AD carry, is a big carry as well when he gets his hands on familiar champions like the Draven, like the Vayne here. But I've been told Super Monkey's been expanding his champion pool quite a bit. So I'm curious to see if we do see other AD carries come out, maybe more meta AD carries like the Zeri, like the Jinx, maybe even like the Xayah as well.
And to keep in mind, EAUCD Gold have dropped 2 games before. Those are in different series, but they have not dropped a series. So that is what they're hoping to keep completely polished and clean. So it'll be very, very fun to watch. Of course, like we said, this is the last series here, at least on stream. That'll be very, very fun to watch. I do believe the players have finished their early champion select. Unfortunately, that is something that we have to do because people cannot buy all the champions. There are too many champions to think about here. I believe 140 or so I can count, but I can't guess. So we'll see what they decide to go ahead and have as we are into it. And as we said, they have gone ahead and picked up a few champions earlier on. We'll go ahead and point those out to you as well as we stream through these bans here. But the Kled and the Zeri being a very popular ban right now, Kled feeling a little bit targeted.
Yeah, and it's worth noting it will be St. Ambrose on the blue side for game 1 here, EAUCD Gold on the red side. And that Kled, definitely a target ban at Sir Darkland in that top side. We've mentioned EAUCD can carry from all and any lanes here, but Sir Darkland's champion pool has looked a little bit smaller than maybe some of the other top laners and has performed best on that Kled, so they're just removing it right off the bat.
And you can see that Jace being picked up here. It is going to be running against that Camille in the top side. To keep in mind, these were the last 2 picks in the entire draft for St. Ambrose. They locked it in at P5. EAUCD Gold picked the Camille as a P5. So it is going to be the Jace blind pick into the Camille. In the jungle, the Viego was actually picked up first, which is one that we have not seen in quite some time. The Hecarim being the rightful answer.
Yeah, Viego kind of been hovering on the outskirts of being a very meta pick. He's not really had any buffs or anything. He does scale up pretty nicely. He's great for resets, but did actually take a bunch of nerfs, which pushed him out of the meta here. It was the first pick for the side of St. Ambrose here, and I'm personally not sold on the strength of Viego, so I'm looking at Schoonerverse here to show me what he's got and why this is such a high prio pick for this team.
Be a chance to kind of prove themselves and prove that even just outside the meta, it can be a very, very large staple for the team. Mid lane, fairly standard. It's the Ahri versus the Victor. The Ahri was actually blind picked and the Victor was the answer. Again, I call that fairly standard. It's the It's the answer to the RA that's been such a blind pick priority for a lot of people now, and it's still very, very powerful. In the laning setup, we do see the second set of bans coming out for both sides. One was sent to the top side with that Gwen and then the Thresh, and then the other was the Yuumi Twitch. But the Vayne coming out here was a blind pick for EAUCD, really giving Super Monkey, that player that you were talking about, that opportunity to run that signature champion.
Yeah, and we mentioned it, right? His biggest carry champions are the Vayne and the Draven. Has played the Vayne, I believe, 10 times this split already, and a lot of teams just don't think the Vayne is worth banning. And I want to point out that, hey, EAUCD, there's a reason why they're 14-2, and a large part of it is this Vayne. But I do like the Xayah counter pick we saw come through from St. Ambrose, especially with the lethality Xayah builds that we're seeing more recently with that Eclipse as well. You spike a little bit earlier and a little bit harder, and you outrange Vayne. More importantly as well, Blade Call is much easier to land on short-range AD carries who are running into you, which is why we do see this Xayah as an answer to Vayne quite a bit here.
And I want to get your final opinion here. It is going to be that Blitzcrank, another signature for the EAUCD Gold Squad. And we also haven't seen Blitzcrank too much, but against the composition that's coming out here, I do feel like it's going to be a very powerful one. And with the way that we can see it run, that can be a huge linchpin operation, that one champion that kind of brings it all together, right, for that pick composition.
Yeah, and with the Blitzcrank, I don't really think of it as a champion that necessarily brings a comp together. I feel like it's one of those champions which is just individually strong. As the game goes on, landing a hook can just spell the end of a game. And when I look at St. Ambrose team as well, they've got a lot of squishy targets that don't want to get hit by that hook. The only person probably comfortable with getting hooked is going to be Balloon Pants on that Alistar there. But Alistar is actually not as tanky as he might look without his ultimate. The Unbreakable Will is what makes an Alistar tanky. So if it's down and you land a hook, St. Ambrose could be in trouble here. But the Blitzcrank also doesn't really synergize with the rest of the team, right? You've got a Victor, you've got a Hecarim, both of which want a team fight. You do great with a Vayne, because Vayne wants to sort of skirmish and find individual picks, and Camille is going to be fine on her own. So EAUCD's composition, I think a little bit more split in terms of what they want to do, and generally this is a team that plays just off their mechanical strengths here, so it's comfort picks for them across the board.
Win lane, win game is a sound call from many in the solo queue spectrum. For the side of St. Ambrose, though, they're going to be fighting bees and fighting as a group. That is their plan to hopefully carry them into a game 1 victory. We'll go ahead and have to wait a little bit to ensure that the players get on the Rift and we can see all the actions, so don't go anywhere. NECC will be back in just a few.
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
number one, thank you so much for being patient once again as we are underway. St. Ambrose Esports, the Fighting Bees on the blue side, EA UCD Gold on that red, and we know what Blitzcranks love to do, and the appropriate warding measures have been taken.
Yeah, I feel like if you have a Blitzcrank and you're not invading at level 1, you're not quite playing it right. You've got that hook over the wall. You guarantee yourself a 1v5 situation there, and they do spot the wards coming down. St. Ambrose knows that they're safe, and hey, doesn't cost EA UCD anything. So Orbital, despite the attempt at a level 1, no action, no kills to start the game.
No action, no kills, but similar wards. You can actually see the wards that were being dropped were both the junglers and the supports. And that is something that you do want to kind of keep track of course, in the early stages. But the standard is, of course, to swap to those early sweepers. Both supports and junglers have opted for that. So we'll have 3 trinkets, 2 sweepers, and a whole lot of no vision, depending on where those are played.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't help St. Ambrose in terms of trying to track where anybody is, but actually for EA UCD, those wards can help to track where Schooniverse is looking to start by seeing whether Chitoge and Balloon Pants are, going to lane or not. And because they're not going to lane, they know that, okay, they're leashing. And look, these wards, you can still hook late here. Are they going to find one?
Oh, just short. Jimmy OG, you had the right snipe, but you didn't have the range. Oh, that hurts. It was so close. You could definitely... Oh, that was close.
Yeah, and for St. Ambrose there, the pathing, they actually didn't hug the wall, which is ideally what you want to do to stay safe in that particular approach, but they aren't punished, so that's all good. And Orbital, the junglers are starting on opposite sides of the map here. Guess Me Baby starting top side, whereas Schooniverse starting bot side here. And generally speaking, with both of these jungles, you actually kind of want to just power farm, especially as the Hecarim here. Maybe you look to invade a little bit, maybe you look to gank, but the most important thing is just to try and full clear as quick as you please, and that's why we did see the Crux getting farmed up by Guess Me Baby earlier.
Well, we're talking about the junglers, but what we do see is Blue Man's almost going down. One more flash is going to take it. And just like that, Super Monkey, the Vayne that we talked about, is going to pick up first blood. No jungle intervention, nothing of the sort, but the flash from Chitoge is going to be answered by Super Monkey barely crawling out of bot lane with about 10 HP.
Yeah, Chitoge just flashed in a little bit sooner there. I think might actually have been able to find a kill. The regeneration in the pot just keeping Super Monkey alive in that situation. That is a scary thing to see. Orbital, a Vayne starting to pop off early will be a problem, especially not just for the Xayah, who has agency and has the ability to space out, but for the Alistar, who is a melee support and will have to deal with that poke without being able to answer back.
It's always worrisome for the rest of the team as well when you know that the bot lane is getting that fierce early on and you hear the ding, first blood for a Vayne. I'm already crying half the time. I just don't want to see that. So I'm very, very curious if we are going to see Schooniverse possibly rotate down there. I know you started the clear from the bot side, right? But to the top, maybe you don't try anything by Sir Darkling, considering the wave is already bouncing directly under Sir Darkling's tower.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Schooniverse, you simply can't do it. The pathing's not good. If you try and force yourself back down bot, you're going to miss so much time here, so much camps. Whereas Guess Me Baby, already down there here, and they're just waiting to see if Jimmy can land a hook. If they do, they go in.
Well, instead, they decide to go in on their own, and Balloon Pants opted for the right call, I think. Great bounce out for Super Monkey to not be able to take any fights, and they do survive that gank on the bot lane, albeit without Balloon Pants flash.
Yeah, and in a way, Balloon Pants was lucky that the first time he went down there, he didn't blow the flash, or else that would have been an easy repeat kill. But it is putting a lot of pressure here onto this bot side. Interestingly, though, Super Monkey has been applying this pressure at the cost of missing minions. So despite the fact that Balloon Pants died first, Chitoge has been farming up a storm and is perfectly fine with this. You just need to play around your power spikes as a Xayah right here. Don't try and fight early. Wait till you go back first, buy your items, and then look to get some action down bot.
Should give a pretty hefty opportunity once the recall has been made, but we'll also want to see what Super Monkey can be able to pick up on their own back as well. Currently already sitting on the double long swords, and 2 pots didn't have to burn too much, so any sort of trading pattern that happens will be at the expense of Chitoge and Balloon Pants HP, which is why Schooniverse is still sitting on that bot side. We did say we wanted to see Schooniverse try and put some pressure down there. Let's see if it yields any results.
with the control ward, it's unlikely that Skooniverse will find anything, and Skooniverse has to be careful with a Blitzcrank as well, being able to isolate you, follow up with the Vayne, condemn into a wall, stun, and kill as well. So I don't think we'll be seeing too much action quad side. Instead, Orbital, St. Ambrose, as a team, we said that EA UCD Gold is really strong individually, but so is St. Ambrose. And in fact, when the season started, that was how they were winning games, was just by playing and winning out their lanes. But as the season has gone on, after they lost the Fanshaw, they've really started working together as a team, and so their early ganks as well as their mid-game team fights and picks have been sort of their signature throughout the second half of the split. So I'm curious to see if they actually manage to get any of these early ganks off with Skooniverse, because so far hasn't quite panned out.
It might not have panned out for the game. What it has panned out is an early dragon taking or attempting to take this dragon. It's down to about 2k. The problem is EA UCD Gold has spotted an amount. Mr. Jimmy OG is going to go ahead and roll that eye Blitzcrank into the dragon pit. Shinigami Yagi was able to force out Broxa, and the hook just goes shy of the Ari. So that will mean that the charm goes out. Same with the Spirit Rush, and it will be the dragon plus Jimmy's life as Yagi takes the kill back.
Risky play, but really good collapsing from St. Ambrose. Their dragon in the early game does do a lot of damage, so leashing it and taking all that damage was dangerous, but Shinigami gets rotation, and Braxa here, I mean, that's got to be a communications thing, right? Braxa saying, hey, I'm not going to move down there. This is going to be a 4v3, and unfortunately, Jimmy just didn't back off appropriately when Guess Me Baby and Super Monkey all returned.
And that one hurts a lot, right? Losing that dragon early, losing a kill to the mid lane means that Broxa, as you said, is going to have to play on that safe side. However, Guess Me Baby said, hey, I lost dragons, so let's go ahead and have a fight. But Darkland jumped over the wall, and thankfully Prey did not have flash, or that would have been a kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Broxa, with the help from Mr. Jimmy OG, does take Shinigami's life.
Yeah, that topside there. I mean, when you blew the flash from the chase, I think Darkland kind of got to back off. Guess Me Baby's not 6 yet. Without that onslaught of shadows, he's not running flash. He's got no way to get over that wall here. And because Darkland ended up taking so much damage in that trade, and look at Skooniverse roaming up here, wanting to find action somewhere. He actually wants kills. He doesn't just want objectives, but the warding situation from EA UCD. Thank you, producer there. You can see they've got... They had bot side warded, they have top side warded. Right now, they've got a really good sense for the timing of where Skooniverse is going to be at any given time.
And that presents the issue of the fact that currently Guess Me Baby is not guessing anymore. Guess Me Baby is currently always in the proactive seat, right? Everywhere that Guess Me Baby is, about 15 to 20 seconds later, we see Skooniverse show up. And this is going to become a problem later on as well. Yes, you got first dragon, but second and third dragon might be a little bit more difficult. Shinigami Yagi is going to go ahead, try and look for that flash. No flash. Going to be opted for. Instead, it's just the charm. Guess Me Baby is going to take a lot of damage. And it's 2v2. The reason for this is you can see Broxa looking to try and rotate up. If they can bait this any longer, they will. Shinigami Yagi is going to dash in, but try a second Spirit Rush. Misses with that charm, and immediately a flash in from Broxa. Low HP always means you want to go for the kills. Everyone's chugging their corrupting potions. It's going to be another laser to draw the flash out of Shinigami Yagi. Excuse me for the name trip up there. But with all of the action, no one dies, and just a crap ton of summoners blown.
Yeah, and Sir Darkland, Guess Me Baby, I thought they were playing with fire there. Sir Darkland would have gone down to any spells, and the Shock Blast is so dangerous, but they pulled it off, and they're actually getting a bit of a CS advantage from that particular play as well. Braxa shoving in that top side. Skooniverse gonna get spotted.
Skooniverse is going to get spotted, but the rest of the team is there and ready to go. Onslaught of Shadows, though, fears out his life. And EA UCD Gold take advantage and bring kills to Super Monkey. Super Monkey is going ultra here at 2-0-1. Guess Me Baby is allowed to pick up one more as well. And just like that, St. Ambrose are punished for their jungle invade.
Orbital, we're seeing really good rotates from St. Ambrose here. They've got a proactive plan that they want to execute, and you can see them moving for it. But EA UCD, they're just reading them really well, and they're countering Skooniverse on that invade there. There wasn't, I don't think that ward was in that bush. I can't quite see if the timer was there before, but they just knew to go down and punish. And the thing is, when you're invading, you need to make sure that you have priority on that move. Okay, thank you, Observer. So yes, that ward was already in there. And once again, it just feels like EA UCD always seem to know what Skooniverse wants to do. And when you're invading, once again, you need prio in your lanes. But Shinigami Yagi was already dead before. And Chitoge, Balloon Pants, they weren't shoved up enough to get there before Jimmy and Super Monkey did.
Ooh. And at this point, all that chaos has meant Mr. Jimmy is allowed to roam out pretty much free of cost here. That's going to be a hook. What? You got the hook like that, and it means a kill around the minions. Yes, you'll pay with your life, but that's a support for a mid laner. Brox is like, well worth the trade. Oh, is that other hook? Scooniverse goes, hey, I'm going to try my own. I can't get it this time.
Yeah, they probably don't have enough damage, honestly, as a Blitzcrank and an Alistair to try and kill Brox here. But yeah, not only do they get that kill and trade a worthwhile mid for support here overall, but that's an Ari, one of the slipperiest champions in the game with Spirit Rush up. The burst damage that Braxa and Jimmy put down was absolutely stunning. And now we can see the gold lead starting to form in pretty much all the lanes here. That 3k gold lead for EA UCD isn't concentrated on one player. It's split on almost every single role.
It is, and that's why we can see Super Monkey trying to get jumped on here. The heal comes out through the Ignite, and it is going to keep Super Monkey alive very, very closely as it's 150 bounty on their head. That could mean Chitoge could burn the flash heal as well to try and dive that tower. But that's going to mean the topside Prey and Sir Darkman are still battling for supremacy. Someone is going to try and get advantage on the top side. However, guess me, baby, now as we revisit this bot side, says Chitoge Kurosaki is going to be the fighting master. Super Monkey gets a condemn against the wall, is able to pick up one kill, but Mr. Jimmy takes the other. More battles going out, though, as the Hextech Ultimatum is going to be drawn down. Prey is going to be ignited, and Scooniverse says, hey, I got my top laner. You don't get to fight it as much as you want. Brooklyn is going to try and walk away, gets a little bit of a sweeping foot, but misses. Now dodging out on the stun and getting that hook shot up means cannot punish as they would have liked.
EA UCD, their micro plays are so good here, Orbital. They are hands checking St. Ambrose right now and winning with it. I mean, that bot side play, they baited that so well. And I want to highlight that Super Monkey went back in low health, survived it, got the last hit onto Chitoge here. And on that top side right now, this Camille, it was the counter pick into Jace here. It's generally considered a counter pick, but it's not a simple one. It is a mechanical outplay style champion. You have more options, but you are playing into a ranged champion. So Darkman has played it so well that even in that situation, 1v2 gets out alive here. And Prey is struggling, doing a great job keeping up CS, but very little prio in that top lane.
And the problem is, of course, Scooniverse has to try and get Pryor up there as well, right? We saw Guess Me Baby has already controlled the bottom lane. That is now firmly in Chitoge and Balloon Pan's side. So the Dragons, we saw rightly going the way of EA UCD Gold. They were able to pick up that Ocean Dragon. Now taking a look at the Cloud Soul, not one of the most important dragons or souls to have, but still feels very, very good, especially if you're a speedy Blitzcrank or a very speedy Hecarim.
Yeah, I think the mobility buff that the Cloud Soul gives you is often underestimated, especially in the middle of combat when you use your ultimate. But when I'm looking at EA UCD's team, it's even more scary because now you've got a Vayne who's already going to run you down with that final hour. If she gets more movement speed, it's not just about chasing you down, it's about being able to dodge all those skill shots. And guess me, baby, when you've got a Hecarim, movement speed is directly converted into damage for you here. So suddenly Cloud Soul isn't just mobility, isn't just utility, it's actual damage.
You know what else is actual damage? Is Mr. Jimmy looking for a hook here. Unfortunately, Chitoge decided to walk directly through the river, so no one is going to fall here. But I got to agree, right? It is a dragon and a soul that EA UCD Gold are going to play for. And St. Ambrose have to recognize that. Yes, it doesn't benefit you so much. But there are some things where it's just like, we're not taking it for our own benefit. We're just like, we just don't want you to have it. It's the greed factor, right?
Yeah, we could just deny it away, right? That's an effective thing to do as well. And Orbital, the last dragon might have gone to EA UCD, but right now it is a dragon apiece so far here. So it's not like either team really has that big an edge until we get to see them actually fully teamed by blue pads.
Even through the Unbreakable Will, they are very, very low. I think that should be the finisher with one more laser taking out Braxa, now 3-0-0. We were a little bit worried earlier on when Shinigami Yagi was able to get an early roam off, but Braxa has easily cleaned that up, and now they steal away the Herald. Are you kidding me? UCD Gold are taking so much and more. Now you do take the soul of this Hecarim, but it still doesn't mean death as Braxa is going to get Spear Rush on. One more chase should do it. Yagi is able to get the reset and is now going to look for a few more charms. Yes, UCD Gold were ahead, but these kills might give them a chance at a little bit of consolation. You lost out on the Rift Herald. You lost so much, but at least you get some kills, and immediately Super Monkey says that. Nah, you didn't really get anything, as bot lane tower and first brick goes to a very, very powerful champion.
As you say that, sorry, I just got distracted by Sir Darklin's skating hooks there. That tells me that Sir Darklin's very comfortable on this coming out to be able to maximize those. But you are right. I mean, at the end of that trade there, that's Herald and first brick going to EA UCD Gold. So despite losing kills, let's call it a 3-2 because Balloon Pants did get caught there. It is still EA UCD coming out ahead in terms of gold. But I think it's worth noting that St. Ambrose, considering how far behind they are, that they managed to win that fight, is monumental for them. And while Balloon Pants did get caught, which is less than ideal, it actually ended up playing good for St. Ambrose because it distracted EA UCD long enough for them to actually lose that fight. If they had gotten there a little bit sooner, then I think it goes a lot worse for St. Ambrose.
Hard inclined to agree now. It's one of those things that they do have to keep eyes out on, and because of that fight on that Herald, it now means that the bot lane is completely open, which means Broxa is allowed to do stuff like this with Jimmy OG in tow. The hook doesn't land, but the Unbreakable will, as it's a point and click on yourself, so I mean, can you really miss it? Balloon Pants is able to force out 2 members and pull Super Monkey's ultimate as well. The final hour has been taken off the table for a bit.
Oh, top side, Sir Darklin taking that Silver. He's trying to base on a bush with the control. Oh, no Unbreakable this time.
And Balloon Pants decides to go in. They're saying, I'm going to sacrifice my life. But unfortunately, the kiting is just too good. EA UCD Gold are allowed to pick up 1. Shinigami Yagi burning that Spirit Rush. And losing that ultimate will mean that the mid lane is going to be broken thanks to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's already low enough that a single charge will be sufficient to take this one here. And all this time, Jimmy's still waiting without that Spirit Rush. Ari is not that safe, and that is forcing St. Ambrose to call in Prey to try and cover this mid lane to make sure they don't get dove.
But it's not the tower that they're really worried about. Again, UCD Gold are very happy about taking the mid plus the dragon. They are now 2 dragons up, and as we said, any movement speed translates straight to damage or Guess Me Baby, who is now going to chase into a completely dark jungle. But they say, we have 4, you only have 3. Guess who's turned into prime stake once again? Balloon Pants goes down 0-6.
Oh, that's even more Shinigami.
And it's even more damage. Shinigami Yagi is going to come out with the Everfrost, but you're immediately slowed down. All the raw damage from UCD Gold is tearing through the HP bars, and they are showing that they are undefeated for a reason.
He already used the hammer.
Oh, he did, and that's just going to be a kill. But guess who's teleporting in? Shinigami Yagi might have teleported to their own doom. However, the orb is doing quite a bit of damage. I think that's a Q max build, but that's going to be a great charm landing. Sir Darklin has to get the hook up, has to get ready for another shield, and he's going to try and dance this out for the cooldown. One more pick, and auto attack should take it. Darklin is going to go down. Yagi still having to burn so much is finally able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, meanwhile, Brox is just shoving that bot side wave, right? So they're not losing anything. There's no Herald to take on the other side for St. Ambrose here, and it feels like EA UCD is just getting too far ahead at this point. Now, we also mentioned the composition, right? EA UCD with that Hecarim, with that Victor, they're no slouches at team fight. This comp is not geared strictly towards team fighting, but they have better AoE than St. Ambrose does. St. Ambrose is a pick recent composition with that Viego, with that Ari, with that Jace to poke them down. They don't excel at team fights either. So we're seeing that with that gold the EA UCD have, if they're grouped up, they can just brute force your jungle with all those choke points here. They don't need the vision. If you try and fight them, they just drop a gravity field, they drop a chaos storm. If Guess Me Baby has that onslaught of shadows, St. Ambrose is going to lose 9 out of 10 times.
The only 1 out of 10 times that they don't is when all the ultimates are pressed in the opposite direction. You just see everyone ult away, and you're like, that's not where they want to go. St. Ambrose Esports finally being able to pick up some of their own jungle here, which has been completely taken over by the side of EA UCD Gold. You can see they're completely blind, and that's allowed them to prey on Prey, who's now going to get chased down. You're trying to clear out the wave, hopefully get 1 or 2 more minions. But I mean, that's all you're going to get. The kill is left to Sir Darklin. That is a perfect use of no vision. EA UCD Gold get a kill and should get the spot lane tower.
Yeah, they just get to a free push here. And they don't need everybody here, right? They just need 1 or 2 people down there. So they're rotating mid immediately, where Braxa I was getting a little bit concerned for here, Jimmy.
Oh, the hook does not land, and that actually means a rotate back. That's going to be the lethality. Zaya cutting through HP bars. Yes, you pick up 2. Can you get a bit more? Charm lands on the bot side, on the top side of this lane. It is going to be a challenge back as the shutdown goes the way of Viego. EA UCD Gold are punished for their over-aggression. Yes, you got 1 tower, but you lost a lot of shutdowns.
Beautiful to watch from St. Ambrose there. For the first time this game, they've managed to just outplay EA UCD completely. And we said that EA UCD Gold's team comp good in the jungle, where it's tight, where there's a lot of those choke points. They just tried to do that in the middle of a lane, and you could see that in the lane, there's enough space for St. Ambrose to play around them there. And this pick composition, it excels in these smaller skirmishes when you can split up the enemy team here. So a bit of reprieve for St. Ambrose, but they are still down 5,000 gold. So Darkland still did take that inner turret here, and with Baron up, this could be dicey, especially if EA UCD can cut out the vision and try and catch them on the way into that river.
And you can see for St. Ambrose, as you were saying, the vision is a little bit rough. They only have 1 pink ward, 1 regular ward sitting right outside, and we can finally see the drops here from Balloon Pants. Even with all the vision in the world, though, if it's not inside of bushes, Mr. Jimmy is always going to have a fun time, right? That's the scary part, is no matter how many wards are down, if the bushes aren't the ones being warded, the Blitzcrank is always going to have a field day. So I'm very, very worried about the upcoming Baron. But the Dragon, I think, is going to be more important. Even though you're awarding a Baron, Dragon is what's going to be the play for, as EA UCD want to put themselves on soul point.
And with the Cloud, so there's that bit of a question for St. Ambrose here. Is it worth trying to fight for it? If you can find a pick, if you can get that early rotation onto the Dragon, by all means go. But against a Blitzcrank, against a Victor Hecarim, it's so scary to approach this without vision. You could get picked over a wall. And we've seen that even Balloon Pants with that Unbreakable Will doesn't survive very long against all the damage that EA UCD have at this point here. So I almost want to say, like, for St. Ambrose, don't try and contest this. You have no vision bot side. Go play towards the Baron. Go shove mid lane instead. Let EA UCD try and go for that Dragon on their own here.
Or draw them into a fight of their own, because now it's EA UCD Gold walking into Dark Vision. They have no chance to do this, but
Jimmy.
that is going to be a draw. Yes, you catch the Toge, but that still leaves Jimmy completely unattended. That's going to be the first kill. Scooterverse gets 1. Can you get a little bit more? Gravity Field goes down, but in the back, Onslaught of Shadows breaks apart everyone. St. Ambrose are St. Dead as the esports squad is chomped to bits. Triple kill for the Vayne. Shutdown for Sir Darkland, and it's an ace for 1 as UCD Gold wipe the fight.
Gonna be honest here, Orbital, I was not expecting that fight to break out that way there. Mr. Jimmy OG, I thought he overextended with that flash over the wall. Braxa and Super Monkey weren't even quite at the fight yet, but he bought enough time with that locket here, and St. Ambrose ended up getting chewed through by the damage of the Vayne, by the damage of the Chaos Storm. And now it's fairly early on, only 23 minutes. So despite the burn being taken, despite the inhib going down here, St. Ambrose don't lose the game off the back of this fight. But the next one is going to get real dicey.
It's going to be so painful. I mean, I would at that point already say they've lost a lot of willpower. At least it's the mental game right there, right? You knew that. You knew where EA UCD were coming from. You knew they were going to have to come from mid, from the top side of your jungle. You already knew which direction they were coming from, and yet you allowed Guess Me Baby to get a fantastic ulti in the back line. And this time around, I don't think Shitogi Kirasaki is allowed to go for that farm so brazenly once again. Remember, that all started because Jimmy said, hey, I found a lone ADC.
Yeah, well, I don't even know if they actually had vision. They probably knew that there were multiple members nearby. They don't care. And to be fair to St. Ambrose here, I don't know what they can do against the Hecarim Onslaught of Shadows in the back. It's unstoppable here. So even with that charm from Shinigami Yagi, even with that hit butt from Balloon Pants here, you can't stop the fear from going through. And that's all they need. Just that window of opportunity to let the rest of the team roll in. And now EA UCD are far ahead enough that they only can match the Darkland on that split push 1v1. I'm not even sure that anybody can quite match Super Monkey in that 1v1 right now. This Vayne, 3 items here, is ahead of anybody on St. Ambrose.
It's extremely powerful. However, we have seen a little bit of a root go down and Sir Jimmy is immediately cut away, but it's a single support kill for a loss of the tower, and the Baron power play is still going to continue mid lane. We're going to see the hook come out from Skooniverse with the Stolen Soul. It's not going to yield any results, though. It has slowed down the tempo, though. EA UCD Gold are only allowed one tower so far, and maybe looking for one more.
They've got a minute left on Baron, and I would like to see somebody pressure that bot side where you've got an open inhibitor, namely Sir Darkland here. But dropping Jimmy is important because that's a numbers disadvantage for them. And for St. Ambrose, not only is it a numbers disadvantage, but they've killed you before in the open lane. So EA UCD have to be very, very careful about these pushes, especially if you don't have vision for the flanks.
All about that vision game. All about where is someone going to fight in. And it looks like Sir Darkland is actually going to be the one to eat a lot of the damage. Shotoge is not allowed to get 3 feathers off. Sir Darkland is not going to take that punishment.
Yeah, and we said before, Sir Darkland right now can't be handled with one person only. So you can see that they had to send 2 members there. And even then, it's hard to kill Sir Darkland. You're just kind of pushing them off. Oh, 4 members?
It's not, because it's not even about the members anymore. It's if that grappling hook is going to land, and if that hook is going to land on primary targets, the Ignite goes down, and over the wall, Onslaught of Shadows is still going to cap it off. Sir Jimmy is going to pick up that kill, and that was a fantastic one to find. These hooks have been on point from this Blitzcrank map. And it's one to be feared as St. Ambrose are watching their base slowly get chipped away. It's now a 1-3-1. As on the bot side, Broxa picks up the inhibitor. They are going to try and get a little bit back, but again, it's always with that grappling hook buffer.
And it's so long. Always just the maximal distance from Sir Darkland here. I mean, when I was looking at the game records from EA UCD, I was like, okay, there's a reason why the Cled's always bad, but mid lane fight.
It's going to be a fight 4v3. Great little silence coming out from the Blitzcrank, but it might not be enough to solo out the damage. Down goes the Vayne early on, but the chances of Prey, Balloon Pants, and Shotoge getting any more is nigh to none because the rest of the team is here. Guess Me Baby is going to solo out Alistar. Alistar does go down as Guess Me Baby is on a killing spree. Shinigami Yagi finally joins the squad. Damage has been done. It was a fight initiated by Balloon Pants. But it's a fight won by UCD Gold. Flash for flash, support for ADC. Shinigami Yagi wants them to pay the price. Great reset on number 1 of the Spirit Rush. Can you get another one, though? Darkland is going to dodge out on that charm. So it's a chance back, although it was a 1 for 2 early on. It's even out, and Shinigami Yagi was able to take Consolation Prize back. Guess Me Baby says, all right, well, at least we get that. That was our whole mission here.
Pretty much. They did also get the open inhib bot side as well. So now there are supers streaming in when that Baron respawns. And St. Ambrose, they're going to struggle to be able to answer both that as well as get that pressure on Baron. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds as well. And this one, although, is soul for EA UCD if they can get it. I don't see why not. St. Ambrose has not been able to get any vision priority on this bot side in the last 5 minutes. The last time this Dragon was up, they had no prio down at the bot side. And EA UCD with multiple members up with a Blitzcrank here, that is terrifying darkness, fog of war for St. Ambrose.
That's why they're sending Balloon Pants, but this time they found Darkland. Darkland not able, is knocked out of the grappling hook. You said it was a pink composition, RMC, and they did just that. They're able to pick one, but they lose out on the Dragon. It's a very painful kill to take because you can't do anything wicked. That Soul is still going to go EA UCD Gold's way. Now the hook does land on Balloon Pants. Unbreakable Will has been laid down, but you're still in the gravity well. Super Monkey is going to shred through that bar. It's and that brings everyone to face. That is St. Ambrose Esports being swatted away from the mid lane, and EA UCD Gold are going to take a chance at the base.
Oh, wow, okay.
Recharm on the Super Monkey, but that still leaves Yagi a little bit worse for wear. 50% HP. Inhibitor is now going to fall. That's the mid lane inhibitor to boot. And now they might as well wait for the rest of the lanes or chance a fight on the top side for the third inhibitor. But no Baron is available, so it's going to be a 50-50. Are they going to go for tower or are they going to go for Baron? Well, why not both? Because they're going to go for the inhibitor tower and maybe even still have time to take the global objective.
Yeah, honestly, they probably could have ended right there. They had supers pushing down bot side if they wanted to push that, but they're playing it by the numbers, by the books. They take all the inhibitors, like you said, fall back onto Baron here. And we already said before, it was going to be hard for St. Ambrose to try and contest that Baron with supers coming in bot side. you now have double supers coming in every lane. St. Ambrose simply cannot walk up. All EA UCD would need to do is wait 45 seconds and have 6 supers knocking at your door here. St. Ambrose, they're going to try for this anyways. I think they're too late.
I think it's gone, right? You can already see it being chunked out. There's already been about 5 seconds at a time, and it's gone. And now they're in prime position. They're going to take one last-ditch effort. They're going to try and break out the set. Down goes Blitzwing once again. Schooner versus able to get the soul. Can he get any more, though? Sir Darkling's going to go in. Goes huge laser going across everyone's HP bar. Broxette able to lay down the damage, and that's the wipe. It was a last-ditch effort. It was a fearsome one, but it is still death for St. Ambrose Esports. They won out with one last hurrah as UD Gold are going to go ahead, take the ace, and they're going to take the base as well.
Baron, double minions, and a complete ace to end the game. What more could EA UCD Gold want from their opening game of the final series of the regular season here in NECC? And Orbital, props to St. Ambrose Esports, man. Because 16-31 is a much better scoreline than I expected considering how the early game went there. EA UCD Gold were up 5-1 at the beginning of the game already here, and St. Ambrose still found ways, still manufactured picks of their own. It wasn't unforced errors from EA UCD Gold here. It was St. Ambrose continuing to stay proactive even from behind.
And I can respect the last-ditch effort. I was wondering what they were doing. They went in with one last hurrah, and I will always, and I'll say this every time, if you know you're going to lose, send it out with a bang. Don't go out with a whimper. Throw yourself in there. You don't know what you're going to get. And honestly, it looked good. You saw what St. Ambrose composition could pull off in a team fight scenario even if they weren't fully prepped for it. So the idea was there. Hopefully they can revamp it for game number 2, though, and we'll see if they can pull it back and force a reset of this series, because currently EA UCD Gold are looking like gold to move into an undefeated regular season. Don't go anywhere. The NECC will be right back with the continuation of the series some more.
To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath. I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
And welcome back, everyone. We are here and ready to go for game number 2 of this fantastic series. So far, we have seen EA UCD Gold come out with the victory. And from the early stages, it looked very, very good. Yes, St. Ambrose put up one hell of a fight, but it was UCD Gold that came out with some fantastic team fight victories. Now into game 2, we're going to be looking for somewhat of the same from UCD Gold, but what can St. Ambrose do? Because honestly, their composition seemed to hold pretty steady.
I don't know. It feels a bit hit or miss here because we knew EA UCD Gold was going to come in swinging strong in the individual lanes. That is what they're known for. But considering that St. Ambrose started the season playing the same way, I really thought that they would be able to hold on better in the early game. Instead, it kind of fell apart. And their pick composition is fine, but I think it's a bit difficult to execute, and that's where it came back to bite them. So going into game 2 here, Orbital, in terms of drop changes, I think a front-to-back composition would probably be easier to execute, considering how rough it was. I particularly did not feel like the Viego had sufficient impact compared to the Hecarim. It felt like it fell behind here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for Schooniverse to maybe pick up something else, maybe steal away the Hecarim himself if they are playing on blue side, or if they're going red side, maybe pick something like the J4 or something like the Volibear that would have better early game impact.
We would hope so, but of course we have gotten word that St. Ambrose are currently on the red side, so we are hopefully going to see a change-up in the draft as well. And I have to agree, right? Schooniverse, unfortunately, it was pointed out in the early stages, from warding to ganking, it was all shut down there. EA UCD Gold had that under wraps every single time the Viego tried to enter a lane. It was consistently spotted out, and it always felt like Guess Me Baby always had the right number. 30 seconds before the Viego was there, Hecarim was there, dropping a gank, dropping a kill, getting a camp, or whatever it was. And then mid to late game, the Hecarim just ran circles around everyone. So I gotta agree, really, really hoping to see that Viego change up, or if it's still picked up, because it is a favorite of Schooniverse. I think one of the comfort champions there. Hopefully we get to see a little bit different, I want to say, pathing coming out here, either through the gank patterns or just camps in general. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we will hopefully get underway with the bans coming out here and with the champion select as well. And with the counter picks, what's also notably changed is that top lane, right? Last time it was the Jace blind pick and the Camille counter. Now we get to see what St. Ambrose have to pick.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive because in game one in the draft here, I know that we didn't get to see it here on stream, but both solo lanes actually got counter picked for St. Ambrose here. They picked the Ahri blind early on, wanting that priority there. And for Prey, having to pick that Jace on that B5 meant that it got countered. So both solo lanes struggled a little bit because of the pick order. Now going to game 2, when they are on red side, you can pick one of your solo lanes on R3 and then ban out its 2 of the counters to match it, and then save your R5 for another counter pick here. So that's what I'd like to see come through from St. Ambrose with that side swap to at least try and guarantee 1 or 2 winning lanes here.
We would hope so, and that is hopefully what they are going to be working with here. As again, St. Ambrose, yes, you're not falling out of playoffs or anything of the sort, but for this squad, there is potential to actually fall down a fair bit into the lower rankings, right? So even though they are currently sitting at a 7-1 score, if they lose here in series score, they drop to 7-2. With that opportunity, third and fourth place, I can't talk. Third and fourth place are currently 2 opportunities for them to actually fall down the rung 2, and that would mean you're actually facing off against the middle of the pack, as again, I do believe it is top 6 or top 8 that move on from each group, so that is very, very important to watch here. You do not want to lose your second place seeding by any stretch of the imagination, and that is why this is so important. Of course, we are getting underway with the draft here. As we said, the teams have swapped sides, so it is going to be EA UCD Gold on that blue, and so far the bans are rightfully the same from the UCD Gold side.
Yeah, I think that Zeri is just such a strong champion that needs to be taken off here, and I don't think Super Monkey really plays it, and that's one of the big reasons why we're seeing that EA UCD is banning on either side. There's our first change up of the ban list, and only change up of the first ban list there. The Blitzcrank being removed right off the bat. They did not enjoy Jimmy Oji, despite the fact that he died quite a bit.
No one likes it. It's just like, it's the pulls. It's the aggressive pulls, and we can see here the Shen change up on the top side. The Shen is quite interesting, I do have to say. It was the blind pick in B5 again, and then the cannon came out as the response. But this is going to cause us a little bit of interesting looks here. The Nico coming out for Broxa is one of his most plays. We pointed it out before as well, that this is the number 4 in the world previously. So definitely want to keep our eyes on the mid lane now.
Yeah, so that is, we're saying comfort picks in game 1. Definitely a massive comfort pick for Braxa here, and a counter pick as well. The Azir was picked up by Shinigami Yagi first on R4, and then we saw the counter come through for Braxa on blue 4 here. So I expect that one to go handily in EA UCD's favor. Jungle, I want to touch on that quickly here, Orbital, because the Hecarim and the Viego once again coming through. And I said before, I wasn't a fan of Schooner versus Viego pick, unfortunately, when it's getting read so well, and I don't see why that would change again this game. Guess Me Baby has that Hecarim. Should be faster. If they're kind of pathing the exact same way, the Hecarim should always get there first.
And with the rest of the composition being locked in here, St. Ambrose going for that team fight front to back, like we were hoping to see them do it, the Viego leaves a lot to be desired, right? In some of these instances, you actually normally see a tank come out here in the jungle role, whether if it's not in the support, it's in the jungle role, right? You usually see something like that J4 come out to play, allow for a little bit of lockdown, but at this point, you have 5 damage members. That's what you're looking at here, and for St. Ambrose, yes, we know that they can team fight, but can you team fight to the extent that UCD Gold was able to lay out before?
Yeah, and if we look at game 1 as well, St. Ambrose, they had a very squishy team composition with the pick comp. Their only tank was the Alistar, and even with that tank, it didn't quite end well for them. Granted, there's no Blitzcrank this time to punish all that squishiness here, but there is still that Vayne who can run through you. And Orbital, we look at what EA UCD have done this time with their draft. It's not exactly comfort champs coming through. Shen is not really a champion that I would describe as Sir Darklin's bread and butter. He is very well-rounded, so obviously he can play all sorts of different things, but that is not a champion to take over your lane. Likewise, the Yuumi is a complete 180 from the Blitzcrank. It is something that Jimmy is known for, the Blitzcrank, the Yuumi, and the Heimerdinger. Specifically, those 3 are his top champions. So, again, very comfortable, but it's a very safe protection style champion, and it feels like they're all winning on Super Monkey here on this Vayne with the Shen shield, with the Yuumi heals, and St. Ambrose have to be very, very careful about that. If that Vayne starts getting 1 kill, 2 kills, it's going to start rolling on, and in lane as well, Vayne has a favorable matchup if she can actually reach that Jinx.
And if you can't reach, guess what? EA UCD Gold have another champion that can do so. Guess Me Baby back on that Hecarim. We said, hey, the Schooniverse Viego is not great. We want to see a little bit of a change. I don't want to see Guess Me Baby change at all. That Hecarim was on point over and over again. And if the Vayne does not work, right? We always talking about, the ADC, protect the ADC composition. This is also a protect the Hecarim composition. If you cannot get to the backline, send the Hecarim Unstoppable Force straight back there, or the Onslaught of Shadows, and all of a sudden you got a rampaging Bronco running through your entire backline.
Yeah, and we said it last game as well. Movement speed for a Hecarim is directly converted towards damage. Guess what? Yuumi has a spell literally called Zoomies to help you move faster into that backline. So definitely Yuumi Hecarim is a very obnoxious combination in the mid game when you can just start roaming everywhere when your team isn't necessarily always together, but starting to look for some of those bigger skirmishes or full 5-man team fights as well. So I really like what EA UCD Gold have drafted. And for St. Ambrose here, okay, we're bashing a lot on this Viego pick, and I want to make it very clear. It's not about Schooniverse. It's about the Viego here. I don't think there's anything Schooniverse can really do with this pick. Your Viego is just always going to be on the back foot against the Hecarim. And when you pick the Viego as well, you don't pick the Viego to make individual plays. You pick it to get resets, and you need your team to set up those resets for you here. And I do think they've got an opportunity. I really like the Kennen in that top lane, especially here. It does comfortably into the Shen. It's not the hardest counter matchup, but the Slicing Maelstrom can definitely set you up in a lot of those team fights. And when you see that Nico go into your team, Kennen press R, stand in front, use that Zhonya's, and you stop the entire engage. You buy space for that Jinx, for that Azir to start putting down that damage. And that Emperor's Divide from Azir is also going to be critical in these bigger team fights.
And I think I want to touch on the Azir a little bit more because we're talking about the late game damage and Azir can bring. The Azir shuffle, I think, is going to be the most prominent thing to be featured as well outside of the Slicing Maelstrom, right? If we're talking about getting to the backline for the side of St. Ambrose's side and trying to kind of deal with that situation on its own as well, that Azir is going to be very, very important. Keep in mind last time Shinigami Yagi was on the Ahri. It was the catch potential. It was Spirit rushing in, finding those kills. This time around, you have a lot more utility to be able to work with. Yes, you won't have the catch, right? You don't have the charm. You're going to have to stay away. The soldiers are going to do most of your work. But your Emperor's Divide is the most key aspect. I'm very, very interested to see if it will be used in an offensive way or a defensive way, because this ultimate could quite literally, outside of the Slicing Maelstrom, stop the entire fighting force of UCD Gold.
Yeah, if anything, I consider the Slicing Maelstrom more aggressive, right? Whereas the Emperor's Divide, that's your biggest defensive tool. And like you pointed out, the Ahri last game for Shinigami Yagi did a lot in the games with those catches, with those picks. Now, with the Azir, it's a different style in that you're not looking for those single target picks. You're not looking to make your own 1v1s on the side here. You're looking to try and command the battlefield, set up that terrain, set up that front to back. But you're equally important. And I want to see Shinigami Yagi's positioning here, creating that space, creating that zone, but this time making sure that you're pumping enough damage to help not just yourself, but the entire team.
Let's see if they play to our expectations or above them as well. Some lanes to watch here. Braxa on that comfort champion. Shinigami Yagi going to be going up against that one. Bot side, a little bit of a swap of Super Monkey back on the Vayne, but Shitoge and Balloon Pants looking for that front-to-back style with the Jinx Karma. And then the jungle, a rematch of game number 1. Schooniverse going to try and prove themselves as Mr. Jimmy decided to die to tower.
You know what? He got gold for hitting the turret. So, and to be fair, nobody on Ambrose was there to catch it. So it actually kind of works out, and you call worth, I guess, for 60 gold.
Yeah, so
Next
this was
level
like, isn't that like the old school strat of Yuumi? You actually sack, so you can actually buy the refillables here. This is, I can't believe, I haven't seen that in forever, but I do remember hearing about that because, of course, Mr. Jimmy, you don't have to worry, and most people aren't watching the bot lane towers, so it's like, you can do it, but it's still very, well, you do have to worry about face checking, so at least there's that.
So I will say this about the Yuumi. Like, your health bar is really not that important.
Yeah.
It is that you can soak up some of the damage by hopping off and baiting out some of the attacks and the spells, body blocking if need be. But it's not the end of the world here if you don't have potions and you want to just kind of hold that money for later on. So if you're going to buy that refillable pot, then I need to see Jimmy actually hop off of Super Monkey a lot and auto attack, soak up some of that damage and then use those heals to keep yourself topped up. We're seeing it somewhat in lane already, and I can theoretically see that working really well into a Karma to try and soak some of that.
Poke on the bot side, and keep in mind, remember, bot side is where we saw first blood, I think, at this time at 2.5 minutes, and that was because it was constant fighting between the two bruisers. But this time we shouldn't see it. What we should see is the junglers possibly rotating down there. Guess Me Baby and Schooniverse did start on the top side together, so they should meet on the bot side scuttle. That might draw attention to the river. However, Guess Me Baby, something that we did see, which I thought was very funny, unfortunately had reset the Gromp. So whereas usually Guess Me Baby might be ahead a little bit, at this point, it's actually even pace with Schooniverse.
Actually behind, because the Krugs are the slowest cap to get taken, and Schooniverse has already taken his Krugs topside, so Guess Me Baby might actually end up a little bit slower when he takes his Krugs here. And what happened with the Gromp here is actually, it's a kind of common thing. So junglers will try and save time by doing blue and Gromp at the same time, especially if you're an AoE jungler like Kekrim, who's basically just a lawnmower on steroids. So if you mess up a little bit and you pull a little bit too far, Gromp ends up resetting, and then you lose time because instead of taking both at the same time now, Gromp just resets and he took extra damage for no reason. Unfortunately, I think that's what happened off screen. We just saw the reset come through, and look at what EA UCD is doing here. Yeah, we know our jungle is a little bit behind, so we're going to help out, get some early wards down to be able to track if Schooniverse goes for the scuttle.
And I like that fact. So you saw on the minimap there, Broxa actually sent a clone into the river to see if they could spot out Schooniverse. And it was taken away, so they do know that Schooniverse took it. But it's the play. It's the constant tracking of Schooniverse over and over again. This time, though, Schooniverse was just a mite faster on the rotate. So even though you do spot them, you can't stop them. That is going to be a little bit of a win for St. Ambrose University.
And for St. Ambrose here, in terms of how they want to play this out, they can kind of sit back and scale Azir skills pretty well. If you're going the more attack speed build, if you're going the poke build, your mid game's stronger. And you've got a Jinx. So Jinx is always nice. You kind of wait for that 2-item power spike before you really come online. You're waiting for Kennen as well to unlock that ultimate. And speaking of Kennen, they don't know. There's no wards catching Guess Me Baby game.
There's no wards, but Prey is also a very speedy mouse. So the Kennen is allowed to back out. The very scary thing, though, is going to be that Ignite that could be dropped, and that is the problem. Sir Darkland went for the lane advantage and picks up a nice solo kill.
Yeah, Guess Me Baby didn't even help out, and I think that actually Guess Me Baby not catching Prey the first time kind of baited Prey and be like, okay, I'm fine, I'm safe, I still have flash, and just underestimated the amount of burst damage that the Shen can put out early. And he can put out a surprising amount. Now, we touched on St. Ambrose's skilling, but EA UCD have a Vayne as well. Vayne skills very, very well, so EA UCD, if they don't make tracks early on the bot side, that's fine. If anything, they actually want to play towards their mid and top lane here, because if Sir Darkland gets ahead, nobody on this team is going to die with that Stand United. And if you get Braxa ahead, Nico is very strong in the early game, has very high base damages. If you take over, you split that map, suddenly St. Ambrose aren't going to be able to contest for any of these neutral objectives.
It's just at that point, it's just the Nico show. It's the Nico of hiding, waiting as Guess Me Baby's clone, and then be like, surprise, I rooted everyone. That's the most terrifying aspect, and I will say as a mid laner, I also have PTSD of that. Not just of Vayne Yuumi, but of Nico and just about every champion in the game. Chitoge, Kurosaki, and Balloon Pants are starting to try and recall here, but it's been stopped, I believe, about 2 times now. Mr. Jimmy has sent a little bit of a Q into the brushes over and over again, and that means Chitoge, Kurosaki, and Balloon Pants are going to be forced to soak up even more CS. Both ADCs looking at about 50 soaked up here.
Hold up, bro. I can't let this go. You have PTSD from every champion, bro.
Listen, I
Should you
lose
still
a
be playing
lot.
League of
I
Legends?
lose a lot, okay?
I don't know. You know, we say that League of Legends is a toxic game, but I think you bring that to a whole new level here, dude. That's it. I guess that's why you're casting it and no longer playing it now.
Yes,
Chitoge,
absolutely.
Balloon did not base. Exhaust comes down.
And that is going to be the fight. This is exactly what they were trying to bait for, and they found the fight. EA UCD Gold bait out the stay. They draw the heal and flash, one from Balloon Pants and one from Chitoge, and pick up the second kill of the game.
And Chitoge must have based at some time. I didn't quite see when, because we see the Noon Quiver in the inventory here. I think
Wasn't that just after they
was
died?
that just died? Okay, okay. That makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. That's like, I thought they just picked up boots and daggers. I was like, what? When
No,
did they
no, no,
recall?
no
This
way.
shit is
If
really
that would
good.
happen, yeah.
Yeah,
If
okay.
that worked, it'd be like,
Makes more
what?
sense. Well, I was going to complain otherwise. That wasn't efficient, but that's fine. And for EA UCD Gold, I like the fact they get the kill bot. They instantly go for that dragon, and they pick it up fairly early as well. So now if they want, they can actually send Jimmy on to Guess Me Baby and contest for that Herald as well. That'll be coming up in 30 seconds. Guess Me Baby, despite the bit of a mess up in the beginning, it's just Hecarim difference, man. Hecarim just power farms faster, and therefore we're seeing that Hecarim hit 6 before Schooner versus 6, and that's why I was saying, Diego, yo, we can't do much into Hecarim.
We talk about jungle pathing all the time, like it makes a huge difference. It does when the opponent makes use of it, right? League of Legends and just about any competitive game is all about how do you punish the mistakes of the opponent, and considering Scooniverse was not able to, it means that it's pretty much null and void. Prey actually walked in to try and get the sun down. They are going to find Darkland, and without Flash, this does feel like it is a kill opportunity. Going to be able to pick up the shield a little bit, but Prey is going to get some revenge. It's not a 1v1, but it's close enough. They'll take it.
Yeah, League is a team game anyway, so it doesn't have to be 1v1.
The call of everyone that's lost their lane, by the way.
True, but in this case, you know what? It worked out. Prey called for backup, and they got the kills, right? Ideally, I would have to see the kills go on to Scooniverse here, because the Viego scaling is nicer, but hey, if your Kennen gets ahead, that can be really nasty in team fights as well. And we're talking about, you know, level, or not level 8, pardon me, but 8-minute mark Herald spawning. Getting the kill on Darkland is nice as well, because it stops that pressure on that top side, and now they need to make sure that the waves are in the right state. They get the prio in the lanes before they can look to contest again. Darkland is 7 though, and that does mean Stand United, the global, is up and available for EA UCD.
And it's a nice call and a nice little nab, but the turnaround might be good, because that was a decent bit expended, but you only get the flash out of Chitoge, who, again, after that first gank, only burned the heal. So you're able to get away properly. But what damage can you do back? Chitoge and Balloon Pants are going to try their best to try and answer back the fight that Mr. Jimmy is putting up.
Yeah, and Super Monkey as well has done a great job farming up. That's a significant CS lead. Scooniverse being called down as well. Shinigami.
This is going to be very, very dangerous. Nice little route in. Super Monkey is going to get a lot of shields and heals. Sid Unite comes in, and it's going to be kill on the backside. Guess Me Baby splits the fight down the middle, and it's just soloing people out, body blocking away Shinigami Yagi. But guess what? Yagi has to flash over the wall, and UCD Gold,
You're not safe yet.
take gold and more. Over the wall you go. Guess Me Baby. Guess me one more time. That's going to be a 2 soloed out by Guess Me Baby, and the rest taken by UCD Gold. It's a party in the bot lane without Broxa, as St. Ambrose lose 4.
I'm getting flashbacks to game 1 here, Orbital. I mean, it's a 4-0 in that bot side fight there, and we sit the Stand United. Watch it, right? Level 7 for Darkland. You have to know that, hey, we can't take this here. And yes, that looked really, really close, but don't forget the rocket only explodes if it hits a champion. So if it doesn't hit Guess Me Baby, it can't steal the blue. Top side, Prey, try to get the biggest advantage you can on that shove, but you got 1 plate and you got a bunch of CS here. So Darkland got 2 kills and 2 assists. So you're seeing the goal differential really isn't that big. The experience differential between these players isn't that big. And the scariest part for St. Ambrose has to be that, hey, that cooldown's already halfway to done right now. EA UCD Gold, you can't punish the mid or bot lane without bringing even more members. And each time this happens, if EA UCD is picking up multiple kills, St. Ambrose is going to fall further and further.
It is going to be that chance. However, we are seeing a little bit of a dance around the Herald, and it is going to be a little bit of a fracture on the screen, but Scooniverse was able to take that that global objective. Very nice on their point, and again, consolation prize if you're maybe able to pick up a couple plates on the tower side. But it's, again, this is scary moments for the side of St. Ambrose. They lost the bot lane, and this is what happened in game number 1. If this happens in game number 2 as well, where does Skooniverse go? You're looking at the top side, which is a narrow attempt, but mid lane already, Shinigami Yagi is also failing, or unfortunately falling behind.
Yeah, sorry, a little bit of technical difficulties here with the stream feed. It has frozen a little bit, so hopefully we won't miss anything here. But we did see the Herald being focused here, and Orbital, you're saying Shinigami starting to fall behind. That is an issue here because, sure, Prey is ahead, and that is a big team fight tool, but that's upfront burst. And if you're not finishing off the fight right away with Prey here, who's going to follow up? Is it going to be Skooniverse? Is the Heartbreaker going to be sufficient damage to clean house? Because if not, I don't think Shinigami, who's behind, like you mentioned, or Chitoge, who is also behind at this point, are pumping enough damage in these team fights right now.
And it just feels like St. Ambrose. We said they had to scale, and scaling is what you do best. However, when you lose the early game, that scaling timer gets pushed back further and further. At this point, we're looking at maybe a 30 to 33 minute timer is the best that I could give, to the point where you're like, yeah, now we can finally take those big fights as long as no major objectives or major fight breaks out, right? That's what you're kind of looking at. That's at least how I feel how long it would take for that Azir and for that Jinx to come online and be able to rival the Vayne. The problem is getting there in one piece, right? As I said, without any major complications, we are going to go ahead and rewind a little bit here, or at least I don't think we will, as another fight had broken out. You can see Shinigami Yagi has fallen a second time. Same with the top side. Prey has fallen as well. So in our brief interlude, we're very, very sorry, but it looks like EA UCD Gold are starting to shut that door even closer to just not allowing St. Ambrose a single chance in this game.
Yeah, and Herald got taken, I'm guessing got dropped bot side as well to take those plates, because bot side turret is low right now. Guess Me Baby now with Jimmy, like we said, attached to him, starting to become a menace here. And now Guess Me Baby can start invading into the enemy jungle. They have a numbers advantage, so if they want to just brute force, take away all the camps from Skooniverse here, St. Ambrose can't answer.
I would also like to point out, EA used to be gold. That fight that occurred that we didn't see, netted Guess Me Baby another 3 kills, I believe.
Oh, yeah,
currently sitting at 7-0-1. I just want to point this out because we have to keep track of this. Guess Me Baby is once again a menace. 7-0-1 has a 700 gold bounty and is now freely farming with the knowledge of the enemy team. St. Ambrose know this is going on, just power farming away.
Yeah, I don't know. I think menace is a little bit of an understatement here. Orbital menace to me is like the annoying neighbor's kid. This is an absolute monster right here. Anywhere where Guess Me Baby is, St. Ambrose have to run. You can see Shinigami doesn't want any of this. Skooniverse had better watch out as well here. Is recalling. Can he get away? No.
And the scouting, the sweeper is going to find Skooniverse's life now 0-3. Bot lane already out of control. Super Monkey vastly far ahead. Or I wouldn't say vastly, about 20 CS and 0-0-4. But it is a power move here. This bot lane starting to be run back though. Chitoge and Balloon Pants trying to grab back control. But top lane is now out of control as well. Sir Darkland took advantage of a lot of those kills that Guess Me Baby picked up. It is now 3-1-3 as well. What the heck is going on here?
Well, what's going on here, Orbital, is not good news for St. Ambrose right now. They are well and truly behind. And you were saying earlier during that bit of technical pause we had that St. Ambrose, they just need to skill up. They need some time to get there. They need to stop fighting. But EA UCD is just not giving them any chance to not fight. It's not as if St. Ambrose are picking fights here. They're just getting dove. They're getting punished anytime they push their lanes out. And even worse, the objectives. They just can't contest for any of them right now. And all of that is building up this significant 5,500 league. At the pause, it was, what, 3K? 4K? It's growing, and it's getting worse for St. Ambrose here. They need to start grouping up and finding picks of their own. They need kills or objectives to start equalizing the numbers.
And they're not even finding that, right? You can see it here. They are going to try and brute force this mid lane. It's going to be 4 members stuck in mid, but that's going to be a little bit of a catch. And we're seeing kind of the fear that Broxley can currently put into the lives of the St. Ambrose squad. And Everfrost makes everyone scatter to the winds.
Yeah, and I think they're more scared of Guess Me Baby at this point coming from the other side here. They know that he was missing. Another attempt topside here for Darkland.
And Darkland this time might get shut out. Great execution approved by Schooniverse, and that'll be the topside tower falling.
Okay.
And already the bounty is collected. We're only 16 minutes in. There is already a bounty set on that tower topside, and it might still be relevant as Super Monkey is powering through this bot lane as well.
Okay, they do see Guess Me Baby rotating top as well, so they know that, hey, we can go and punish Super Monkey. The Vayne hasn't skilled up only on that Immortal Shield Ball right now, and I like what St. Ambrose is doing. We're just saying they have to be proactive. They try to force mid, that doesn't pan out. They rotate top immediately instead, where Prey is still that one lane that is doing well. So heads up proactive play from St. Ambrose. They just need to keep doing more of this, because that one kill, that one pick and that one turret has only reduced the gold lead by 500 gold here. It's 5k, so they need another 10 times of individual picks to equalize things, or one big one team fight. There is a massive bounty on Guess Me Baby. They can just kill this heckler.
And keep in mind as well, the bounties don't really stack, but they stay alive once the gold has been equalized, right? So if you find a big team fight and then you're able to scatter about 2 towers, maybe a dragon as well, you collect all this extra gold, and that gold can swing very, very quickly. It was one of the reasons why the bounty system was kind of a lot of people were kind of interested about it, right? All that hard work kind of thrown out the window, but it's a very real opportunity. The perfect situation, at least from what I could see from St. Ambrose's side, they somehow get a full team fight ace, or they find Broxa kind of running off on the side. They get the dragon that's currently coming up, which is going to be that Ocean Soul. It is one that everyone desperately wants to play for, and then you collect the last 2 outers, and maybe you can bring it within 1k.
Or you wait for Super Monkey to try and solo Herald on his own with no backup, and then you kill him and take that Herald.
Well, you know what? With the Shen, you're never truly alone. You always have friends on your side, and the Condemn catches Balloon Pants on the scuff of that wall, and Schooniverse is going to fall as well. You said Super Monkey's alone, but Super Friends are never alone. The whole team collapses in, and it's a scattered, decimating fight as St. Ambrose are forced back to the respawn points.
Well, Orbital, I got baited as hard as St. Ambrose. And hey, I thought, that's what I got. They saw that Super Monkey was alone. They had vision on almost every member of AAUCD. Unfortunately, you're right, Sad United, right? We were talking about it earlier, and it just completely slipped my mind again that there's always going to be that backup. And Braxa being able to rotate as well very quickly answered that. And suddenly things swing AAUCD's way. They get Herald, and they immediately convert that for 2 turrets. And they're going to get Soul Point on an Ocean Soul. If they get Ocean Soul, it's going to be absolutely brutal for St. Ambrose here in these team fights to try and kill anybody with the heals, with the shields coming through from Yumi, from that channel.
Yeah, you know that play that I said St. Ambrose had to make? EA UCD Gold just said, that's our play. That's our playbook. You aren't allowed to do that. And I love the fact that you pointed out the healing is going to be so devastating, because that's another about 800 gold sink that St. Ambrose have to put into play. Now, thankfully, they have a cheat character. That cheat character is the Karma. The extra shielding you can use, and you get a little bit of extra back. And it's a good one to have. Now, there was a kill on the top side. We did see that. It's a minor kill. The reason I say that is because that's all it is. All you do is get gold back. I think there was a 300 gold bounty on the top of Super Monkey's head, but again, 600 gold is a drop in the bucket at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we are up 7,500 gold. I feel like every time we look at the gold lead, it's growing by 1,000, 2,000 each and every single time for EA UCD. Yeah, it's very rough. And on top of that, this game really isn't about Super Monkey right now.
It's really not. It's about Guess Me Baby. I'll say it over and over again. Guess Me Baby is legit running Rampage right now, because this is what we do. We were talking about Super Monkey being this big Yumi carry, but again, the Hecarim is having a ball with Conqueror fully stacked. There is absolutely no chance that you can power through. Darkland even teleported in with that Stand United and said, let's have a ball at 20 minutes. 20 minutes. UCD Gold take the ace, are going to take the mid lane tower, and are going to take the inhibitor.
Yeah, Baron's still up as well. They want to fall back on this, and St. Ambrose burned all the ultimates in that last fight, so they can't even really effectively contest for this Baron if EA UCD just want to fall back for it. And Orbital, you're saying, yeah, EA UCD took St. Ambrose's game plan, and they executed better. It's a 10k gold lead before Baron's picked up. And okay, gold leads are one thing, but in terms of items, this should mean that everyone is at least 1 full item up from their counterparts right now, which is going to be absolutely massive, because now what do St. Ambrose do? We're saying, okay, get some picks and then go for turrets. Can you even find picks? The only person you can really look to pick off is Sir Darkland when that Stand United is up. If not, Sir Darkland will be able to back anybody else on this map up. And EA UCD should not be splitting overly much. Everybody but Sir Darkland should be sticking together right here. And in a 4v5, my money's still on EA UCD Gold.
My money's on them, even in a 3v5. You know, whatever. We just saw a 1v5 turn into a 4v5. Like, this squad is ridiculous, and I think it yields to the fact that, again, this is an undefeated squad. EA UCD Gold is currently sitting undefeated at 7-0. They have not lost a single series, and this is proving it against one of the other squads that is currently sitting at that top rank as well, sitting at a powerful side. They cannot do anything. Over the walls, Guess Me Baby goes. As again, the Yumi Pain Train. This is the optimal, I believe, what is it? This is some sort of game mode that I'm pretty sure Riot has put in before. It's the Yumi and Hecarim that just whirlwinds their way to victory. Shinigami Yami can't do anything against Super Monkey here as they fall as well. The Yagi is killed at 0-5-2, and EA UCD Gold punish their way to a 2-0 win. This squad is leagues above the rest in their current division, and they are proving why right now. A sub 25-minute game as they look to take the base. EA UCD Gold do not drop a game here in the final series of the regular season, and they will beat St. Ambrose Esports 2-0.
Orbital, I'd just like to remind everybody, St. Ambrose Esports isn't just some no-name team in this division. They were second place. They were really good as well. Their game score is actually the same as EA UCD. They've got 14-2 as their individual game score. And like I said, EA UCD just seemed to know how to handle them, just seemed to beat them to the punch every single time here, Orbital. And you mentioned it before, St. Ambrose with this loss could fall to third, could fall to fourth. And it's interesting who's at third and fourth currently, because the two who can overtake them are in third place, EA UCD Blue, the sister team of the top team we just watched, and Fanshawe Falcons, the only team before this to have beaten St. Ambrose Esports. So Challenger Cyan Division, their playoffs are looking kind of tight here.
It's looking real spicy, and I think there's only one or two more reschedules that we do have to watch for. But I love the fact that you pointed it out, right? This squad currently, St. Ambrose, it is helping to prove the fact that UCD Gold are just leagues above, and I have to give huge props to every single one of their carries, right? In game one, yes, Guess Me Baby showed up huge, had a great ultimate, and same with Super Monkey, but we saw the rest of the squads show up as well. Sir Darkland in that top lane was a monster to behold, a solo kill with that Shen, and then mid lane, of course, was a whole other story of its own.
Yeah, and don't forget the Kled. His trademark champion got banned both games for Sir Darkland and still had such big impact on two very different styles of champions. The Camille, which is a carry within its own right, and the Shen, which is more of a support utility champion. And you could say that for pretty much every role as well, the way they played differently and still looked so good. So EA UCD Gold, the team to beat. Worth noting, though, last split, they also finished the season undefeated in the regular season and dropped in their first game of playoffs here. It's single elimination. So, EA UCD Gold, congratulations, but also time to start prepping for that playoff spot.
And I want to ask one final question, because for a team, usually we see teams be able to have a single star kind of stand out, right? There is that person that really leads them to victory almost every game. We see that all the time, right? Bjergsen currently in the LCS, one of the big stars, a lot of people really giving him a lot of praise. Of course, with the rest of Team Liquid, it could be given the same kind of bout here. But I got to ask you, if you are any other team watching, maybe from another division, I want to ask, who would you give the most presence to? Who would you shine the biggest spotlight on that you have to worry about if you're any other team looking in on EA UCD Gold?
Good luck to those teams, because when I'm looking at EA UCD Gold right now, they don't have just one person you can focus. They've shown that they can carry from literally every single lane right now. So it almost feels like, pick your poison. Which lane do you think you can beat, and just focus down that lane? Because while Super Monkey and Braxa haven't shown the largest champion pools necessarily, especially Super Monkey, who's primarily been playing Vayne, Twitch, and Draven, or Vayne and Twitch, the Draven hasn't shown up too much here. There are other champions he can play. And if you're focusing down Super Monkey, we've seen Guess Me Baby just carry. We saw Sir Darkland carry, and Sir Darkland and Guess Me Baby have huge champion pools. So, or I say huge. They've played a bigger variety of champions here compared to a lot of their counterparts. So I can't say that there's one player, one MVP player that you can ban out in your series. That's it for this series. I will say I think the MVP was Guess Me Baby on the Hecarim with how well he was moving around the map, the objective control he had. So maybe you focus Guess Me Baby a little bit. It's up to the teams. Wherever your strong point is, that's, I think, where you need to focus.
I love that. And I think that's right on the head again. EA UCD Gold. No major standout. Everyone is a superstar on their side. Good luck to the rest of the teams. Direct quote from RMC, and I'll say it as well. Good luck to everyone. As the playoffs are right around the corner, I'm excited to see every single division from champions, challengers, to even the navigators and emergence below on every single game and every single genre that is currently being played in the NECC. Regular season is done. We head into playoffs. So again, that'll be end of this Friday broadcast. Next week will be the start of playoffs, so make sure to tune in then. Again, my name is Orbital. With me has been Random Mini Caster. Thank you so much for tuning in this evening, and have a fantastic night.
Visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?